You let that spook theme play, and it will just go and go and go.
Oh yeah, I forgot that they changed it. I've not heard it yet this year because every time I go on Discord, I have the I have OBS kind of up and it makes everything quiet, so I never hear
Oh
it.
yeah. Also, you're probably the one making the calls, so
That is true. I am making the calls most often. I don't get called much. How's it going?
pretty good. I finished my Halloween episode earlier this
Yeah,
morning.
how did that go?
Pretty good. Not as funny as I'd hoped, but
Sure.
actually you had some solid moments of humor. The players, we were running Marvel, and no, I got it up. They were up against the Discomancer, who
Oh,
was resurrecting music themed heroes to act as his villainous minions,
ooh, okay.
and through the power of the Disconomicon.
Of course. That's great. I love that. It reminds me of a Bear Ghost song. I don't know. It's Necromancin' Dancin', I believe is what it's called. Um
um, Crypt of the Necro Dancer.
there's also that, yeah.
There's that, yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
But in D&D, I've thought about playing a thematic sorcerer who only knows like mind control and music-based powers, that make people dance and make music happen. And he'd be the Discomancer,
Yeah, absolutely.
and he would talk like Disco Stew
Fair
in third
enough.
person all the time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why not? Absolutely. Oh, I didn't do that, did I? Ah, okay. Aiden should be back shortly. He was doing a. My brain is not working. He was doing chores. That's what it was. Wait. The final part. Uh, okay, cool. Unfortunate that Boo was not able to join us for the couple of parts here.
And
Work
that means that
is
there's
important.
a 100% rate in which either Boo or I are in the stream, but not at the same time.
That's right. Yeah.
Let your audience conclude what they want.
Exactly. Exactly. You never know. I mean, been in the same room. That's crazy. Voice changers have really come a long way as well. I mean,
Oh yeah.
it's just science, really.
I mean, I'm literally half an octave away from Kermit the Frog. So
Mmm. True. It's kind of splendid, though. That's not a bad thing.
it is. I enjoyed finally getting a game of Garabingo. I woke up just in time for
Hell
that to
yeah.
kick off.
How'd you find it?
It's interesting. I mean, I've watched some of the previous Garabingos
Okay, yeah.
and kind of looked at his channel. Another game that you could play with him is uh, Garabay Memory,
Oh
because
yeah.
he reuses the same thumbnails over and over and
Yeah,
over
he
again.
does.
So just pick a thumbnail and see who can find an identical thumbnail first,
Right? Yeah,
like
no,
a like
it's
a like a scavenger hunt.
he's a
I
he
try
he's a
not to
source.
like just arbitrarily mock other YouTubers,
Sure,
but
sure.
if you're gonna go on camera and claim to be having high level, profound,
Mm-hmm.
supreme quality D&D experiences and gaming, but not cite examples
Mm-hmm.
or provide some like even a snippet of video of your experience or anything like that,
Mm-hmm.
I start to have doubts.
Yeah, it's I don't know, man. It's been a trip, really. It's just we we get introduced and then to the channel and then it was just magic. I don't know. Um, nothing against the guy personally. I'm sure he's a wonderful
No, no.
man, right? Um,
Yeah,
it's
and
just
he's popped up on some other channels from time to time.
I
I
bet
don't know.
he's a person that cannot be contained, and will absolutely make his way through the discourse here and there. I'm sure. It's yeah, I don't know. It is what it is at the end of the day. We have fun, you know. It's
Yeah, absolutely.
it's mind numbing at times, but when your mind is already numb from hours and hours of not being asleep, it's a little lesser of a blow. So,
And in the episode too, where I um oh, here's a good bingo card for just about any YouTuber.
mm,
People always ask me.
oh,
That is the
yeah,
second biggest lie ever told on YouTube.
yeah, that's true.
People don't really ask you. You're just saying that they do
Yep.
because that's the topic you want to talk about for the current video. You know,
Yeah,
it's you're better off just saying, "Hey, this is the topic I want to talk about for this video."
exactly, exactly. Nothing wrong with that, but you gotta make it sound so much more interesting because people talk to you, obviously.
Yeah.
You're the authority on this, and people come to you. Yeah, I've not thought about that as a phrase that I've heard a lot, but now that you've suggested it, yeah. One that I've heard quite a bit.
Yeah, I was going back to some of your really early episodes, and I
Oh
saw only
jeez.
one so far of D&D or tabletop role play in popular media. I think that was like one of your very first ones.
Yeah, it was I think it was literally the first where we talked about no, second maybe. Talked about it in stuff like Stranger Things and such at the time, which were, you know, a little bit more, I guess, new. Um, although to be fair, it has been uh 5 years, so I don't
Yeah,
remember
yeah, yeah.
exactly what we talked about, right?
Yeah, it was you brought up Stranger Things,
Yeah.
and but the weird thing is it got me thinking back to all the times when a TV show had to, because like as the 80s moved on,
Yep.
TSR became more and more litigious about D&D popping up in other things. Like they were fine with it showing up in E.T. Like there's that opening scene where Elliot is joining the
Oh,
game with his brothers,
yeah,
or
yeah.
his brother and his brother's friends and stuff like that.
Right.
But there's of course the notorious mazes and monsters.
I love Mazes and Monsters. It's a far out game.
Yeah. But even outside of that, like there'll be like one-off episodes of TV shows in the 80s. I remember there was one on Simon and Simon, like which
Mm-hmm.
was a typical 80s, detective action comedy romance,
Mm,
hour long something or other, whatever. And there was an episode with a kid who was like a hacker who'd like hacked into a bank to steal money.
right.
He was like he played a substitute D&D game,
Mm, of
and
course.
the detectives were hired to catch him, and they did. And one of them kind of sort of befriended him because the bank wasn't interested in like throwing him in prison. They want to say, hey, show us how you did this so that we can stop other
Yeah.
people from doing it.
Yeah.
But secretly, they were going to embezzle their own bank. Ah. And so they have to kidnap the kid because he's the only one who knows how they could do it. But he's
Ah,
got his game notebook with him, and so he's like tearing out pages with like these encrypted instructions because he tells one of the detectives, "Here's how you play, off-brand
right,
D&D."
right.
So he can send these coded messages in pieces of paper that he tears out and
Oh,
leaves for the detectives.
very good.
It's kind of cute.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
But
think.
in the mid '90s, do you well, I don't know how old you are, but
Yeah.
WWE
Yeah.
had a Vampire the Masquerade themed wrestler named Gangrel.
I did not know that was a thing. What?
Yeah, David Heath. From about 95 to 2000, they had like a cross licensing deal where he was a Gangrel vampire.
Oh my god. Oh my
Yeah.
god. I remember this person.
Yeah, yeah. He's wrestled under other names too,
Yeah,
but like vampires were big in the mid '90s
they
because
were.
like Interview with a Vampire was
Mm,
big.
good book.
Bram Stoker's Dracula movie with Francis Ford Coppola's version of that
Right.
came out.
Yeah. A lot of people really like that. I haven't watched it myself.
Yeah. And Fox even had, what was that show called? Kindred the Eternal, I think,
Whoa.
Be-
That I don't know
because they
about.
were they were trying to find a substitute for like the X-Files had become really really expensive to
Yeah.
produce.
Kindred the
So they were
Embraced.
desperate to look for other things. Yeah, Stealth
Yeah.
Tiger.
Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Kindred the Embraced, apparently. I see it here.
Oh, Kindred the Embraced. I knew it started
Yeah.
with an E.
No, yeah, absolutely a fair assumption. Um, it's man, I wish there was a lot more. We talked about this a little bit, but I wish there was a lot more good vampire media that's just out there.
Yeah.
I I can't for I all the what is it, the Vampire Diaries and all those kinds of things. I'm just like, oh man, wow.
I have not seen those myself. I
I
understand
wouldn't
their popularity though.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend them
Okay.
myself. From what I have seen of how those things kind of just devolved um into just craziness, really. It's either that one or the other one. There were like two big vampire shows like that I can't remember the other one. But one of the
What?
I don't know, it just went crazy
Stop it, Tiger.
with like
Stop it.
magic and stuff, and I don't know.
Tiger.
Um oh, of course Buffy. Yeah, Buffy was good.
Buffy, yeah, that was well, I
Angel.
mean the movie came out 93, 94,
Yeah,
but
I
then the
forgot.
TV show didn't kick off until like 96, 97.
Yeah, yeah. I meant to get back to it. I watched a bit of it, and it's pretty good. Then I watched Angel for a while, and I was like, oh, this is also pretty good. Wow.
Also one of the rare instances where direct syndication television programming being bought by a network,
Oh, really?
which may not mean anything to you. I don't know because we live in a very different era.
It's true. Well, I mean, yeah, I grew up watching some
Oh
syndicated
yeah.
television, right? But
I mean, Buffy was like king of syndicated TV programming in the 90s. Like in the
yeah,
80s, it would have been Star Trek, TNG.
yeah, true. That makes sense.
I don't know if direct syndication even exists anymore. I mean, if they're cheap enough, the streaming services just pick them up.
Yeah. Um, I guess. I honestly I don't know how it works anymore. I just kind of like try to get my hands on physical copies of the things that I really like, watch
Yeah.
those, and then keep watching them, and let the new things fall by the wayside most of the time.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, eh, it's not a big deal, but hey, there he is.
Hello. Hello. I did
Uh,
not know you would be joining us right off, Dave.
Yeah,
Why
My
not?
apologies. How
yeah.
are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you, Aiden. I was just mentioning that Boo and I have never been seen in the same server together at the same time.
That is true.
Rumors abound.
Mm, Suspicions are growing.
Well,
Uh, Additionally, real quick,
yeah.
I am cooking some food.
Oh,
So like I'll be like up and down to
yeah,
take stuff out of the oven and whatnot,
of course.
intermittently.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
my slow cooker will probably go off in about an hour, so I'll
Ooh.
just need about like 10 minutes after
Ooh,
that just to dump things in my meal prep containers.
Yeah, of course, of course.
nice.
You're good.
What are you slow cooking?
I am doing spaghetti with some sauce and Italian sausage.
Ooh,
Nice. Yummy,
nice,
yummy, yummy,
nice.
yummy.
Yep, that'll get me going for the week.
Hell yeah. I bought a new slow cooker so I can start using it, and I have not unboxed it yet. It's just kind of in the middle of my floor in my kitchen.
Oh,
One of these
dude,
moments.
I so want a slow cooker. I want slow cooked pulled pork.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah. Oh, it's so good. Um anyway. Uh well, hey. Um I figure I'd extend the invitation, I suppose, to you, Dave, since you've come on. Do you have anything that you would like to talk about in particular? Otherwise, I have so many backlog videos that we can just choose from. But if you have anything
I
specific,
well, I actually posted something in the art appreciation thread. I've been going back through some of
oh,
my old books. I'm on a quest to find a piece of art that I remember that was in one of my old Shadowrun books and also might have been in a White Wolf book.
mm-hmm,
But there was an artist who put like in the background, like of course because of course Vampire and Shadowrun are very urban. works. There's always like graffiti on the walls behind characters and things
Yeah.
like that. I'm on a quest to find a piece of art that I remember having SRV lives because it would have been appropriate to the era because that was SRV stands for Stevie Ray Vaughan, the blues artist.
Oh.
I think it was who died in a helicopter crash, unfortunately, in
Yeah.
1990. But I know that graffiti is in one of the Shadowrun books and maybe one of the White Wolf books. I can't remember which.
Interesting.
And I made some other weird discoveries since then because I had like the first edition Shadowrun, like 1990 something or other. Already,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know. And I was shocked yesterday evening to discover, like, going through like some of the artists that they hired over the years. So there's like 11 pieces of art in the original Shadowrun 1E book that are just signed Alexander. But it turns out you go to the front of the book, Alexander is Alex Ross.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, what? This would have been like years before Marvels.
Yeah.
Like he would have been like 19 at the time.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I remember Alex Ross from what I remember didn't he do Spider-Man for a while?
He's done some Spider-Man. Well, I mean, when we
I
say
mean,
drawing Spider-Man, yes,
yeah.
he has, but like the recap images from the opening of Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 3, those were done by Alex Ross.
Yeah.
Marvel's Kingdom Come. He's done a little more DC stuff than Marvel stuff, but he paints comic books for those of us in our audience who have not heard of him.
Yes. Yeah.
There's
Okay.
like
Thank you.
Yes.
He has his own YouTube channel, by the way, if you ever want to watch his process.
Really? Oh, cool.
But honestly, he's a prodigy. It would be almost impossible to follow along with him.
Sure, but it would be impressive to at least watch for a while.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. It's very cool.
And I've been looking, another one of the early Shadowrun artists went on to do like a very prolific run with Punisher.
Ooh!
Oh, Tiger. Being bad. Cat, sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
I forget the name, but yeah, he was really good with inks and things in the Shadowrun and the Vampire Masquerade books.
Hell yeah.
But I'm looking for that piece of graffiti, SRV Lives, to figure out which artist drew that. And I have the uneasy feeling that it was in the Downtown Militarized Zone box game.
Oh, okay.
Which you cannot find on PDF because it was a boxed game.
Ah, yeah. Surely somebody's taking pictures, at least.
You'd think so, but there's a lot of books from that era that have just kind of vanished off the face of the earth.
Yeah, that is fair. Actually, I have a question for you, since we're talking about Shadowrun. Have you looked into any of the newer Shadowrun stuff? The
last edition I jumped on is 4th edition. Okay. I love the setting. I could never run a game though. There's just too much variation between combat and magic and vehicle operation. It's very under unified. Tiger, what are you?
It's yeah, I think what I like the world of Shadowrun a lot as well, and I think what it sticks very well for me in the games that they've come out with, that Paradox came out with. I actually absolutely adored those games when I first played them, and I just sat down and just played them.
Like the tactical RPGs on the PC. And yes, I've gone through about 1 or 2 of those.
I honestly like they are a very nice like gradual scale of quality when you start from the first one and then go to the second and the third. Like you see exactly like everything that they improve every time, and honestly I think that Shadowrun Hong Kong is the best one for sure. At least that's how I feel about it. It's been a while since I've played it, but I really like them, and I think they work really well for that. But I would be interested to do Shadowrun, but it's the thing where I understand like the magic is weird for it in a way, just in wrapping it around with the technology as well. Like there's a lot of kind of disparate elements, but they do fit together okay, at least in my head. Especially like having dragons controlling companies, like that's sick.
Oh,
That makes
I
perfect
did
sense.
not know
Yeah.
that was a thing.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, yeah. They're the CEOs of like companies and shit. They
Yeah,
own companies. It's awesome.
Dunkel's
hell
ran
yeah.
for president.
Yeah, no, like my experience with Shadowrun is fairly minimal, which is why I've taken a backseat largely, and just kind of like listen to you guys.
Yeah.
My sum total experience with Shadowrun is the art for it is sick as hell.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Every piece of art I've come across, I'm always like, ooh. And then there's that one weird like cyberpunk-esque Shadowrun game that me, you, Brogan,
Yes.
and I think Boo and Mike ran.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Um.
But I did not know that the Dragon CEO.
Yeah, it's got a lot of interesting stuff with it. Like I think one of the coolest kind of interpretations of how some of the places were divided up when magic like became a thing. It was the fuck, they have a name for that event and I can't remember what it is off the top
The
of my head.
Awakening?
Yes, the Awakening. Thank you. When the Awakening happens, like actual magic and spirits and stuff are a thing, and they incorporated like how the Native Americans viewed spirituality and stuff, and they were so in touch with that they like they gained back territory and stuff because they were so prolific with the ability to control the spirits and harness magic and stuff. And like they have like a big bunch of territory in the US because of it and everything, and it's just an interesting thing to see that like spirituality that just like accentuated them in like the future, where it's like technology is rampant and everything.
Yeah, it seemed like it came back to the Native and American nations first, but
Yeah.
it very quickly shifted a lot because it turns out everyone's magical background was true too.
Exactly, right?
Yeah, like the Celtic magics, the Germanic magics, like all of it was real. So it very quickly returned to even footing.
It did. But they they had that foot up for a little bit. It was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really, the setting is sick. And yeah, I just wonder because we covered somebody had a video on problems with the Sixth World, which is the 6th edition, I believe. And I'm curious about it because I would, like I said, I'd like to try it, but it's one of those things that, like, we also have Cyberpunk, which is also just like the future cyberpunk stuff without the magic, and that is a bit more, I guess, digestible, but not really that word. I'm not sure.
Did that start out as a GURPS setting?
Shadowrun or
no, Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk. I don't know. Cyberpunk.
Yeah, specifically 2020, I thought started out as a GURPS setting.
Let's see.
No, there was a point where you could just buy GURPS books by the pound.
Yeah. Let's see. Cyberpunk role-playing game. There we go. That's what I wanted. System. No, I don't want history. Here we go.
I could be completely wrong.
Published in 1988, the first version of Cyberpunk. I don't see anything about GURPS at all.
Okay.
I don't know.
I mean, I think GURPS probably had a Cyberpunk setting. They had a setting for everything.
I was gonna say it's GURPS, right?
Yeah.
GURPS is it's one of those things that I also wanted to play, but I've just never gotten around to it because it's just, one of those things. It's been around forever.
Plus, you have to find other people who know how to get it working.
Right. I don't know. How complicated is GURPS even? I don't know.
I don't have a huge background with it, unfortunately.
Okay. What about, this is a question that I keep forgetting to ask guests. I had made this question a long time ago to ask guests. It was what is your I guess what is a game or a system that you are looking forward to / want to play that you haven't played yet?
Well, there's kind of a sibling system to Star Wars. There's Genesis, of course. I would love to run an original setting in Genesis. I'm kind of tinkering with that. One of my players wants to dip into Dark Heresy a bit, but
yeah,
that's the Games Workshop D100 system.
Yep.
Let's see. What else? I've been watching a couple of videos on Transformers lately, but I'm not sure I'm in love with the Essence 20 system.
What's that?
Well, it's basically it's the same system that's also used for G.I. Joe and My Little Pony. So basically every roll starts with a D20, and depending on what you've chosen for your character creation and progression, you might add a D2, you might add a D4, D6, etc., etc.
Right.
So it's always dice. It's never fixed numbers.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it's supposedly like 5th edition this is what 5th edition was going to be like when you were at +2 to your proficiency. It was going to be a D4 and then D6, D8, D10.
Oh, really? I hadn't heard that.
Supposedly. I think there's a Matt Covell video on that.
Wouldn't surprise me. Okay. Huh.
What all of y'all have been running, I should say. I mean, clearly not all of your games are run on stream.
Honestly, we don't have a lot of time to do stuff outside of the streams. But we've been taking we've been doing a bi-weekly game of Vampire, right? And you know, that's gonna be released every first of the month.
Okay.
And you know, we have our first episode out and all that, and I've been running a game for some of our patrons of Delta Green on Sundays.
I'm not that familiar with Delta Green.
Oh,
Delta Green is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's Call of Cthulhu, but a little bit more action-packed in a way.
You can kill some of the cryptids.
Sometimes.
Or not cryptids, but like some of them sometimes.
Yes.
Basically. Sorry, excuse me for just 1 second.
Yes.
My cat will not stop chewing on cables.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Take care of that for sure. Let's see. Hello everybody, by the way. I'm sorry. I've been like, I'm half here. I promise you I'm here though. Best part of it becoming wintry again is that I have good excuse to make beer stews. Oh, there you go. Yeah, enjoy those. Sure suck if someone were to take a nap and kept right on sleeping. Sure is a good thing that didn't happen. I don't have a line prepared. Hello, Shin, Viridi, and Entropy. Welcome back.
Hello, welcome back.
It would be a shame. It's a good thing I didn't fall asleep. Because for a second, my eyes just did not focus while I was waiting for the 30 minutes to be over. I just completely just fucking zoned out and went, ooh, this is bad. And then, you know, came back. We're good.
You gotta get up, get moving.
I do.
I stood up. I shook my head like a dog. I went, brushed my teeth.
Oh, I stood up.
Got dressed in human clothes. I am cosplaying a functioning adult male human. Whether the cosplay is of a functioning adult male or human, I'll never tell.
Yeah, came back to something interesting, it sounds like.
I'm exposing myself as a lizard man, don't worry.
Yeah, it happens. That's why he wears the mask, and also the undershirt that goes over your entire body and head.
Yeah. It's a skin shaped body glove or skin colored body glove.
Right, of course.
And then the budget went down in recent years for the mask. We have to get them from Spirit Halloween.
And a hat that looks like C204H3.
Some weird sugar. It sounds like.
Yeah.
H3.
Well, sugar's like super.
Yeah,
That's like C12, isn't it?
Yes, C1204. I don't know. I don't really.
Dave also knows chemistry. Oh my god.
Well, I remember a few things from high school.
You're perfect.
I think it's.
You've activated the chemistry neurons in his brain. You don't understand what you've done.
H1408. Yeah, no, you don't understand. You have opened Pandora's box.
He's awake.
Let me let my other cat. 1 second.
Okay.
6 carbon, 12 hydrogen, 6 oxygen.
All right, you're going up.
My preferred sugar is erythritol because it is a cool molecule.
Okay.
Also, I will be right back.
Okay, I will continue to be here. Hey, it's off the rails, everybody. Everyone's leaving me. I'm here, alone.
Ooh, I don't know what's going on with those two.
And just having a fight here and there.
What?
I get that. Cat life. My cats,
man.
I have been giving attention when I walk out of the room, and I go, "Hello, you two want to come?"
Hang on,
in
I
here?"
gotta check on this.
Yeah, go on. All right. Well, we'll get some more videos. I promise, everybody. We'll get there. I have some. I do want to explain Delta Green to Dave. I would like to. To explain what it actually is and then how I do it. You know, it's I like to inform people about what Delta Green is. It's good.
Oh man.
Hello.
Sorry.
You're good. How are the cats?
Separated.
For how long?
How long you want to talk for?
Yep. Well, just to go back to the question or the explanation of Delta Green.
Okay.
Just because I like, Delta Green is one of my favorites, so informing about it is a pleasure. So yeah, Delta Green is basically the story of oh wow, where's my brain? I can't think. The Innsmouth one from Lovecraft. Why can't I think of the name of it? Holy shit. I am tired. Okay, hold on. Shadow over Innsmouth. I haven't put it in the thing yet. It's in my brain. Okay. Shadow over Innsmouth. Do you know that story?
Maybe, not by title.
Okay. Fishmen. Dagon.
Okay.
Esoteric Order of Dagon, even. Innsmouth town. People have the Innsmouth look. Anyway, basically what happens is that town kind of gets found out by the government, and they come and they kick out all the fishmen and the deep ones, if you will, and that kind of set up the basis for what Delta Green is, which is they are I guess, extrajudicial part of the government for a long time that, went and tried to stop Lovecraftian horrors with agents of, like, the FBI, the CIA, all these different alphabet letters
Task force.
Exactly. As well as, your scientists and such for all these, different kinds of things. And Hedgehog over Portsmouth. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Sean. And yeah, it's this whole thing where they, have this what's it called? The thing is called Delta Green, but in like the 80s something happened in Vietnam, and then it split up, and there's the Delta Green of like the two sides of Delta Green that don't even know potentially who is part of which, and they're still trying to do the thing of like keeping humanity safe and all that, and there's a lot of conspiracy and utilizing those alphabets and their task force to just keep the public safe from bad things.
The commander, if we're task force Sage Green, does that mean there's other kinds of green? No, absolutely not. No.
No. So yeah, it's basically Call of Cthulhu, but a little bit different. You still roll your D100s under your skills and such, but you crit on double of numbers, so like 11, 12, or sorry, 11, 22, 33, etc. And which makes it so that you can crit succeed, crit fail a lot more often, as well as ones and hundreds, obviously. A lot more often, quote unquote. I mean, it depends, right? And it's got a lot of advancing characters kind of quickly, adapting to like violence and helplessness and all that kind of stuff, which makes it so your character kind of loses some things but doesn't get sanity loss for those types of instances. You can't get used to the unnatural, of course. Yeah, it's just a fun system, and what I like to do with it, even though I like to yes, also adapting to getting lost in the woods, that's an important one, true, because I like to utilize it. I haven't played an actual game of Delta Green or ran an actual game of Delta Green. I have run games where I like to take cryptids and folklore and urban legends and utilize them as the thing that they are trying to face, rather than Lovecraftian stuff, which, I mean, some of them can be one and the same, right?
Oh yeah.
But I like putting stuff in there, because like the first one I did, it's on the channel, and it was based off of the Michigan Dogman, which really just broadly is just the Dogman, which is just a cryptid that's reported to be all over the country, really. People are like, oh, that's like a big man who is a dog. Oh god. Kind of like a werewolf, but not really, because it's just like a guy.
Werewolf adjacent, yeah.
The Rougarou, or Lougarou, it depends on your citation, is the original from France, that was the werewolf there that did spawn the Dogman for Michigan, the legendary.
I was thinking something like the Lougarou would be like a monster that had German pistols for fingers.
Yeah, basically, yeah, right.
Oh god, it's the Lougarou! Ah! Bang, 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 bang.
But yeah, stuff like that.
And his cousin, the Gat Cat.
The Gat Cat.
But yeah, it's just a cool horror kind of system that is pretty simple to get, pretty simple to run, and I really like it a lot. It's very fun.
Okay.
Highly recommend it myself. Yeah. If you ever get the chance, do try to play it.
Oh.
Yeah, I also highly recommend it. Again, only played it a few times, but each time I played it has been a blast.
Cool. Thanks. Speaking of our Delta Green game, I can't wait for the next session because I have a decent idea of what's actually going on, and I can't wait to have my sleep-deprived character be unable to find out. It would be cool if you knew what was going on in that. We'll see.
Yeah, I like Lovecraft stuff. It's been about a decade since I read much Lovecraft, but
Yeah.
I can usually identify Lovecraftian themes in other works pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
But I do remember Reanimator, my annotated
Yes.
Lovecraft collection mentions about the Reanimator that it wasn't really, well, it is Lovecraft's impression of more a more typical horror, because his publisher kept telling him, your stuff is good, but could you write something normal?
Yeah.
So the Reanimator is Lovecraft's impression of normal horror.
Yeah, I can see that. Interesting.
What's your favorite, Dave?
Lovecraft? Which one was the one where the guy's brain gets placed in a jar? Is that Dweller in the Dark?
And that is Whisper in the Darkness.
Whisper in the
Whisper in the
Darkness.
I really like that one as
reason-
well. Yeah.
The reason I like that one is because like a month before that was published, and obviously the two of them were not written in response for each other. Neil R. Jones wrote the Jameson Satellite,
I don't know.
which was a sci-fi short story, which was one of Asimov's favorite.
Oh.
Where a guy he's placed in cryosleep on like a satellite, and Earth it is actually like tens of thousands of years passed by accident. He's discovered by these aliens. Who are literally just brains in boxes.
Oh.
And so it's always interesting to me that Neil R. Jones and H.P. Lovecraft at the same time wrote stories with similar ideas, but one of them takes it in a positive direction and one of them takes it in a horror direction.
Yeah.
Have either of you seen the Ghost in the Shell TV series?
I have not. It's one of
You've
those
not?
ones that's on my list.
Okay. If you ever give that a watch, look for the characters who are just like boxes with like little spindly arms and legs. They have the word Jameson written on them in reference to the Jameson satellite.
Oh, cool. That's really cool.
Yeah,
I like
fun
that.
little trivia.
Yeah. Loop Guru versus Lugaroo. Shout out to Polaris, one of my favorite Lovecraft stories. Is that the point and click adventure? Yeah, Polaris was cool. I played that. If that's what you're talking about.
I'm on a stream actually. Sorry.
Oh my god. Well, let me think. Yeah, I guess we can watch a video if you guys want. Do you?
Yeah, bro. Let's watch a video, man.
Yeah, man. We can watch a video.
What horrors have you? I have not seen any of these, unlike last time. So
I got a few that we can go for here. I'm actually quite interested in one of these right off the bat, which would be how to achieve immersion in a tabletop RPG.
Okay.
The thumbnail said mushrooms in big letters. So I went, huh. and so I want to learn about if there's mushrooms in my immersion. Also I see all of these more videos are big letters as thumbnails. What are these? Oh my goodness. Do you see these? Anybody else see these? Hold on.
Hold on.
My print screen button is not working. I will show you. There it is.
Mine's regular.
Hold on.
Snipping tool is your friend.
Control scroll.
Here you go. That's what I see. Those are the more videos.
Anthropocentrism.
Oh.
Interesting.
It's a lot of big words. And I mean that literally, not not necessarily because the words themselves are long, but they are huge in the thumbnails. So I don't know. Anyway, they're in black and white as well, which is not I thought anyway, so this is how to achieve immersion in a tabletop RPG.
You got to watch a long link. I need a.
Oh yes. My apologies.
Also, I may pause occasionally. You can be in charge of the unpause, just so we're not clicking at the same time again.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm used to being the one to pause things most of the time, so it's my bad when I do that.
Okay.
But yes, so how to achieve immersion in a tabletop.
So when you go to the cinema,
RPG. This is the Tomb of Lime Gaming. Exciting. I've never been in a
They'll
Lime
have,
tomb.
I mean, the screen is massive and it's dark in there. Everything except the screen is dark. It's filling as much of your visual field as is possible. Surrounded on all sides by speakers. Temperature is...
Hey. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I've got it. I've got it.
Okay.
You just went silent all of a sudden, Alejo, and I was like, "Oh fuck, wait, did I just connect?"
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just listening. Yeah. We're good.
All right.
is regulated so that it's very sort of neutral temperature. Everyone's phone has to be on silent, so that the only sound you hear is what's coming from the movie. And the chairs that you're sitting on are at least meant to be as comfortable enough that you forget that you're just sitting in a chair. Kind of like, you know, you get used to your clothes sitting on your body after a while. It's called sensory adaptation. Or if you're playing video games at night, or if you've got a VR headset on and a vibrating controller, right? The idea is to completely replace your sensory inputs, your sensory stimulus with that of another world. Your complete field of perception is that of someone else, somewhere else. Somewhere unreal. This kind of immersion I like to call sensory immersion. And in the context of role-playing games, it's probably something like live-action role-play LARP. But there are other ways to have a vivid but unreal sensory experience, like reading a book. So unless you have aphantasia, this inability to conjure mental imagery, then just simply reading descriptions of something is enough that your sensory information can take a back seat to what's happening in your imagination. What's in your imagination comes to the forefront. The actual stimulus that your sense organs are receiving moves to the background. And for a moment, you're lost in an imaginary world without there necessarily being anything near you that resembles that world at all. So that moment where the imagination takes forefront over your actual sensory information, I like to call imaginative immersion. For the longest time, I had forgotten that this could even be a part of tabletop role-playing games, or I just didn't consider it part of the hobby because, I mean, so many games these days want to stimulate your senses in some manner with battle maps and tokens and miniatures and things, and not to sound...
I keep thinking at some point his intro music is going to kick on and he's going to go back to from black and white to color.
Yeah, I like the literal. You can see it if you look at the history thing in Watch Together. You can see that his actual thumbnail is in color.
Okay.
But all of the other thumbnails that I gave you the screenshot of, those are all in black and white. I guess this is the style, which is fine, but
yeah,
I'm confused a little bit by that.
It's artsy. It's artsy for sure.
Yes, nothing wrong with it. It's just, you know, unusual, I suppose. I also, like, for some reason, this person's voice is, like, in my head, and I feel like I recognize the voice from something.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat.
Right?
Got that narrator voice, sort of.
Yeah, kind of. It's just the particular tone and cadence, I guess. I don't know. But I don't know. I guess I'm just I've also been like just trying to follow along because it's not like rapid, but it's constant. You know?
Yeah, I imagine there's pauses between things, but he's cut all of those out.
Yeah, absolutely. Which understandable to a degree. But it does feel like I'm listening to a run-on sentence, and honestly, in my current state, it's not helping me a little bit.
There's a YouTuber you probably would hate called Project Farm. I actually subscribe to him. He's great. He reviews things. And his like in 15 minutes, he will review 20 things.
That's awesome. No, that's fine. It's just I think it's more in my mental state at the time because it's just like, you know, haha, hours.
You're knocking me out, man.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, I understand that, you know, we have many things to utilize this immersion. He did say the thing about Fantasia, which is a genuine concern of mine because I don't know if I am imagining things correctly or not, you know, in the sense of somebody says, "Oh, think of an apple," and you think of an apple in your head and it's like clear to some people, but then some people it's like they can't, and then some people it's like, oh, I can see it kind of, it's in my head, and I don't know where I am in that, you know?
Oh.
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of unique.
Yeah.
I just usually of course, I'm a chemistry nerd.
Right.
Chemists, you have to be able to like visualize a molecule and like rotate it in certain ways to
Right.
know like if it's like, for instance, what its chirality is.
Oh.
So like that is always the litmus test I prefer to use.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's
like I don't see like a literal red apple sitting in front of me on the desk.
Oh no.
What I like my eyes, like the sensory information from my eyes will like override what I imagine.
Yeah, it's not that. It's just like, I don't know. It's just thinking of one. It's just in your head, right? When you see it.
It's like it's something where it's like, yeah, it doesn't literally exist in front of
Yeah.
you, but it's like it's so close to like on the cusp of existing, it might as well basically exist.
Right. And I don't think I'm there. I don't know, because I like, if I imagine an apple, a red delicious, eh?
Okay.
I know what that looks like. And like, I could describe to you what I know that looks like, and like I see something when I'm thinking of it that is a red delicious to me, but I don't know if it's like that, in the sense of like I'm seeing the real red delicious, like, quote unquote. I'm visualizing each part of it, I guess. I don't know. It's weird to me, this whole
There's a stem, maybe there's a leaf.
Yeah, like I can see that in my head, but I don't know if I see that right,
There's some subtle streaking in the skin of the fruit.
Yeah, like I can see like a glint off of the side of it from the light potentially, but like I don't know. It's not like I'm seeing it. It's like I know that I'm seeing it, but it's not there really. I don't know. It's weird. It's a very interesting concept, because like, yeah, it's not the same for everyone. I don't know. It fascinates me, but it also terrifies the fuck out of me sometimes. I don't know. Anyway, it's its own thing.
Let us hear more from Mr. Lime Gaming.
Indeed.
Please.
Sound too cynical, but that's probably because people can sell you those things. But you cannot sell a subjective experience. But then, it happened. It happened again. I remembered what it was like. I was reading a story to my son, and I got immersed in that story. And then later on that day, I did do some role playing, and again, I got immersed. I had the same feeling, and I recaptured the idea that imaginative immersion could be part of the role-playing experience. This kind of immersion, though, is a delicate thing, and it requires the right conditions to maintain it. But it is possible. It's up to you whether it's something that you want, right? But that is what we're here to talk about today. Hi, my name's Matt, and welcome to the Hang on. Hi, my name's Matt, and as a registered health professional in the state of New South Wales, Australia,
he's got a therapeutic voice.
Yeah, that might be why.
Okay.
I don't know. Very interesting.
Might be why what?
Might be why
he has a therapy voice.
Yeah, that might be why it's familiar for some reason. Potentially. Imagine an apple. There's nothing strange about the apple. Nothing at all. You see a red thing that represents
the apple.
You see a red thing that represents an apple? No. Like, I see the apple, but it's like it's hard to keep solid, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So, I used to be really interested in aphantasia.
Okay.
And from what I have gathered,
yeah,
both you and I, like the way you're describing, like say the apple,
Yeah.
is the exact same way that I would describe the apple.
Okay.
In my mind.
Okay.
And that way of describing the apple is indicative of someone that does not have aphantasia.
Okay. Okay.
Someone who has aphantasia would there is no apple that they can like take and spin around and like manipulate the apple within their mind and look at it from different angles. They are just pulling up like basically Google images of a red delicious apple.
Gotcha.
And that
not
is
even
the
not
extent.
even that.
Yeah.
They have a description of an apple that they can repeat. Like they have the characteristics of an apple that they can repeat. Like if you ask them what does an apple look like, they will repeat, things that describe the apple, the color of it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't imagine red though.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard of aphantasia.
Can't see it technically, right? Like in their head. It's just they know what it is.
They can't fabricate a mental apple to tell you what it looks like, but they've seen enough apples that they can still do that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. It's weird.
Aphantasia versus like how the imaginative you are is of course a spectrum.
Yeah, of course, right? It's fascinating, really. It really is. Like I think about it because I saw that it's in that Wikipedia article that 5-image thing of one person has nothing, one person has the shape, another person has the shape but like gradient of gray, and then a little bit red, and then like an apple, right? That's red and you can see it all and all that stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I don't know where I am there, but I see it, It's
in that on that scale, I suppose.
Yeah.
I would be primarily gray with a touch of red. Like
yeah.
I can like up its hue. I just have to focus on it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm there. Yeah. I understand. Yeah. That's where I'm at. It's weird. The brain's weird, man. It's cool.
Also, I have to change over my laundry. I will be right back.
Okay. We shall continue.
It's Sundays for errands. What can you say?
That's right.
Endorse the use of illicit substances, so please check the regulations in your area and consult with a health professional first before making any decisions that might affect your health. Welcome to the Tomb of Lime. So the Gansfeld effect, or the complete field effect, is a hallucinatory altered perception experience, basically filling your entire visual field with a blank, flat color. Now, the proposed mechanism for this is that without stimulus, your brain still attempts to interpret what its senses are telling it. And so it tries to just piece together any stimulus that it can get, which includes internal ones, relying on what's floating around in your brain, I suppose, and so you start to see things that aren't really there. This is not too dissimilar from the way that we imagine dreams work. Now, you can do this with, if you cut a ping pong ball in half and tape it to your eyeballs, or I've seen masks with a bunch of cotton balls around it. Or you can, if you want to do it at home, and you can get this outside in the real world as well.
For those of you playing the home game.
Yeah.
If you'd like to try the sensory deprivation home game, for $19.95, comes with cotton balls.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
piece
like,
of paper.
I have like a sleep mask. Is that the same thing? I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah.
I feel like it is.
I think he's not talking about total darkness. He's talking about a single
color.
Color. Yeah. It looks like all of the examples so far have just been like plain white, which is fine. Okay.
I suppose. Yeah. I just okay. I'm just waiting for the ttrpg aspect, I suppose.
Yeah.
If you're in a snowstorm, and it's possible that this is the effect that has contributed to certain kinds of altitude psychosis. People have felt a presence on the mountain, and the effect is not explained by other effects of altitude, basically. Alternatively, they have sensory deprivation tanks as well, which is another way of inducing hallucinatory experiences. There's an idea that in ancient times that if philosophers or seers or whoever wanted to have a vision, that they would go into the caves somewhere and hang out for a while. And this might be part of what explains that phenomenon. Even if you were in a bright place during the day, we can still get lost daydreaming. We can get lost in these imaginative worlds, but we're kind of staring into nothingness. It's like our eyes lose focus, and it's kind of maybe a mild sense of the Gansfeld effect. Recent research has challenged.
I would say that even animated things can produce that effect, especially staring into a fire.
Yeah,
like a fireplace
that's
or
true.
or a outdoor fire, especially. Like it's the source of all of your light and heat, and so you focus on it, and your mind just kind of wanders off to wherever it chooses to go. But I don't think it has to be like a still color or a single image, but just something focused.
Yeah, just on something.
Not too distracting.
Yeah. Cool. I like not. I just. When do we get to the part where this is
okay.
relevant? I guess I don't know. It's interesting. Don't get me wrong. I'm interested, but I'm just confused, I guess.
Get me from A to B. I'm in like A and 2 centimeters.
Yeah.
I'm not at B yet. I still feel like I'm a long way from B.
Yeah. I don't know. He's got time.
Yeah.
Our ideas about how psychedelic chemicals work, like mushrooms. Traditionally, we thought that these substances would cause a flourishing of brain activity that coincided with the vividness of the inner experience that the person is having. But
is this going to be a video about taking mushrooms to make you more immersed in D&D?
I mean,
because he said before. He said, consult your medical professional to make sure that everything's okay before you take any illicit substances.
Yes. Yeah, local laws. He did mention local laws, medical professional.
Yeah.
And he is a mental health professional, according to his intro.
Yeah. So okay, that's interesting potentially. Never thought of this. I don't do
during D&D.
Yeah, I don't do anything but caffeine, and I've done a lot of that in the past few hours. So I don't know.
I mean, does the DM not get to take the mushrooms because the DM has to remain coherent?
Right. Or? Yeah. Can I not get immersed without my mushrooms? I mean, to be fair, I'm making a lot of assumptions right now. He's got time.
Yeah.
Ha! I'm in the Netherlands, so all of this shit's sorta legal. Bring on the mushrooms! There you go. Hell yeah, Rico. Embrace it if you want to. I can't stop you. I'm not your dad.
Yep.
Yeah, the research might be showing us the opposite picture, that taking these substances actually reduces brain activities in some meaningful way.
Okay.
Aldous Huxley, the author, actually wrote a book about his experiences taking mescaline. And in that, it maps pretty well onto that more recent research. The way he describes it is more like, it's not that the brain's work is to accept sensory information. It's more that the brain's work, its activity that it's doing, is actually shutting out reality, the reality that we can't handle. And by switching that stuff off with chemicals, we can actually start to see what's really there. Feel free to Google analytic idealism for a more modern take on this kind of panpsychic philosophical idea. The point is, though, that there may be a correlation between the vividness of inner experience and a decrease in stimulus on the brain. So like our eyes adjust to the darkness by dilating our pupils, our brain might be becoming more sensitive to certain stimulus when we shut off the things that are stimulating it from the outside. So when I look at these two different kinds of immersion, sensory immersion.
Welcome back. I think we're watching a drug video about mushrooms to make you see better in your immersions.
It's like psilocybin.
I guess. I don't know.
He's actually talked about lessening stimulus in order to bring out more of the imagination, and I do kind of see that. Obviously, like if I'm drawing or something, I try to avoid music with like lyrics because I
Yeah.
find them very, very distracting. That's an additional component of the music I have to process.
It is true.
So
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I mean, to immerse yourself more, you focus more on what you are immersing yourself into rather than anything else. Makes sense. Mushrooms.
mushrooms.
Not sure.
Immersion and imaginative immersion. The best way to achieve immersion is to either completely take over someone's senses or to completely deprive them of stimulus. And the middle ground might actually be detrimental. So for immersion's sake, then, you might want to be an extremist. The fact that, external distractions hamper our ability to be immersed in something probably doesn't sound that surprising, actually. It doesn't feel like the conditions for more vivid internal experience are given much priority in role-playing games, as if we've given up on them in favor of some other kind of experience. So in the philosophy of mind, there's a thought experiment called the philosophical zombie. A P-zombie, as they're known, is someone who looks, and acts exactly like, biologically they're exactly the same as a human being, but they're not having any inner conscious experience.
Ah, NPCs. I understand. Yes.
No.
Okay. Now you're speaking
No.
language that I can get.
That's the phenomenon of the no inner monologue.
Indeed.
I have often wondered about that phenomenon with tabletop RPGs because, like, being able to kind of workshop phrases and conversations in your head, just seems so essential to me. But if I would be interested in hearing from anybody who's just kind of rattles off whatever they think of in terms of plausibility. I'm kind of interested in that if if you run into somebody who can do that, but of course I'm hesitant to use NPC, but
Well, yeah, obviously,
Yeah.
right? But yeah, it's more a joke than anything. But yeah,
it's like someone walking around in the Matrix, but there's no person plugged into them almost.
Right.
That's pretty extreme.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard of the thing of like the DM trying to convince his players that goblins are evil, you can kill them, and it's a goblin saying like goblins have no internal experience, and even if we did, we would use it to think mean thoughts.
I've not heard of this. That's fun. Weird. Okay.
So their brain is still receiving stimulus and the electrical signals are still being sent and it's being sent out to their muscles. They can still do stuff and they talk and they act exactly like a human being, but they don't have the internal heads-up display that presumably you're experiencing now. The what it's like to see colors and hear sounds and taste tastes and so on. Because the P-zombie is at least conceivable, I don't think it's difficult to imagine that you could role-play a character without any imaginative experience going on, but it'd be essentially the role play.
My slow cooker beeped.
Oh no, you're good. Yeah,
Sorry.
you're absolutely fine. I'm just trying to
give me just 1 second.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of like the feasibility, I suppose, of imagining this.
Perhaps I'm misunderstanding the premise.
Yeah.
And I'd like to spitball. What's he mean the like internal like heads up display? Like they don't see?
I am unsure. This so far seems incredibly over my head. Which
Because okay,
yeah.
Alejo, do you have a voice in your head? You like sure like you don't like physically hear it, but like your voice you can give it an accent or like a little.
Yeah. I can have a conversation with myself. Yeah.
If your internal conversation, if your internal voice is like yelling, you may be breathing, like you may be exhaling out a little more forcefully. So like as I understand it, we both experience like an internal monologue, an internal like I guess auditory adjacent experience.
Right.
Is that just like not a thing for a P zombie?
I guess so. I'm unclear as to the experience that he's proposing, because he said that it's easy to imagine that kind of thing, and it would be easy to kind of play that kind of, or imagine that kind of character, I guess. But I don't get it.
I can't imagine a human being that doesn't have an internal experience. Like that
Yeah.
internal experience is what I identify quote being human
Yeah.
as.
Yeah. It's just
Otherwise, you'd be just an animal.
right.
One might say a zombie.
Yes, the P zombie, in fact. Yeah, I I am ultimately confused, and I'm wondering about the immersion and the immersiveness to a tabletop RPG. I've been wondering this for a while, and I'm wondering how these things are connecting, because it might just be going right over my fucking head. I might be just unable to understand this entirely. I don't know. Rico says it's called qualia. Qualia. It's essentially the way we experience stimuli. We can describe it to others, but we can only guess it's the same for everyone.
It could be qualia.
Okay. Qualia. I don't know, but okay. I understand what that is. I get that. Cuz like the way that I see this color gray might not be the same as another person seeing the color gray, but we can both understand that it's gray. And the way that this blanket feels on my body that makes me feel very sleepy sometimes is something that I could tell you how it feels to me, and like if you felt it, I could imagine that you feel it the same way potentially, but I don't know that for sure. So I get that. I don't know how any of this relates to the title of the video, but sure, yeah.
Really quick.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can dig up this photo.
Okay.
And like this isn't like me like shitting on colorblind people.
Sure.
Like, I work with a person who is legitimately colorblind.
Okay. Cool.
And I have a tendency to forget that.
Yeah.
So, at my work, we do a lot of work with gold nanoparticles.
Okay.
Gold nanoparticles are essentially the vehicle that we use to transport proteins.
Right.
Let me where is Discord? Fuck. Where is Discord? God damn it.
Fuck. That Discord fuck.
It always surprises me that like you can go to a hobby store and you can just buy gold leaf.
Yeah, right?
I mean, it's not even an ounce of gold. It's like, a couple of milligrams of gold, but it's pressed so thin that, it's just thick enough so you can't see through it.
Yeah, it's true. Smash Koopa, get points, number go up. Yes. That's how I feel too.
But as you get a lot of experience with working with gold solutions, you can sort of start to see like it's called the OD, optical density of the gold solution.
Okay.
A higher OD means there's more gold in the solution, and like it's more the vivid red.
Okay.
Fun fact, gold nanoparticles are red, not like what we think of as like gold.
Oh. Why are they called gold nanoparticles then?
Because the element is AU.
Ah. understandable.
Oh.
Oh. That is the way.
Aiden hanging out with his non-science friends.
this is a daily basis for this guy. Come on.
Yeah, no, I'm very acclimated to it by now. So that solution that I just posted
Yeah.
a picture of,
Yep.
that is, I would put that at about 3 OD optical density. Optical density is a unitless value. But like if you put that in a spectrophotometer, you get a reading of 3.
Okay.
That's what 3 OD means.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm with
But
you.
like we were running some tests, and I look at this cuvette with this gold nanoparticle solution.
Yeah.
And I go to my coworker, I'm like, that looks really thin. We're supposed to be at like 8 OD, and this looks like about 3.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? And he looks at it and he goes, I don't know, dude, that looks clear to me.
Gotcha. Yeah,
And I go, what? He's like, that looks like that has water in it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He may be like red-green colorblind or something.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I mentioned. Sorry, you
were
not
not
doing.
yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
I guessed correctly.
You did.
Yes. He is red-green colorblind.
Okay.
And he was like, I was like, really? That looks clear to you? Like,
Very interesting.
Just because like I couldn't understand, like,
yeah,
there is less light making it through that solution because the solution is pink than if the solution were clear.
Mm-hmm.
And I was astounded that he couldn't see at the very least like the difference in light level making it through the solution.
Mm-hmm.
So I was kind of dumbfounded, and like I've had colorblind like friends and people I've worked with before.
Mm-hmm.
But just this one really struck me by surprise.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I don't know, our eyes are just at different zeros.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
I'm like, yeah, I guess, but I kind of just like squirreled away this photo in case this ever came up.
Well, hey, you never know sometimes on this show.
I think we're starting to realize why his video is in black and white.
Yeah.
Because this is like he's de-immersing us in detail.
Exactly.
He's muting the details to stimulate our imagination.
I guess so, yeah. I think that's actually correct. Which is interesting.
Like he had that one brief moment of color flash on the screen, and that was it.
This is the mushrooms time. Oh yeah, for another course I wore some glasses that simulate color blindness, and that fucks with you. I bet. All right, I'm going to try my best to continue to try to understand this. Here we go.
The equivalent of the P-Zombie. You'd be running a sort of, it'd be a character simulation where everything your character does is consistent, but there's nothing of what it is like to be that character going on. I think the P-Zombie simulation and a vivid in-character, imaginative experience could both be considered immersion if the character is all that you're focused on. But the imaginative experience is kind of like having access to the conscious experience of that character. And, well, I think that's neat. Most RPGs don't seem to be well equipped for in-character imaginative experiences.
Huh?
Because every single meta concern or out-of-character action is going to be a break from this. And yeah, I think that even includes something like rolling dice. I wouldn't have imagined that complete immersion where you forget who you are and where you are in favor of what's going on imaginatively is possible, or certainly not desirable, right? If you have achieved this somehow, then I guess I would say wake up.
Wow,
It's
okay.
time to wake up. But I suppose just like reading a book, you might zone out and have this imaginative experience, but then you kind of...
Brother, I've been awake for a very long time. I'm good. I would actually like to go to sleep soon. Yes.
Really quick,
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask you guys, when you are imagining D&D, where do you imagine the camera, as it were, of your perspective?
Oh, that's an interesting question.
So for me, personally, it varies based upon the like, I guess, what sort of scene we're in, like travel versus in town
Yeah.
versus combat. If I am imagining travel, I oftentimes default to an overhead, like top-down view.
Yeah, I get that.
And then if you're going across the, say like the country,
Right.
like it zooms
Oh,
out
yeah.
to like the shape of the country, and I imagine a little river going down basically of the travel path.
It's the Indiana Jones thing.
But
Yeah,
you're
kinda.
consistently from the outside, though, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like you're not first person. You're kind of from the outside.
I go to first person when I'm role playing.
Ah, okay.
Okay, yeah. I get that.
And then third person in combat.
Yeah. It's interesting because I've not really like consciously thought about it. Like yeah, I don't know. I guess I just imagine like what I'm told in my head briefly, but I don't keep it like in my head. If that makes sense. I know where I am and I know what's going on, but I don't have a view of it necessarily all the time. I I don't know. Gosh, that's actually like really weird to think about right now.
I'm consistently from the outside.
Yeah.
I've got to say. So, and that's because usually when I think of a character, even like in roleplay, I imagine them being filmed, and like they're the subject.
I get that.
And I also like when I create characters, I'm also like to go into lots of details about, of course their appearance, but also their posture,
right,
and things like that. And so I tend to think of them as being seen by the other characters or NPCs. But that's always where they are. Like if they're out off like in a travel scene, sort of like I'll imagine what they look like to like someone who's like a peasant who's picking up stuff on the side of the road, kind of looks up and sees this sort of D&D character passing by on a horse or on a cart or something.
Sure. Yeah,
I imagine it during roleplay as like I can only provide an example of like a similar feeling. Think when you're like laying in bed and you've laid in one position for a while.
Yeah.
And you really want to switch to another position.
Sure.
And in your mind, you can imagine the exact position of how you will lay or how you want to lay.
Yeah.
And that feeling of like I'm going to move and do like this. My hand is going on my hip.
Yeah.
That's what I feel, I guess, when I'm like role playing, like, oh, my character's talking to the shopkeep, and then the shopkeep says something, and my D&D character fires back a clip of so and so,
Sure.
puts their hand on their hip. Like I feel that like I am putting my hand on my hip. I am like I guess like I take what I've been told about the scene and I reconstruct my interpretation of it, fill in details with what the DM has not told me or like has left out. Like he's not maybe repeated what the colors of like all the walls are. So I'm imagining them as like timber logs, basically.
Sure.
And I guess like even though my eyes are open, I'm not really bothering to like see through them, I guess. So like if you were to ask me what do you see, I am like, oh yeah, no, I see my friend Ray's living room.
Right.
But like, if you were to ask me, like in that scene, like, oh hey, what do you see as you're imagining it?
Yeah.
I'm like, I see the inside of the blacksmith shop.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I might be bad at imagining things, guys. I don't know. It's just the information is there. I can see what's going on. But it's not like it's, I don't know. It's not like it's relevant, but it's not entirely so. And I don't know how else to put it. 'Cause like I can parse the information. I know what the place looks like. I know what the person I'm talking to looks like. I know that when I'm talking to my friend in character, I know what their character looks like, and I can see that usually. And it's in my head, but I guess it's third person. I guess I'm honestly not sure. It's a weird, like, oh god. I don't know. It's just like it's there and it isn't. I don't know what it is. It's just like I have all of the information and I understand what's going on, but it's also like not there. So I'm like focused on both it and real life, I guess.
Yeah, it's
but not
almost. Oh, go on.
well, it's not in a way that it I don't know. It's just like if you were to ask me what I was like imagining at that moment, I might not even be imagining the thing, but if you told me, "Hey, could you imagine where you are right now?" I could tell you what I could see. Like, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know how to describe it. I feel strange now.
So do me a favor
Yeah.
and imagine like a wooden mannequin,
Okay.
and it has a sword in its hand, and it's walking forward a couple steps
Okay.
and then slicing its sword straight down and like bonking basically a wooden mannequin of a wolf on the head.
Okay. Yeah.
Can do you how to put this? Now take that scene that I've just described and basically move the camera around and like spin the scene and rotate it as that scene plays out.
Sure. I can do that.
So like you're going to an overhead view, you're spinning around clockwise, now counterclockwise.
Sure.
And now while all of this is happening and your eyes are open, do you see what's happening as almost like a weird shadow overlay of what you're physically seeing, or do you like just see the wall, like I don't know, the wall, the monitor?
I guess there is a kind of shadow, yeah. I think that would be an accurate way to describe it, yeah.
Yeah. So like when I'm imagining like say an apple,
Yeah.
I'm looking up at my wall, but like I'm imagining an apple and I'm imagining it getting more and more real, and it's like I can only I was thinking about this while I was like changing my logic, but like I can only describe it as like think of like if a mirror I guess dimension were to like come in like to transpose with ours.
Okay.
I can see like I don't physically see the apple,
Right.
but
It's
I
like
know
you're
like
looking through a window to see that apple.
yeah, I know like oh that apple is going to appear at right at that spot, and I know exactly how it's going to fall.
Yeah, I guess I can understand that and I can see that when you tell me that. Like I see what you're saying there. Yeah, I don't know. Like when you have me think about something and like visualize it, I can see it. And it's that like shadowy kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just I guess I just never think about the perspective because I'm just thinking about the moments. and like the understanding of what's going on and trying to like be in that moment, really, rather than like focus on that moment, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, yes, I follow along exactly with
Okay.
that.
All right. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah.
How about you, Dave?
Now that I've
I'm
had
trying
my
to think of how to make
existential
an apple in
crisis.
Blender.
What's up?
I'm trying to think of how to make an apple in Blender 3D.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Oh,
okay, I
yeah.
can start with a cylinder, extrude the center so that the texture map gets
Right.
narrow as it flows towards the stem. I can model the stem separately.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Shinchar had a really good observation. Okay, I'm currently just imagining a horse sliding along the ground with a character T-posing on top of it.
Yeah. Yeah. I get that. Yeah.
How does a horse T-pose, I wonder? Yeah.
It stands very straight and very still.
Yep.
Yeah.
It does its best.
All right. Now that I've had a somewhat existential crisis, let's continue. Hey.
Get back to the line.
Mushrooms.
You have to come back
Who
so that
needs
you can
them?
read the next paragraph, so that the continue.
It's like Aiden, remember this is I'm sorry, it reminded me. Remember when I described to you how I felt when I was like lying down in my bed and I saw the room just grow and shrink and such, and you told me that it sounded like I was telling you that I was high, and like I've never been high before, and you told me that was exactly the way that it was, at least to you. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
My initial experiences being high are not my experiences now.
Of
I
course.
guess.
Yeah.
When I like was first getting high, distances felt much like longer than they were.
Yeah.
Times felt longer.
Yeah.
Like I'm looking at my monitor. My monitor's about like I don't know 3.5 feet from my face.
Sure.
But when I was like first was like experimenting around with getting high,
Sure.
it felt like a solid like 5.5 feet away.
Yeah. I just it's one of those things where it reminded me of that because that like happens a lot when I'm just lying down sometimes. This is just interesting stuff. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. And I don't think I'm smart enough to understand what's going on in this video.
As a question for everyone, do you imagine better with your eyes open or closed?
I can go either way.
Yeah, I think it's similar. I think my eyes closed distracts me actually a little bit.
It kind of does me too. Like it. If I'm looking, like if my eyes are open and not moving, I can kind of just like, I guess like zero out what I see.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I start to see like those shadows basically.
Yeah.
But if my eyes are closed, I'm imagining shadows on blackness.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. That's me. Yeah. I do the same thing. It's weirder. It's not right.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I don't imagine it as easily. Anyway, like this is quickly devolving into a conversation that I am way too sober to be having.
Hey, Dave, welcome to the episode that we just talk about weird shit, huh? That you've come on.
We're gonna take a trip to abstract land.
You
didn't sign up for this.
I really quickly realized as I hugged my stuffed animal to my chest and leaned back in my chair, I was like, we need to get off of this conversation.
Let's continue, because I'm still waiting for when I can understand things that are not just like the character that I am imagining, but also potentially imagining a character that has no inner monologue at all, that I don't understand myself. But okay, yeah. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Having the experience, I suppose rolling the dice might be something like that. Just because it isn't possible to have complete immersion continuously, I don't think it means that we need to give up on it completely. It just means that we need to knock down every barrier that is practicable. So without mechanics, of which dice rolling might be one of them, to make the world feel verisimilitudinous, you know, your immersion might be hampered by the arbitrariness of the world. So there's probably a sweet spot where out-of-character concerns are tolerated because they can add to the in-character experience. So when you look at an RPG, have a look at the weight of the out-of-character concerns as a general rule to how conducive to immersion it will be. Like how many steps are there in the dice resolution mechanic, and how much spreadsheet management do you have to do on your character sheet? Are there any phases of gameplay that specifically ask you to do out-of-character stuff or to say out-of-character things in order to make the game work? I think what you'll find is that if immersion is what you're after, then games that facilitate in-character roleplay will be best for this. In fact, everything I've said so far about what makes something good role-playing maps pretty well one-to-one with what's going to be conducive to in-character immersive experiences. So RPGs aren't like other mediums, though. There are a couple of specific concerns that we should probably have a look at.
Well, I shouldn't say that I don't think that's too surprising. Like, gameplay that is conducive to you putting, like, you shifting your perspective to inside of your character, like, increases more chances for you to feel immersed.
Yeah.
That kind of sounds like you're saying, like, an object that falls for a great distance is falling for a great distance.
It does kind of sound that
Like,
way. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's like even within the boundaries of the established arbitrary gameplay structure.
Right.
I mean, you like simply voicing your character can contribute to immersion. You having an invoice conversation with the DM, and the DM in turn having an invoice NPC character conversation with your character, that contributes to immersion too. But does picking up dice or pushing your little tokens along the map break immersion? Well, I mean, it is an essential component of the mechanics of the game, like he says. That's very true. But does it take us out of the immersion? Is there a substitute that could? I mean, I'm looking for this substitute.
Yeah, I'm like I feel like it helps with my immersion sometimes. I mean, it depends on what it is, but like it helps me realize, at least with the tokens and such, potentially it's like, oh, that's where they are, that's where I am, all this kind of stuff that, I mean, yeah, I could imagine it with theater of the mind, of course, but having the visual representation is also there to help with that imagination, right?
Yeah.
To ensure that we're all on the same page.
Exactly.
And we're all imagining the same scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you accept that you kind of need the dice to resolve, likelihood, probability, your chances of success versus failure, because of course in real life, in anything, any competitive activity, in any activity where there is a possibility of failure, a little piece of that is not in the hands of the actor. The person actually engaging. I mean, like, you can work really hard to prepare, and then it can just rain, and that's the natural one,
That's true.
So I mean, you can try out differences. You can try other things. You can try theater of the mind. You can try pure interactive storytelling, but.
Right.
That's all very deterministic. Somebody at the table is deciding that something works or that it doesn't.
Yeah, it's true.
Keeping it on dice makes it a game for both the DM and the player, which is something I love.
Yeah, totally.
What does he want to say about Zen? I wonder.
I don't know, but I want to say.
No, I know a couple of Zen things. I'm interested in what he has to say about Zen.
Yeah.
There's some Zen practices that are very relevant to RPGs.
Ooh, okay. Rika said, I don't think it matters for me personally, since those philosophy classes I've thought enough about sensory experiences that I can separate from my internal imaginations from reality. Also, the beer helps. Fair. On a more serious note, I do think he has a point. I think the time I've been the most immersed in a TTRPG wasn't even when I was playing. It was when I watched a video of Blades in the Dark, and when two characters were having a seriously good conversation without any mechanics or dice rolls, and the DM was just sitting back and listening. Yeah.
I've had a couple of sessions like that were really good.
Yeah.
The players just having an interactive conversation about what should we do about this ethical conundrum we've been faced with.
Yeah, exactly. I honestly just the ability to have your characters just having a conversation and that being like the focus, I guess, is always great, at least in my opinion, whenever I'm running anything, because it's like, well, they're interacting, one, but two, like they're getting more immersed and I'm getting more immersed in the sense that, you know, I'm watching these two characters like try to figure out what to do with all the information they're given and like interact with the world and everything. And so I'm like, oh yeah, this is happening. Like this is a thing that is going on. It's sick. I'm seeing it. Real life. Whoa. In a way. Like I'm seeing what's happening with that character, but I'm also seeing like, I guess the players finding themselves like interacting in this way, not necessarily being themselves. I don't know. It's neat. It's cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, Zen.
So listening to a GM, you know, or another player describe something is probably more akin to listening to an audiobook than it is to reading it textually, right? But audiobooks can be immersive, right?
Yes.
But audiobooks don't give you agency. So in a way, you can be thinking about it more like guided imagery or guided meditation, you know? This is a technique that's used in psychotherapy. By getting someone to imagine being in a certain environment, you can not only evoke sensory experiences, but emotional ones too, which means you can probably form pretty powerful connections between yourself and your character if you do this. So sometimes in these kinds of exercises, the guide might, describe something, but then ask the person, the subject, what they see or who's there or whatever, and they'll be able to fill in those details. But in an RPG, we don't really need to ask these sorts of things if we're on a similar footing with the GM as far as creating that world. So I mentioned in my video about the role of the GM that I want players to be able to add to the world in their domain for the sake of adding to verisimilitude. And yeah, there's people in the community that call this co-creation. But I have seen some misconceptions about how exactly this is done and its relationship to immersion. So I want to clear that up now. So the argument was that if a player is co-creating, then they're imagining the world and then they're going, okay, what can I add to the world? And this creates a meta game concern because you think about your character's motivations and then you add something to the world that facilitates that. And of course, if it's metagaming, then it's breaking immersion. But I think this misunderstands the intent and the execution of what you might call co-creation. So in my mind, the GM might describe a scene and we'll imagine that scene, we'll conjure a mental image. And in our mental image, it will inevitably include a bunch of stuff that the GM didn't exactly specify, that didn't mention in particular. We're not asking you to conjure this image and then look around and go, okay, what can I add to the scene? What can I create? But rather in the natural immersed process of just imagining what the scene is like, if you see something there that the GM hasn't explicitly mentioned, then you can interact with it. This isn't adding or creating with any meta concern, but from the outside to a player who didn't hear the GM specifically mention the thing that you're now interacting with, it kind of looks like it's a co-creation process. Doing it this way will...
I'm confused.
Yeah, because I absolutely see if I come across, if my character, like, again, sees, like, the inside of a room.
Right.
I absolutely take the liberty of, like, it's the timbers. What do the timbers look like? What sort of tree are they from?
Sure. I guess my question is, in looking through the environment and then interacting with something that wasn't described, to now just have that be something that you're interacting with that the GM didn't intend or didn't initially describe, I suppose. is it just, you're in a town and, it's got all these villagers that are just walking around and stuff, and you are walking through and you go, oh, I'm gonna go over to the well in the middle of town and like pull up some water, and it's like, oh yeah, okay, you can do that, yeah, because there would be a well there. Is that what we're going for?
It's almost like just the basics of yes and. I'm still
Right.
kind of scratching. Well, where's the Zen, buddy?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to be gaining from this, right? It is
I
just
think
yes and, really.
I think what he's labeled as Zen is the I guess the psychotherapy portion
Kind of go
of
with the flow, maybe
Potentially.
sort of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
That's not technically Zen. Than some other stuff.
Maybe
yeah,
there's more to
Zen
it.
is some other stuff. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I like follow along with his the point he's making insofar as like, oh yeah, no, some therapies
Yeah.
the therapist sort of guides you along with
Yeah,
stuff.
that makes
Like
sense.
when I was talking to my therapist, we were talking about various types of therapies. She mentioned EMDR therapy, which is like eye movement something, which is like the therapist mentions like certain keywords that you may have like painful
Associations.
memories with and it's just sort of a you tell them like, oh hey, there's this word which means like something to me, and like even if the therapist doesn't know what say the cauliflower means,
Right.
you know what cauliflower means, and it's a safe space for you to engage with those feelings
Right.
and get used to the feelings of like sadness or stress or anger or whatever,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then to like this safely like get over those feelings, and then when you encounter those feelings for real, you already have experience, and it's not like, oh, the first time you've experienced since your trauma. But like then again, EMDR therapy is also notoriously controversial within the therapy sphere.
Okay.
So like
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
I'm
following,
not
but
a
I'm
therapist.
yeah.
I studied chemistry in school. I could tell you what molecules look like. That's my sphere of
I
influence.
took my Psych 101 when I did, and I passed it. I can tell you that much. But yeah, I got nothing here. I'm just trying to figure out, I guess, where we're going with it, because that's my interpretation, at least, of what I described before with the well. Like that's what I'm imagining he's talking about, but I have no idea if that's true or not.
Zen.
We're getting there. Maybe
Zen.
more Zen, maybe less Zen.
Cause less of a break of immersion, because you don't have to like quiz the GM on how it is that they see the world in order to be able to interact with it. So as players add in this kind of passive way, the other players can add to their mental picture of what the scene is like with the higher resolution that you provide from your description. You know, just like every new sentence in a paragraph of a novel adds to the detail that you use in your mental image. Like if you've ever listened to like two people relaying a shared memory, one of them will mention a detail that the other had forgotten, and that person will go, oh yeah. So when you're sharing an imaginary world with other role players, try to move through it like it was kind of like a shared memory, somewhere between shared memory and guided meditation, but it's in the now rather than the past, and you're not remembering old details but perceiving new ones.
I've actually heard of this.
Oh,
this sort of practice. Like if you're trying to figure something out or solve a problem or solve a puzzle or something out like that, the idea is to, even though you've never experienced before, act, mentally, and engage this process as if you were remembering how to solve it, not try to solve it. which is kind of weird. This is actually is in some Eastern philosophies, one of which is Zen.
Oh.
That if you can remember, process the problem as if you were remembering that you already knew the solution, which is the same thing as solving, which depending on what you're doing, might work great. I mean, obviously, if you're trying to do like high level chemistry, that's not going to work. Things are going to go horribly wrong.
Probably.
I can assure you.
Yes. Yeah, I get the concept, I guess. I'm also like, I would ask questions more so when I'm in that new area, I suppose, because, like, yeah, the DM is making the thing, and I'm also there, and my questions add to that space, potentially, right? In the sense of, like, I ask, literally, I do the well example, but this time, instead of saying, oh, I go and do the thing, I say, is there a well in the middle of town? Like, because people need their water, so, there probably is a well there, right? And
it's the yes and.
Exactly. So, like, I guess it's classic, just what you do when you're doing the thing, and I guess that is different than you just going, oh, there's a well there or something, without asking about it, because he's saying that you assume, I suppose, what would be there logically, I guess. Am I?
Yeah, I suppose what he's saying is let the players introduce things that are already composed in their imagination. Because like if a player says, "I'll go over to the well to get some water," and the GM says, "Oh, there's no well directly in town. They collect from the rain." Suddenly, you're within the player's imagination, that well that they've already composed has to be erased.
Right.
It has to be replaced with the water collection.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I guess erasing is immersion breaking as opposed to introducing.
I suppose, yeah, that makes sense. I get that. Okay.
It kind of does, but
it kind of does, but at the same time, there is a framework here that we're going for, and to achieve the actual immersion of the actual scene, you have to get details right.
And I'm waiting for him to get back to the mushroom.
Yeah, we had the mushroom for a second, and now
we swerved around the mushroom and went into Zen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're past the mushroom, probably. Or probably not going to the mushroom. I don't know, man.
Okay.
I got no idea.
So if you want to foster an immersive in-character experience, the players are just going to have to be on board with it. How many times am I going to have to say this about role-playing? And the game's going to have to support it, and you're going to have to allow it. You're going to have to let it happen. Keep all talk at the table in-universe. Don't have your disembodied player voice travel through the ether to an invisible narrator's ears and say, what does it look like? Because you've got other players at the table who are having an immersive character experience. They hear that. I mean, what are they to think? Now, just say, I look at the thing, right? If in doubt, just start every turn with the word I, and then interact with the world in some way, or just say what your character is saying. You'd be surprised how much smoother everything goes if we just stick to something like that. When you need to roll, just roll. Just roll and get on with it. Don't play a mini game in the middle of the session. Don't play a board game. Don't suddenly play a dice game.
Oh no, wait a minute. Oh God, I feel like, oh no, wait, Dave.
All of my hard work is for nothing.
Oh no, we talked about that. Oh no.
No scouring through pages and pages of books to find a table that's going to help you resolve your simple action. So realistic does not equal verisimilitudinous, right? So pick a game that feels real, not one that you know is mathematically more real. And GMs, don't ever take control of the player characters. Don't ever do something I call verbing, okay? Don't ever say you and then follow it with a verb, like feel. Just say it's cold, okay? Let the player do the verbing.
I very much agree with that, at least.
Yeah, let the player choose for themselves that the cold creeps up their fingers.
Exactly. Like
yeah. I mean, because I'm very much trained to towards the adage of show don't tell. So if you say you feel cold, that's that's very tell. But my practice, whenever I try, the practice I try to do is I try to take the adjective and convert that into the verb.
Yeah.
So cold is what you feel, and so saying like your fingers shiver in the exposed snow. I mean in terms of literature, that's more descriptive. That's definitely
Yeah.
in terms of literal literative narration. That's more generally preferred, especially among publishers and stuff like that. I suppose
Right.
that's now I kind of now I would actually love to keep it simple and just say you feel cold, you feel hot, that sort of thing.
Sure.
Keep it very keep it in the player's first person. But at the same time, sometimes you are aiming for a very specific personal effect other than just weather, especially if you're going into like dream sequences or characters having visions.
Mm-hmm.
You do kind of have to assume the player for a little bit.
Yeah, there is some times where I've seen it and it's like it becomes its own, like, oh, I do feel that, and oh, and they kind of play along with it and really just kind of go for it because it is something like, oh, this is like part of you that you've given me the license really to kind of come up with, to kind of inform your character a little bit of something that you might not have thought about before, or at least had this vagary to, right?
Yeah.
And that time in stuff like that, it's like, yeah, I mean, I can see that and I can understand that, and I think that's okay. But in certainties, I guess it's a little less all right to take control usually. Because like, yeah, I don't know, if I say that makes you feel happy, it's like, oh, does it? Oh,
Yeah, don't do I never do emotions.
right, exactly, like
always,
stuff like
always
that.
just sensation.
Yeah, sensation makes sense because it's like, but it's because that is something that you like. The shiver is involuntary, right? It's the reaction to the cold or whatever. It's you can do involuntary stuff pretty easily because it's like, well, your body just does that. You can't really control that physically, or consciously, excuse me. Yeah, I don't know.
You might tell a player what's happening to them, all right? But don't tell them what their experience is of the thing.
Yeah.
Don't tell them what they're doing. If your players just sit around doing nothing, then, well, that's on them, okay? That's not being a good player. Good players are proactive. Remember, get them to just, at the start of their turn, say I and then do something. As far as sensory stimulus goes, I think...
how does this apply to people that aren't as comfortable role-playing in that way?
That's true, because of course everyone has their own level of role play acceptance too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is it bad that they're not as immersed, quote unquote? Like what is the solution here for somebody who needs to do this in a way that's more just describing, I guess, like and asking even questions like what does it look like and all that kind of stuff. Like I don't know, the level of immersion for me is different than the level of immersion for anyone else, right? How I get immersed in things. Like, if I'm asking questions, it's so that I can immerse myself more. And if that is so disruptive to other people, I'm sorry, but I want to play the game as well and understand what's going on as well,
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do?
Yeah. If Tomb of Lime Gaming has a gaming group that is kind of on the same role play page,
yeah,
I think that's great.
That's great. That is great. Absolutely.
But we haven't always been playing with the same people for years and years, or from the same background, and so we kind of have to adapt to. We will have the one player who wants to be in first person all the time, and is very descriptive about what they do, and they have another player says, "Oh, well, I want to try and convince the guard," and they just want to roll the dice. So that's fine too. They're having fun in their own way, and maybe there's more going on in their imagination than what's just going out loud in the game.
Yeah,
and that's fine if that's how they want to play.
Exactly. So and not to say that that's, you know, against, like he's saying anything
There's some
against
interesting
this.
dialogue going on in chat.
But, oh yeah,
I disbelieve the wall and walk through it.
true. But yeah, no, I think I'm not saying that that the Tomb of Lime Gaming here is or sorry, Matt, I think potentially, I'm not sure. But they're like, hey, you know, that's a bad thing or anything. I'm just wondering what the response would be, you know? Less I don't think that, I feel like it would be like what we're saying of like, oh yeah, if that's how you play, that's fine. If that's how you get immersed, that's fine. I'm just wondering, how would this person try to help that person achieve better immersion? You know?
Yeah.
Playing over the internet might actually be the win for this one, because you're probably in the dark. You're probably got your most comfortable clothes on, and you're in your comfy chair, and your thermostat
always.
is set exactly the way you want it. It's quiet. You've got your headphones on, whatever. I mean, I think that's probably great. You know, I'd be a little bit wary of VTTs that try to be too stimulating, because it's like I said, you know, I think the middle ground is probably detrimental to immersion. You either want to be able to full Gansfeld affected, or take over your full field of sensory information, or keep it as minimal and simplistic as possible. In what you provide on your VTT, if you use something like that, basically keep it as minimal as possible. Keep the stimulus as low as possible to leave room for the imaginative experience. On music, I suppose it's probably, if the right music could enhance an immersive experience. I think there is music they use for meditative experiences, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was good and bad music for that kind of thing. So,
Aiden, my question for you: the music that I use for Vampire, does that help or does that hinder?
It depends on the song.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
It matters whether or not I personally vibe with the song, like, for the scene.
Fair.
Typically I will increase or decrease the volume accordingly.
Makes sense. Okay.
That's interesting, because today I specifically started using the music features in Foundry VTT for today's session because it was very thematic, very Halloween.
Yeah.
So of course I had my disco list, my disco music list, because they were fighting the Disco Mancer. Aiden, you weren't here when we had this conversation.
True.
but also a creepy ambience for the graveyard where the Disco Mancer was attempting to cast his spells.
Yeah.
It sounds very Crypt of the Necro Dancer.
Hey, we talked about that a little bit.
Kind of from the same vein of ideas, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's yeah.
Yeah, I do definitely have something to discuss about this after we're done with the video.
Oh yeah. It's almost over.
Okay.
I'll have to have a think about a bit more about that. I imagine too, it's probably harder to get immersed if you're performing for an audience. You tell me. So I think the in-character immersion of conjured mental imagery is cool. It's used in psychotherapy, so it's probably something that can affect people emotionally, and that may not be something you want. It's probably a pretty intense way to experience the role-playing hobby. Of course, you can role-play without it, but it's a more detached experience. I think it's totally reasonable that players at your table could both be having imaginative inner experiences or doing the P-zombie simulation and be perfectly compatible.
I still don't understand how somebody can do that P-zombie thing, where you just don't have, like, you just imagine yourself but without that inner voice. I don't.
Like, I suppose I can imagine a human-shaped animal that doesn't have any interior existence, and like I don't know.
Yeah,
like
I
can imagine an animal that like happens to be human-shaped, like a dog or something.
Yeah.
But just like inside the body of a human, I can imagine that, but like I can't imagine a person like that.
Yeah.
Although I've been on subreddits where this has been discussed a couple of times, and there are people who will pop up and say, I didn't actually know I had aphantasia.
Sure.
They don't actually know they don't have an inner like an inner dialogue.
Yeah.
For them, that being without those things is completely normal.
That makes
It's
sense.
the rest of us who are the strange ones.
Yeah, I guess it's just I don't know how somebody who has that can imagine not having that. I guess that's my that's my big thing, right? Like I get it as a concept in the sense that, well, to a degree, I guess is the best way to put it, because I understand the words. I understand what I suppose should be happening or shouldn't be happening, but I can't like properly understand it because, you know, I've lived with it for my entire life.
Like,
it's
conscious
pure
life.
concept.
I can imagine like things being quiet in your brain.
Yeah.
And like not really thinking of anything.
Yeah.
But I imagine if I were to say, hey, what's the square root of 37.5? Like, you would look up for a moment and you would see like a 37 in the square root symbol, and you would start like doing calculations in your brain, and you would have that internal experience. Or if I were to say, hey, what's your opinion on this or that, like they would then like take a while and like formulate what they were going to say inside their head.
Yeah, like I guess I would like to talk to somebody who doesn't have that, just so that I can like ask them questions about it. I guess there's probably just an interview or something on YouTube that you could
there's
probably find.
some Reddit thread you can find somewhere.
Yeah.
That's where I learned about it.
Exactly. It would just
the square root is 6.2, by the way.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, brother, I know.
Okay.
But yeah, so yeah, it's just one of those things that I would want to try to clearly understand in a way that they could explain to me as to how it works, and really try to figure that out before I tried to imagine a character like that, you know? Because I need that understanding first, I guess, before I can even try. And I don't see how it's easy, because am I crazy, or did he say that it was easy, or it could be easy?
I mean, it's like a group buy-in thing.
Yeah. I don't know. He might not have. I don't know. It's just one of those things that he's put forward, and I'm like, maybe. I don't know. Anyway.
As long as there's
yeah.
I'm just like, I'm so taken with this idea of like the idea of a person that doesn't have an internal experience.
Yeah.
Like, what happens when they take a test? Do they not have a conversation with themselves in their head while they're taking the test?
Exactly. I can imagine
think
that myself.
and weigh things out.
Yeah,
but they do it anyway. So therefore, there must be a way. There must be like they're not. There's not like a coping mechanism, because this is the norm for them.
Yeah,
it's
just fascinating. That's all.
Yeah, it really is.
It's just hey, this video is pretty good. It's made me think a lot about things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they probably ask, how can you take a test with all of these thoughts actually composed into vocalizations in your head?
Honestly, it is weird to think about that I can like function with this voice in my head that's like something that I can turn to. And
doesn't that take up time?
Exactly, right? Like, yes, it takes up a lot of time. Exactly. So like, what do they have a more efficient life than me? You know?
Yeah.
I hope so. My brain is full of my voice that tells me things that sometimes I'm like, hey, shut the fuck up, maybe. I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's weird.
Quick question for you guys, and at the risk of having yet another like conversation that I'm entirely too sober to be having.
Hell yeah.
Do you guys ever have like a conversation between like you? It's like you Control C, Control V yourself like 3 or 4 times.
Oh yeah.
And then have a conversation between 3 or 4 copies of you. And like you ascribe a different like personality to each one of, and like if you want to weigh things out across like multiple how to if you want to analyze multiple, I guess, interpretations,
Yes, that's the word I would use.
Here, you have like a version of you that would perhaps take what they've heard and interpret it less generously,
Yes.
or with like a little sarcasm. That's the less generous one, the sarcastic one, the angry one, and then you just kind of, it's like Inside Out, basically. Like they're all copies.
Yeah, I was
of
gonna say I've seen this episode of Teen Titans somewhere. Yeah,
they are all you,
Yeah.
but they're just like different versions of you, I guess. And
Yeah.
you just kind of weigh things out and see what the general consensus comes to, and then that's the decision that you go with.
Yeah, not explicitly,
Right.
but I will sometimes sit and consider what is the most cynical perspective on this. What is the most optimistic take on this? What is my most pessimistic take on this?
Right.
I'll think about those things, not like explicitly, kind of designating each one of them to a certain perspective, but I'll kind of allow myself to delve into each angle and kind of make a list of all of the outcomes when I consider things. But not quite explicitly Control C, Control V.
Yeah. I'm with Dave on that one. That's more the way that I go for it. I don't really like. Sometimes there's times where I've imagined another me a few times. Like there have been cases for sure, just to see, and see how they go. But it's more often than not just me thinking about it as me, but different in my way of thinking, in like the most extreme in some cases, and all that kind of stuff, but rather not Control V or Control C, Control V and all that. Yeah.
That's interesting. I oftentimes, like, if I'm like having a conversation with someone, I have like when I am having someone tell me, say, a story about their day, for instance.
Sure.
I usually like have a few different versions of, I guess, myself. And when I'm listening, like each person is like chiming in with their own interpretations, which I will then choose to either like vocalize or not.
Yeah, no.
Like whenever like a person is telling me, like, say for instance, about their day, I'm analyzing like 3 different ways of like interpreting, I guess, the events of their day. And then I'll like choose one to perhaps focus on based on what I think is most I guess receptive to the person.
Yeah, no.
I don't know.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Internal experiences are fucking weird, dude.
Yeah, dude. Being human is fucking weird.
They're unique to everyone, and it's impossible to discuss them while sounding sober.
Yeah, man. We're doing the deep shit, I guess. Personally, I tend to just drift into thoughts, and then at some point imagine another more rational me come in and go, "No, you fool, you moron, don't." Fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
Sticking to the conventions of in-character talk. But if you do want to be affected this way, then I would say shed everything from your game that's a meta consideration, stay in character, and limit sensory stimulus. This is the path to opening the doors of perception without drugs.
Oh, cool.
I imagine that people's responses to the video is either going to be like, everyone's going to say, Matt, like, we are immersed all the time.
It is Matt.
This video doesn't even, not even worth talking about.
No, I don't
So
feel that's
Either
true.
that or people were going to be like,
What I'm hearing
sorry.
is in order to improve my game, I should have like multiple sensory deprivation tanks and hand earbuds to each player and say, "Hey, join this Discord call."
It's a way to do it, I guess. Yeah, no, it's I think it's one of those things, and this happens all the time in videos where you just go, oh, the people are gonna say this is fucking worthless, and it's like, well, no, I think it's very good for a conversation because it's made me think about a few things. It's made me have my little existentialism a little bit, and we've talked about a few different perspectives that we have of ourselves and the world around us because of it, and I think it's very important. It's just I don't know how relevant it is to specifically tabletop role-playing game immersion, I guess. It is, it's meant to be with these techniques that have been proposed. Like that one section with the co-creation. That's the one that I think is the strongest for the tabletop role-playing stuff. Other than that, it's just been interesting, really.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I've not been able to follow along with a lot of this video because a lot of it's very like complicated.
Yeah.
Also, I'm working on like at this point just over 24 hours of no sleep.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Let's hear his other expectation about the listeners right quick.
Yeah. I do want to
talk
that.
about for
sure. For sure.
The video is either going to be like, everyone's going to say, Matt, like, we are immersed all the time. This video doesn't even, not even worth talking about.
We're immersed to hell, bro.
Either that or people were going to be like, no, it's impossible. No, you can't get immersed. Or immersion's it's fake. It's not real. Everything you do in an RPG is immersion breaking. So what's the point?
Okay.
So yeah, let me know the optimal conditions that you have for being immersed in your game, because
tell me about
it might
your
be
game.
something that other people want to try out. Until next time, though, my name's Matt. This was the Tomb of Lime. Thanks for listening.
Okay.
So
that's so loud.
Yeah,
pretty
Christ.
much. So he mentions
Christ.
Zen, and like a thing I want to bring up, especially in Zen practices.
Yeah.
Actually, even outside of Zen, because he mentioned about having maps and messing around with miniatures. Like one of the longest running human hobbies is the manipulation of little tiny representations of people.
Yes.
Thousands of years, like you can go into Mesopotamia, into Egypt and things like that, and you can find maybe very imperfect but miniature representations of human beings made of stone or of wood or something like that, and so I can't exclude the possibility of those types of things being a component of immersion, like being able to manipulate little you contributes to the imagination in some way,
Little you,
especially. And Zen also, the practice of Zen gardening, like Zen gardens, they can be huge. They can be like an acre size, but they can also be like tiny little desktop sandboxes.
I have one at work, actually. That's a Halloween themed little Zen garden thing. Yeah,
and it's designed so that you are like the caretaker of this tiny little place, ensuring like the perfection of its lines and things like that. But at the same time, a little gust of wind can, like, even though you are the god of this tiny little acreage, a little gust of wind can transform the entire surface without your input.
Trees fall
and
over
so
sometimes.
Don't underestimate the enjoyment of the way that manipulation can play into immersion too.
Yeah.
So Entropy said imagine creating tulpas to improve your D&D game.
Yes, Entropy and Viridia are the tulpas of Shin, I believe.
Yeah, I actually finished up Twin Peaks: The Return last year,
Oh,
where tulpas play a role in the
I forgot that
the
that was a
storyline.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Neat.
little duplicate, imperfect people.
Yeah.
And this sparked another question I wanted to ask
Oh
of you
yeah,
guys.
absolutely.
Did you have an imaginary friend growing up?
Yes. I also had imaginary pets.
Yeah. Does the imaginary friend of being a character count? Like a video game character count?
Oh yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, yeah, I imagined Sonic when I was young because I was a little Sonic fanboy.
I was also a Sonic fanboy, but
Yeah.
I did not have any.
Really?
I don't know. I just couldn't maintain them.
Oh, interesting.
When I became an adult, I have a lot more imaginary protagonists or antagonists, I should say.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
made up people who just kind of criticize everything I do.
It's easier now. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, that's interesting. I it's like one of those stereotypical quote unquote childhood things, I guess. But I've not actually heard of anybody that I've known who didn't have one. That's interesting.
And speaking of stereotypical childhood things, like playing D&D in a basement,
Hey.
one of the biggest stereotypes, that's actually a very good environment for immersion because you cut out the sunlight, you cut out the passage of the obvious passage of time, unless you've got like a clock on the wall
True.
somewhere.
Casino rules.
Yeah.
True.
That's true. They stimulate your imagination in other ways.
It's just one with this next poll. That's the one.
This is the one that'll do it.
You know what? You're about everybody who quits is just one away from winning. And
you walk into the basement and much like a casino, someone like ushers you to a seat to play D&D, and then when you stand up and you leave the basement, you have no idea how much time has passed.
Yeah. I mean, you're hanging with your friends. I mean, you're having a good time. Time's gonna pass.
Yeah, for sure. It's honestly the best video to go into after like 18 hours of no sleep. Yes. I'm actually I'm like coherent, so like I'm following this stuff, but it's just one of those things that I'm not sure if I've got enough information in my background to like comprehend enough, you know? It sparked conversation that I really like, but I don't know if it's relevant to specifically that stuff, you know, mostly. I mean, we talked about it a bit, but it's more been the more tangents that we've been on that I've been more interested in, I guess. Even though the video itself is interesting, don't get me wrong. I'm just not familiar enough, I guess.
Yeah, the Tomb of Lime Gaming. I mean, yeah, like I said, you never know. His play group may be on the same page about this sort of thing, and this is how they run things, and that's good. I like my math rocks. Well, actually, it's not so much math on my rocks. They're just all symbols, so they're more like fortune telling stones.
Yes, you roll the bones and you tell the future.
Which is another practice that is thousands of years old.
Exactly. Good stuff. I think I claimed to have a Sonic as an imaginary friend, but I didn't really. I just assumed it was something a person has. Sonic was just a character I liked. Yeah, no, I talked to Sonic and friends. It was a thing. It was weird. Anyway.
I can't imagine it. So many people have voiced Sonic that it's like Jaleel White voiced Sonic at one point.
Yeah.
So I'm like, nah, I don't want to hang out with Jaleel White.
No,
Sonic. I don't know.
It wasn't that Sonic, though that cartoon was fucking weird. I didn't watch Sonic Sat AM. I watched The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog when I was young. It was the worst one.
Okay. No, actually, I did a couple of years ago. I watched Sonic Boom. I was pleasantly surprised by Sonic
Boom is apparently very good. Yeah,
Sonic Boom was decent.
Yeah.
Although Oh, which show was it that the OST, the opening was like um too fast for the naked
Oh, that
eye.
was Sonic's At I Am. That was
Yeah,
yeah.
dude. That I really like that song.
Yeah. Sonic Underground was the other one. Which
Oh,
I
I
saw.
never liked Sonic
No, it's bad.
Underground.
I watched a couple of
Right.
things of it, but yeah, not great.
I watched it as a really big Sonic fan, and when I tell you I wanted so desperately to like it.
I understand. I get you. Um,
I was sold on Sonic Boom as soon as Knuckles had that uncooked pheasant stuck on his hand, flopping it
remember
up and down like a puppet.
I should
This is
watch
the
it at
show
some
for
point.
me.
Yeah, I should really watch it. Yeah, speaking of internal experiences, when you mentioned Roll the Bones, the Rush song started playing in my head immediately. Nice.
Oh yeah, you
That's
get
not
Russian
bad.
stuck in your head, and it's not going to go away.
That's not bad though.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I have plenty more videos. It's crazy that
Okay.
that one happened.
I can get through one more, but then I got to do grown-up stuff for the rest of the day.
Hey, absolutely fair. Well then I will let there be a choice. I have a few things here. I have
Okay.
how to take better notes in Dungeons and Dragons by the DM Lair. We have the new DM's guide to balancing encounters. The new DM's an actually useful how-to by Dungeon Masterpiece. There is no, I don't. Okay. There is Why D&D Rangers Never Feel Quite Right by Bob Worldbuilder. And can these D&D homebrew subclasses be saved by Crazy K Dice?
I kind of like either notes or rangers. Like the subject of the ranger and it being kind of an entire suboptimal class always fascinates me.
Right? It is true.
Like they did in Unearthed Arcana like a modified ranger that they offer, but still, I mean the play tested ranger somehow ended up in 5e, and I'm like, what? What?
Yeah, that is true. Ranger is that thing that's like thematically cool. Like thematically
Yes.
super cool. We all like that idea, but it never
We-
seems to manifest in a way that's ever been 100% satisfying to
Yeah,
like.
we all like Aragorn.
Yeah,
Now,
oh
the
yeah.
thing within Lord of the Rings, though, like a ranger is not by itself a singular occupation.
No.
There you can be a smith who is a ranger. You can be a
Yep.
scholar who is a ranger. And they are feared not just for their fighting prowess, but because they are exposed to like these ancient civilizations that fell to darkness.
Yeah.
And so the public, like Breland, they see Aragorn pop in, and they're instantly, of course, Butterman is of course instantly afraid of him because he, like I said, he's been exposed to these Angmar and Numinous and such. So maybe Ranger should be a background, you know?
Ooh, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that's the solution. Let's do the Ranger video.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I think we've
No,
gone
I
into it.
concur.
Yeah. Let's do it. Okay. So this.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah,
Okay.
he does some
yeah.
good stuff.
Oh, sweet sassy 22 minutes. Okay. I'll tough it out.
Okay. Up to you if you need to leave at any point. You're all right. You can do so.
Okay.
But yes, so Why D&D Rangers Never Feel Quite Right by Bob Worldbuilder. We covered a couple of his things before. We've disagreed with him a couple of times. But overall, yeah, he's all right.
Yeah.
Ranger, a wandering warrior imbued with primal magic. Magic? Well, I mean, that's the subtitle for the Ranger class in the latest version of Dungeons & Dragons, a game that is in many ways responsible for popularizing the character concept of the Ranger. So,
Disagree.
then why is
Yeah,
it that
I was going to
Rangers...
say, like, literally Lord of the Rings is the one.
Yeah, we were just talking about this.
Yeah. I guess, no, yeah, it would be just, I guess, brought to the public more, but Lord of the Rings was, like, incredibly popular as a movie. So
And there are definitely Ranger-like characters I know in Terry Brooks's works as well. but I mean, even before the movies,
Yeah,
like,
the books themselves.
the only reason the ranger is in D&D is because
Mm-hmm.
like there is this character who is a ranger in Lord of the Rings. I want to be that guy.
Exactly.
Also,
D&D.
like the archetype of guy who's good with sword and also with a bow is like a pretty common one.
Yeah.
In a lot of fiction.
Yeah.
Like it's even more common than like a main character who's like sword and board, for instance.
Yeah, honestly.
Like part of the reason why I picked Ranger as my first ever D&D character back when we were playing 3.5 was because I kind of wanted to be able to do everything, but I preferred being able to focus on range.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's in the name.
D and other role-playing games.
Oh, you know what else is in the name? Anger.
Anger.
Ooh.
True. Shit. Didn't think of that.
Often seem to miss their hunter's mark.
Nice.
Seriously, go ahead. Please tell me what you think about this problem down in the comments while I tell you the short version of what I think.
Okay.
Rangers, all the way from Aragorn to this guy, are built on a deeply rooted, mythologized divide between safe civilization over here and monstrous wilderness over here.
Yeah.
And we can make a fun-to-play ranger character by erasing this mythical border and maybe giving them a cool companion. But before we discuss any mechanics, we got to start all the way in the beginning.
God created the heavens and the earth.
Oh, Monty
This
Python
story
joke.
is actually one of the countless examples of how, for thousands of years, people have drawn a hard line between themselves and nature. And even in this version, where nature is a literal paradise with just a couple people living in harmony with it, this story immediately tells us that the people, quote unquote, have dominion over the fish and the birds and the plants, etc.
I was gonna go with Gilgamesh and him making friends with the beast guy, but okay.
True. Yeah. What? I don't know this Genesis song, I guess.
I think the Genesis was a joke, and
he's yeah. You're right. Okay. Yep. I'm
dominion over the beasts and the birds.
I'm ready to go to bed. Yep. Okay.
Yep. I was like I said, I would have gone with Gilgamesh, but okay.
Yep. You're right. Okay.
And this idea, this message of people ruling over nature, is perhaps humanity's oldest and most personal conflict, which you might remember from school at some point as man versus nature. Not to be confused with Man vs. Wild, an amazing TV show from the mid to late 2000s, best known today for being a meme about a guy drinking his own piss.
Yeah, it's a good one.
And there's a plane between takes, but if it's between takes, we're on track. In either case, though, Man vs. Nature, Man vs. Wild, the conflicts and the lessons are the same. We humans, we're not like the other animals. We draw this hard line, separating humanity from nature, to both understand ourselves, understand the world, and for survival. So it's always civilization against wilderness. This is kind of how we get law versus chaos in RPGs, and just in general, man versus monster. But then,
St. George
who
and the
among
Dragon
us is brave enough to hold that line and have dominion over nature? That hero is the ranger. So is this the answer to a fun ranger in RPGs? Give them mechanics to survive by drinking their own piss and, I don't know, forging powerful friendships with volleyballs?
Purify water.
No, but believe it or not, it is way closer to the answer than you probably think. And if that sounds crazy, it should. Because we are challenging thousands of years of ingrained cultural beliefs, it should feel a little weird, I guess.
I was gonna say the ranger itself feels like like the person. You had described this before because of how Aragorn is treated and such, being like able to go to these places that have been touched by darkness and all that kind of stuff, and it makes it so that the ranger itself, because if we're going by the more not modern, but contemporary, not contemporary, the real world-ish application of it, I suppose. The person who goes out into the wilderness, as is described here, the person who goes out into the wilderness who can survive and who is both of the city and of the forest in a way, quote unquote, nature in general, they would be looked upon as like a weird guy, probably. Like, who the fuck is that guy? Oh, he's the ranger. You know, he's a ranger. And you know how rangers are. They go out there and they live out there, man. Outside the walls, you know?
He's seen some things.
This type of character has another name that it goes by, a wild man.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, Pizza Funk. Yeah, it's I like the idea of making rangers into more of this, not necessarily mythologized, I guess, but more just inherently, I guess just not mistrusted either, but fucking, what's the word?
Feared,
yeah.
In infamy.
Yeah, infamy's better, I suppose. It's just that accepted thing. Like, they know that they need that person because at the end of the day, if somebody goes out in the woods and doesn't come back, they can rely on that guy who's been out in the woods for like ever. And it's fucked. But he can get him. He's a weirdo, but he can do it, you know? And kind of having that be this, like, what you have to deal with as being a ranger, because like you're just weird, man. What are you doing? Leave.
And he doesn't take gold. He only takes seashells.
Yeah,
we don't know what he does with them.
Yeah,
and he won't tell us.
Yeah, he's just this weird guy who just gets what he needs, and that's it. Really, he comes to town to, like, you know, sell off the hides and stuff or something, and then
do
just
the
leaves.
laundry at mom's place.
That's right. Yeah, he needs that washing machine, gets the quarters for it for selling the hides, and he gets it back out there to get dirty all over again. Fucking weirdo.
But for the purposes of the Ranger, and particularly the Ranger in 5e style gameplay, where wilderness exploration is barely part of the game, all that means is that we have to bust this ancient myth and stop thinking and designing as if there's a difference between kinds of wilderness and even between wilderness and civilization. And maybe the best way for me to make this case in RPGs is to talk about the concrete jungle, cities. And conveniently, I get to do that by breaking down a wonderful, high fantasy, urban, yet wilderness-like setting that also happens to be this video's sponsor, City of Arches by Sly.
Oh, of course, sure.
But what sets this City of Arches apart, and simultaneously makes it amazing for game masters, is its namesake, the Arches. Because of course, you can plug this
They
city
definitely
into
didn't
any
take this from
fantasy
Oblivion.
setting, and of course, it's got a mix of political intrigue and high adventure,
like
both
the City of Brass looking-ish.
on the streets and below them. And of course, it's a melting pot for all manner of fantasy peoples. But this fantasy city in particular actually builds in the perfect explanation for why it's such an adventurous, diverse, and dangerous place. The city's arches are ancient portals through which travelers from other worlds still sometimes arrive, usually with little memory of where they came from.
Oh, so it is Oblivion. Okay.
I was gonna say, give their demons gift baskets, looks like. Hey, wow, you came through the portal here. Friend. Love it. Look at that. It's great.
No way to return. Now, to talk about how the
Mephistopheles.
survivalist ranger
Yes,
would
it
be a fun
is.
character to play, even in the city,
It's
I'm going to
Greg,
highlight
actually.
two locations found in this
No,
city.
Greg is
Cliffs
Mephistopheles,
of
yes.
the Dead. But hey, if you want a city sourcebook packed with tons of cool locations and adventure hooks listed everywhere, and a one-page intro module, more adventures
Planar
and tables
hubs,
and
I've seen
tools
a
for
few
building
of
your
those,
own
yeah.
adventures, all written by the guy who makes 5e easy to run, check out the City of Arches Kickstarter through the link below. There's another plane right away, literally directly above me. What are the
Propeller this time.
The Cliffs of the Dead are basically a cliffside network of catacombs. And obviously, if your ranger has a favored enemy mechanic of some sort, and that enemy is undead, they'll be able to kick some butt here. But aside from all that, the survivalist ranger character should be good at moving through this and any environment, flat out. Water, snow, sand, muck, vegetation, even up and down walls. I don't care if it's cliffs, buildings, or dungeons, this character should be at least as good as a rogue at scaling around and scouting from high places to see what their elf eyes can see.
They do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say they do that, and they're pretty good at it. Though usually, I mean, I don't know what they've done with the one now in 5.5, but it was like the favored terrain or something.
Hang on, I've literally got this on the thing behind me here.
Oh, that would be great.
R for Ranger.
Mm.
Yeah, it's been forever since I went through my D&D book here.
Yeah. Because like
that's not true. I was looking at divination spells the other day.
Oh, as one does, to really try to actually utilize them.
Yep.
Please.
Natural explorer, difficult terrain doesn't slow your group's travel.
There you go. That's
okay.
The
So
one.
we're set for that.
Yeah,
we got that.
It's there. We're already here. Awesome.
I'll keep this open just in case.
Yes. Thank you.
Another thing, the Cliffs of the Dead are cool because older tombs are slowly and inexplicably drawn deeper into the mountain. So the newest.
So I don't mean to complain too much about it. It's its own like setting and stuff, but could we not do something a little bit more generic and like understandable that way? Like I'm fine with a cool, interesting like tomb like setting full of undead and all that. But I don't know, it's like to show something that's might be in anybody's game rather than this one setting potentially. Just to explain things, we could go for I don't know like a not just a regular forest, I guess, but a forest in general, because then you have all the concepts there, I suppose. But it's not a big problem. It's just a thing. I don't know. Just to make it more relatable, quote unquote, in a way, or understandable, quote unquote. Not like you can't understand it, but I don't know, something about it.
I don't know, like what seems to be is a secondary point of this video is to get people excited to play Rangers.
Yeah.
So I can't exactly blame the creator of this video for one to be like, "Oh, dude, let's come up with some cool ideas."
Yeah, but you can still come up with
reinterpretations of the standard Ranger,
I suppose. But it's less about the Ranger at this point, but more about just the environment, right?
Yeah.
Again,
You mentioned environment, and I'm sitting here looking at the Ranger, and I can't help but think, like, wouldn't it be cool if like the subclasses were based on environment? Like you got the one Ranger who goes to like the Forbidden Cities, and you got another Ranger who goes deep into the deserts, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Because like right before Ranger, you got the Paladin, and the thing about the Paladin is like, depending on which branch of Paladin you take, you get extra special spells just for your subclass, and there's nothing like that for the Ranger.
I think
they get different spells.
Yeah,
I mean, like 90%.
Well, not in the player's handbook anyway.
Oh yeah. In the player's handbook, it's a little bit more generic stuff. Yeah. But in some of the subclasses, at least from what came out for 5e, like the Gloom whatever and the Horizon Walker, yeah, all these kinds of stuff, like the insect one that I can't remember off the top of my head right now. They do have some unique spells that they get because of that.
I thought the insect one was a druid.
Is it the druid? I thought the Ranger also.
Oh
yeah, you're right.
I literally only have the player's handbook.
You're
so
right. Yeah. It's just one of those things that you know, you got all these things, but I agree that I don't know, the Ranger stuff is like the Gloom Stalker, right? Is for those more gloomy, mushroomy biomes, it seems. Kind of. It's more the theming of the powers that you get rather than anything to do with the actual biome, I guess. But maybe it's because that biome is so familiar to them that they do get the benefits, I guess, of some sort. I'm not sure, but I don't know. It's I feel like the Ranger should We've already got the terrain thing, which makes it so that it's a universal kind of deal. I feel like more things that just make it so that it's just good in whatever, because they know how to, as the meme said, adapt and overcome any situation that's out in the wilderness would be good.
And to address Unit Rico's, who talked about criticism of biome specific ranges, I wasn't thinking so much like the ranger being more effective in one biome than another, but rather their background with that one biome grants them something that rangers from another biome don't necessarily have.
Yeah, exactly.
Are always at the cliff face, but the survivalist ranger, like a coal miner or a classic dwarf or a carrier pigeon, should have a built-in compass to navigate any environment. So it's not like they have a photographic memory to perfectly map out what should be this mysterious and shifting location. No. But anywhere, this ranger should be better than other characters at sensing subtle changes in direction, air currents, temperature, slope, ambient animal sounds, and even architecture.
Your group cannot become lost except by magical
Think about
means.
it this way.
Yeah,
Even if you
I was
can't
gonna
play...
say that's pretty much in there.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
And that's at level 1.
Yeah, that's like pretty good.
Yeah, that does sound like it's already there. Huh. Weird. Okay.
Play music, you can tell when chords change in a song or when something is out of tune. And to the ranger, everything about their surroundings is like a song. They know when it's changing, they know when something's off, even if they don't know anything about architecture. And that acute sensitivity to their surroundings is what allows the survivalist ranger to track.
Forgive me, I must go and attend to my cats. They're just yelling at me through my door.
Okay.
You keep going.
I feel that this is. I kind of feel like this is player level content rather than GM DM level.
Yeah.
And not to separate you say that one is better than the other, but like player content is obviously the market for player content is much higher than GM or DM content because of course there are more players of D&D than there are GMs or DMs of D&D.
May I just ask? I've never heard like player content or GM content like delivered as a phrase. What exactly do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, for example, like player build videos are very much content directed at people playing. Explanation of spell. I mean, obviously both GMs and DMs can benefit from explanation of spells, but usually they're aimed more at the players because like this is how this could be to your advantage when you're fighting monsters and stuff like that. And then DM content is more about composing a campaign, taking notes, more.
I certainly agree with you. I assumed that was why like they were on a hike was to get all sorts of thematic backdrops for a ranger.
Yeah, that makes sense. Although when I look at his other thumbnails, he is definitely outside in some of his other thumbnails.
I couldn't. Yeah, and that's the thing is that's why I've been I sounded so unsure saying that because I know I've seen him outside before, but at the same time, it seems so perfectly thematic for this.
He does. Okay. I guess he has access to a really nice. It looks like fairly viney, so that's probably kind of southeast to Midwest U.S. I know on the West Coast would definitely be much more deciduous.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the types of back when we had the Aurora, like a few months ago.
Yeah.
I drove out a few hours from the city, like into the like middle of the country. And this was my first time in like the wooded areas of the Pacific Northwest that have like inspired games like Alan Wake or Silent Hill.
Right.
and those games are pretty spot on in terms of their representation, because while I was like out there, I was like, oh boy, it would sure suck to run into a fucking Wendigo right now.
Yeah.
And I started to get that this is more so a side note just because I'm also like really tired, but I started to get more that like sort of overgrown, like I am out in the wilds and running into a monster is like a real threat right now. Sort of feel.
When you're in an environment like that, but just like running into a badger is like running into a monster.
Yeah.
Because they're completely unpredictable. They rarely see humans. They don't know what you are. They don't know what you smell like.
Right.
Because you got those human soaps on you.
That's true.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I showered this morning, I'll have you know. Come on.
Yeah. No, that makes it worse.
Oh no.
That makes it worse.
Badger, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that makes you more alien to the badger.
No, Badger.
Better than anyone else, always getting some info about either the size or type, number, speed, or time that a creature moved through the area. That's
While
Aragorn
tracking other creatures, you
recounting
also
what
learn
happened.
their exact number, their sizes, and how long ago they passed through the area. Level 1. He's
Okay.
describing a level 1 ranger.
Oh no. Ooh. Breaking the status quo here, I see.
Yeah.
To Pippin and Merry just by looking at some bent grass. That's this little depression in some rocks that to me are very clearly a deer print, and it also helps that I saw a deer like as soon as I came out here today, so I know there's one around and I know they're walking around here. And speaking of the ranger himself, when poor Frodo is pierced by the Morgul blade at Weathertop,
He didn't die.
what does Aragorn do? He gathers a healing herb, Kingsfoil, to tend to the wound. And of course, besides herbs, this ranger should always be able to find water, food, and shelter anywhere. Or, if those raw resources just don't exist in a given place, the survivalist always finds a way to produce them.
Takes the Outlander background, makes it so
when you
can...
forage, you find twice as much food as you normally would.
Oh.
Level 1 ranger.
Well, you don't even need to... But if you take the Outlander background, you literally just feed everybody for... you feed yourself and 5 others to... in the wilderness, whenever.
But if you're a ranger, now you can feed 10 people.
No, hey! There you go. Even better.
You are Ranger Jesus.
Hell yeah. Those 5 berries I found actually multiplied in my hands. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're now 50.
Whee!
I'm guessing he didn't take the player's handbook out into the wilderness with him.
I guess not. / just didn't read it to update himself. It's fine.
I don't know.
That's fine. A ranger will mostly be using its bow, so maybe give them things that make them hard to see when they aren't moving, like modern day snipers. Give them special abilities that make them hidden in sight. Yeah, like the hide in plain sight thing and everything.
Hide in plain sight.
Yeah.
They did do that. It's just they've taken that away, don't forget. For 5.5, they've made it so that they just go invisible now. Which is way better, but also weird. Because they just magically go invisible now instead of just thumping themselves into the mud and then crawling all over it.
Yep, 7.5 minutes in. Rangers feel fine still. I don't know. Yeah.
If this is what I want from my ranger, it seems like I'm getting what I want from my ranger. So far.
Or some equivalent. I told you Bear Grylls wasn't too far off from our answer, and here's a twist. Neither was our castaway volleyball companion, because the other unique element of the ranger concept, in role-playing games especially, is their companionship. Not usually with an object, but often with a creature that represents this capital W wilderness, because this fantasy ranger knows that by working together, rather than fighting for dominion over one another, these companions increase their chances of survival. And this is where D&D comes in, because the D&D Ranger, Gristo Erden, has a badass Panther companion, in addition to being able to do all that survivalist stuff we just talked about. And in more modern D&D media, we have Vexalia from Critical Role, and her giant bear.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Drizzt is character that I feel in the vast minority that like I've never been interested in Drizzt.
I've never looked into D&D media, really. You know, I've always just played the game.
He's got his
Fair.
audience for sure.
Yeah.
But you had to be a particular age at a particular year.
Mm,
I was not that age in that year.
yeah.
Um,
I don't know,
but yeah,
all of them seem like fine characters. I never looked into them, you know. It never was something like, oh, I want to read about Faerun, you know. It was just like, oh yeah, this is a place, neat. I'll play Baldur's Gate once or twice.
Menzo Baranzan, what's that?
Companion, trinket. Overall, this part of the Ranger doesn't need much explanation. Let them forge a lasting bond with a beast or even a monster of their choice and do some sick combo moves when fighting alongside that creature. And on this note, the Ranger should be able to communicate at least simple ideas with creatures in any environment, whether that's their companion, wild birds, sewer rats, or perhaps some alien monster.
I believe they get speak to animals. Pretty sure.
they can take that as a spell.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, speak to animals is actually a barbarian ability.
Oh,
And druid ability sometimes.
yeah.
Yep, level 3.
Yeah, it's very strange.
I don't really have any issues with barbarians getting speak to animals because I like the whole wild man aspect to it,
Sure.
but I do
Oh, yeah.
I do definitely think rangers should get it too.
Yeah. I guess I'm not that much into Drizzt specifically, but I did like a few of those books he was in.
The Drizzt to his friends.
Yeah, the Drizzt.
No. Oh.
Because beyond language, the Ranger has a deep understanding of life, of what all sorts of creatures want and need to survive and be happy. And if you haven't noticed, we barely mentioned good at fighting as a Ranger thing because, well, and really, I don't think we mentioned it at all until the animal companions came up. And I could see this being more controversial because obviously
Okay.
all of the Rangers I mentioned so far were highly competent warriors. But to me, their fighting prowess is not one of the things that makes them unique. And that's the bigger part of the problem with RPG Rangers. Not only missing the marks we've gone over, but then...
No, wait, how are they missing it? They have all of the things that you were talking about.
Yeah. So far they got all the things.
Yeah, I don't like what are they missing in terms of any of what you said? The animal companion can die pretty quick, don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah.
They've kind of fixed that ish, not really. But it's still there. You can still get one, and then you cry very hard when it dies, and then get another one that will die in 2 seconds when you get to the anywhere.
Yeah.
Woo! We love.
Now, if you play a halfling ranger and take the mounted combat feat,
yes,
a successful dex save will keep your animal companion from being killed in a fireball.
That's true. That is actually very true.
Replacing the marks with a few cool combat tricks or spells and just hoping no one notices. And I think we all noticed. I mean, I know XP to level 3 noticed,
My
and
laundry
everybody
has
who watched
finished. I will be back shortly.
Alrighty.
Oh wow.
his video noticed. However, I will say that the D&D Ranger trope of Hunter's Mark, being able to mark a specific target, track them with certainty, and sure, do a little extra damage, that's actually a fun and great addition, building on these other core concepts of...
Except there is a problem with the new one. It's still a concentration spell for them, so they cannot do so many things without constantly worrying about concentrating on the Hunter's Mark.
You roll over to the H.
Yeah.
The Paladin kind of deals with the same thing with some of their smites.
Yeah, but at least with the Paladin, you can do it all on your turn, and then usually, I mean, it's the bonus action into the action usually, or something.
Concentration up to 1 hour, yeah.
Yeah. But Hunter's Mark is just like, hey, guess what, dude? Don't get hit, all right?
And don't fall asleep.
Yeah. You know how your like cool concentration spell. It helps you even better when it's like way later in level and all that. It's nice that it's like it levels up with you kind of when you cast it at higher spell slots, but you still don't get fucking hit, dude. And don't go to sleep. Yeah. Don't sleep. Don't go to sleep.
Yep.
It's bad.
Of the Ranger,
Short rest
so I'm
for
all
the
about
enemy.
it. Totally smooth transition out of the woods. So, as we start roasting some Ranger mechanics from D&D and other RPGs, let's remember what we've talked about.
Ones?
The Ranger is a master of survival in any environment. They are swift, they are stealthy, and unhindered by any terrain, including climbing and swimming. They can track anything, anywhere. They can forage anywhere. Maybe you got some herbalism going on and a monster companion, or at least being able to recall information and communicate with a wide variety of creatures.
Okay, so the monster lore thing, I'm not certain that they
I don't think he covered the monster lore, but
Yeah.
the first 4 you get it like level 1.
Yeah.
You're good.
And then like level 3, you get the companion or something.
3 companion monster. I mean, well, actually, monster lore in a way. If you choose them as your favorite enemy, you get lots of monster lore.
That is true. So, okay. I mean, yeah, it would be nice to have like a multitude, I suppose, but that's what skill checks are for, I guess.
Yeah. Well, maybe now that we're at the halfway point in the video, we'll get the ball will drop.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for him to say, actually, D&D Rangers are fine. That would be so funny. I would laugh hysterically and be like, "Oh, cool video, dude."
Lay it on me.
And as we go along, please tell me in the comments what you like and what you don't. Then remember to give this video a thumbs up if you're liking any of these ideas. D&D 5e 2014 Ranger. Favorite enemy? Good idea, but too limiting. The Ranger should be able to track anything, anywhere, and have at least some minimal communication with a wide variety of creatures. The good part of this is having a little extra knowledge about a specific type of creature, but more creatures would be better. Natural Explorer. Good idea, but too limiting. All terrain should be the Ranger's favorite terrain, and when it comes to movement,
that's true.
stealth,
That's true. It is limited to the favorite terrain. Yeah. True. You got us.
Okay. All right. Yeah. It's there, but not entirely.
You got us, Bob.
Yeah.
You got us, Bob. I concede the point.
There you go.
Yeah. Foraging, tracking, etc. Fighting style is kind of irrelevant to the core concepts of the Ranger, but sure, it's a fun addition.
Why?
And spellcasting is where we start to go off the rails, because this is a whole branch of the Ranger's features that is, at best, an easy way to hand wave all the cool things a Ranger should be good at, and at worst, a total distraction from all the cool things a Ranger should be good at.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you could incorporate it in such a way that it's less of the... It's less overtly spellcraft. It's still that natural kind of wonder, you know?
It's kind of a throwback to the AD&D range. So like Paladin and Ranger started out as branches of fighter, really. So you had the fighter who could cast primal magic and the fighter who could cast divine magic.
Exactly.
So it's kind of tradition. Like D&D still retains some legacy components because I suppose for the enjoyment of some of the long-term players, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it's I don't know. It's one of those things where I find a lot of things can be fixed with narration, and making things work in certain ways instead of just saying, "Oh, you cast animal friendship." You know, like, yeah, sure, you're casting animal friendship. It's just you're doing it in such a way that isn't necessarily you tapping into some magical force. You are communicating with the animals the only way you know how. You know, like, it's not a great solution. I'll grant you. It's just something that I can see that can like be that stepping stone, I guess, to go over the problem and get the feeling that you want more so.
Yeah.
I
do concede the point that, say, in terms of being very narrowly focused on one branch of enemy and narrowly focused on one branch of terrain, in that sense, the D&D Ranger, I suppose, doesn't feel quite right.
Right.
Maybe he's right about that, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure there are many a thing.
Not really a
The
fan
ball
of
has
some
dropped.
spells,
Mhm.
sure, but even this feels like too many to me. Okay, and that is weird, because like they were flying right over me over there, and now he's right over me over here. So subclass
Planes
Beastmaster
move, it's crazy.
also feels like a good idea. That's too limiting. I think that all rangers should have a badass companion to do sick combo moves with and communicate simple ideas with them.
Sure.
Subclass Hunter.
I agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
But maybe like most rangers normally have like an owl or a bird or something like that.
Like a
But the
falcon.
Beastmaster, you can get like, you know, the dire bear or a dire wolf or
Yeah,
something serious.
exactly.
Something badass.
The regular puny ranger gets a weasel. The cool
Yeah.
Beastmaster ranger gets a dire weasel. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Feels more like fighter maneuvers than ranger maneuvers to me. Primeval awareness, though,
Oh,
is
okay.
interesting. Being able to sense the presence of certain creatures in their surroundings is absolutely on the right track, but I'm still not sure about the best way to implement this kind of thing. Extra attack? Sure. Land stride is amazing, but instead of level 8, rangers should be able to move through any environment swiftly at level 1 or soon thereafter. Hide in plain sight, again, they should be able to camouflage themselves in any environment around level 1. Definitely not level 10 when barely anyone even plays the game.
When did
Which
this
is also-
come out? This came out after 24. Okay.
Yeah, so I guess we're going
I
through...
do wonder how many of these ended up in 2024.
Yeah, I think we went through it a little bit before, but I know they changed like a lot of ranger stuff. Like they took out some stuff,
Yeah.
they changed it around, and they threw things out and, you know, stuffed other things in. But the hide in plain sight at level 1 is like a cool idea, but I don't know about that. Like, sure, you've been a ranger for a little while, but I don't know if you're that good at level 1 to just easily in a
Disappear.
minute create a camouflage very easily. I don't know.
If you're in a theater, can you use hide in plain sight to join the chorus or join the background dancers?
Yes, exactly. Like, I cover myself in the feathers of their boas so that I may slide around as a prop.
Yeah.
But you could do that that classic movie trope of they are the dragon in the middle of the parade.
Yes.
Oh,
The Chinese dragon.
Yeah.
Climb underneath it. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I do have to be the bearer of bad news. I fell asleep during like the last video once and during this video twice.
Okay.
By no fault of either videos.
Right.
Unfortunately, I do think I am at my limit.
Okay, man. Yeah, absolutely. I understand.
Alejo, I'm sorry. I told you I would do my good and goddamn best.
You did. I will say.
And I do think that 25 and a half hours is my limit.
I understand, man.
I will
sense.
unfortunately have to duck out.
Alrighty. Well, let me tell you, you only miss like 4.5 or so hours. I think that's a good amount. I think you're good.
Yeah.
Good job.
Dave, as always, it has been a pleasure for the portions that I have been conscious for.
Yeah, me too. Which is all of them actually, but
Wow.
Good.
Good.
Anyway, I am going to have to bid everyone a good evening. Goodbye, chat. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Have a
Farewell,
good sleep.
farewell.
I envy him.
Sorry, I should let you finish your goodbye, Dave.
Oh, farewell.
Yes, goodbye.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming on the show.
Yes, indeed.
Sure thing. Oh, maybe you can get Boo back. Who knows?
He's at work until 10, so no.
Okay.
It's all good. I
Oof.
will be all right on my own.
Okay.
I can do this.
Well, let's continue with Bob. I've changed my
Indeed.
mind about Bob. I
Bob.
think he's doing pretty good.
He's doing all right. Yeah. It's he's pointed out some things that I had forgotten. So absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Why, we're gonna cut that off right there. Next, D&D 5e 2024.
Aha!
Ranger.
I was gonna say I was wondering if he was gonna go over to the new edition. Okay, good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
he's
Let's
ahead
see.
of us.
Let's
Nicely done,
see.
Bob.
Thank you.
You are a formidable opponent, sir.
Indeed, indeed.
Let's see what changed. Spellcasting is the first feature, so kind of off to a bad start for all the same
At level
reasons
one?
that spellcasting didn't make much sense 10 years ago.
So I don't agree that spellcasting doesn't make sense. Spellcasting is a fine thing for the fantasy ranger, like the actual like D&D fantasy ranger, because it's not trying to be a Tolkien ranger. It is trying to be a slightly like a Tolkien ranger, but with its own identity, right?
Yeah, and also spellcasting in 5e, it is kind of a mechanic to represent other things at times. Like these are things that your ranger can prepare. You can say that they are magic spells. You can say that they are things that they tie up into little leaves and things.
Yes. I remember seeing there was a person who was playing a kobold who was a spellcaster, and they would cast spells with like just random shit. Like that is how they did their spellcast. Oh, it was Chaotic Neutral, which is the Neurals Bards tabletop gaming channel, basically.
Oh, okay.
And the kobold was a inventor, quote unquote, who was using spells by inventions, basically.
Yeah.
Which was the way to flavor it, and it worked well. And you can do that for any kind of spell casting. It works. You just got to kind of wrap your mind around that aspect of it. Is the effect is really what's important, not the means, I guess. Or you can change the means to get the effect.
Yeah, I have a video about guns in D&D, and the question I ask is, do you want a gun, or do you want to be able to cast a fire spell every other round, that sort of thing,
right,
as far as guns in D&D? Because in a way, it takes time to prepare a gun to fire, especially older guns where you have the barrel loaders.
Yep.
And you need components, just like a spell.
Yep. It's true.
And you have to use your hands to derive the propellant and the bullets and the wadding into the gun.
Yeah.
So that's very somatic.
Yeah.
And you have to yell because you're shooting things. And it's cool to yell when you shoot things. There's a verbal component.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And yeah, I mean, like, the at least in my mind, the point of introducing a flintlock pistol or something of the like a musket of some sort even into D&D is to make it so that people are more on par with a wizard. Like, it's still, it takes a little longer and they can't do it at will, really, but it's to give them the ability to defend themselves in a way that is as effective, at least most of the time, as someone like a wizard who can just go, bah, bah, because not everybody's going to be a wizard. Everybody can fire, anyone can fire a gun. Not anyone can be born with magic or learn it forever.
I mean, Civil War infantry, they were only expected to fire 3 times a minute. That's like 20 seconds, and that's 3 rounds.
Exactly.
In D&D gameplay terms.
Yeah, exactly.
Spell preparation, gun preparation. Is there a difference? I say no.
I would agree. I would agree.
Let's continue with Bob, though.
Indeed.
I like to see where he's going.
Yeah.
It's hand-waving the cool stuff they should be able to do, or replacing the cool stuff they should be able to do. Favorite enemy? Significant improvement. This builds in Hunter's Mark, which we talked about.
Except it's still concentration.
Weapon Mastery, again, feels kind of irrelevant, but it's a fine addition. Deft Explorer, though. This gives the Ranger more languages, which works with the idea of communicating with more creatures. But for a feature called Deft Explorer, this trait was kind of misleading and disappointing to me. Fighting style, still irrelevant.
Oh, okay.
But still fun.
We're just going past it? Okay.
I guess.
I guess it's less of the exploration in the sense of going through terrain and stuff, and more just giving you the skills. The skill of like survival, I think it was.
Yeah, fighting style looks like that's an entire feat section.
Yeah.
Fighting styles are a subset of feats, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, they put in feat trees and such. I'm not
Okay.
entirely familiar, but it's a fine addition. I'm glad they're bringing it back, like as an actual part of the character.
Fun. Subclass Beastmaster, still a great idea, but still think every ranger should have a companion.
Sure,
Subclass Fey Wanderer.
This was the one that we also were like, huh.
Boon of an Arch for veering into warlock territory a bit.
It's a little weird, and I don't know. I can understand.
Joyful laughter. What?
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
Rangers are supposed to be broody.
Exactly, right?
Instead, your broodiness should depress everyone else.
Hell yeah. Like, and I get it to a degree if we want to talk about like rangers going into dangerous lands and stuff. They somehow have, rangers who went to the Feywild and got some of that magic powder all over themselves and went, fuck.
Yeah.
Now I'm Feyish. But yeah, I don't know. It's just strange to be such a prominent subclass, I guess, that as you were saying, it feels more like it's taking from the warlock and like trying to say, oh, you made this, I made this. It's Wizards of the Coast doing that to themselves. I'm like, okay,
yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
Feels completely off the mark to me. This lets the ranger deal psychic damage, cast more spells, and improve their charisma checks.
Yeah.
So that last one is in the ballpark of being better at communicating with a wide variety of creatures, but it all feels way more like they want this to be a bard, not a ranger. I don't get it.
I think they
touch party for sure, yeah.
Yeah, I think they want it to be more like a Fey, more than, because Fey are, if you want to go by many folklore and all that, like they have, good charisma and all that because they're beautiful and all that kind of stuff and have all the magic and shit. Well, depending on the Fey, I suppose the type of folklore you're going for, because some are just like, oh no, they're just like there. Yeah, they're magical and stuff, but they don't like do magic necessarily. They're just kind of like here.
Does the ranger get glamour as well?
Glamour
with you?
Yeah, I don't know actually.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Gloomstalker. This is really cool, but it does feel a lot more like a rogue assassin than a ranger.
It's been there forever. So okay, at this point.
Yeah, it's like Wizards. That's like the ranger threatened to divorce from Wizards of the Coast, so the Wizards of the Coast started treating the ranger better. I'm gonna run away from home if you don't be nice to me.
Okay, fine. You can be a gloomy guy.
I want the warlock's dessert.
And Hunter, this builds on the ranger's hunter mark and gives them more knowledge about other creatures, so this is actually very nice. Extra attack is the same. Roving makes them faster while swimming and climbing, which is spot on for the ranger.
Okay.
But I do feel like it should come at level 1 or 2, not level 6. Expertise makes them better at a few skills. Sure. And tireless makes it harder for them to gain exhaustion and gives some extra hit points. Again, cool ideas, but unfortunately, almost no one will experience them because they happen at level 10. Next, Tales of the Valiant 5e.
What
kind of campaigns you running, buddy?
Well, I will say we've looked into it a little bit, and there, at least according to the D&D Beyond metrics at the time, a lot of people just stopped playing at level 10 because everything got too squishy or not squishy, sorry, the other way, spongy, and everything, and it petered out because people weren't running games in a way that was more satisfying in that way because you know how D&D be. Things get lots of health, and it's sometimes like really boring to go, oh, okay, you got a lot of health, huh?
Yeah, my Star Wars campaigns tend to run 50 sessions. If you're going to ramp up to level 20 and 50 sessions in D&D, that's fast.
Yeah,
it's like a level every 2.5 sessions.
Our Devils and Dice campaign that was in 3.5, we went from I want to say 1 or 3 to like 14 in 60 sessions. And like it was a little fast, but it was fine. We didn't mind it because we don't mind the sponginess necessarily because we kind of went by feel a lot of the time for monsters. Sometimes of like this feels like the moment for it to die. Like that seems
So around
good.
around 50 sessions, too, players start thinking, "What else could I play?" And the GM start thinking, "What other settings could I run?"
we were kind of. It was also we did this over like 4 years because of various things of scheduling and all that shit, right? But I mean, at the end, we all wanted it to be over, but not because we were like sick of it, but because we just wanted to conclude it,
That's true.
It was a good time. It's one of those things that'll live in my memory forever. It's good shit.
Right. Let's hear more from Bob. I'm liking Bob more and more.
Bob's doing good. I don't know what this is. Black Flag? I don't know.
V Ranger. Although technically I'm looking at the free reference document because I don't have the full book, so we're probably going to be missing some subclasses.
POV.
Explorer. This is an amazing start. Faster climbing, faster swimming, always having advantage to track any creature, and always moving through difficult terrain as normal as their first level 1 feature, and we've already captured about 1/3 of the Survivalist Ranger? That's great stuff. Mystic Mark. Sounds like a fun nickname, but this is Hunter's Mark. Great. Martial Action. This is like a cool fighter maneuver, spell casting. Here we go again. Subclass Hunter gives extra spells.
What has it got against having fantasy characters able to cast spells when they're, I don't get it.
It's just a preparation mechanic, really.
Yeah, it really is.
But also extra knowledge about nearby creatures, more extra damage, and a feature that lets you gain even more knowledge about different types of creatures from day to day, granting some cool bonuses in combat. That's actually a really cool way to give the Ranger cool combat stuff by building on their core concepts instead of just giving them fighter stuff. So I wish we had some, cool combat moves building on the core concept of the Beast Companion. Maybe this game includes a subclass like that in this book, but it's not in the free version, and I still don't think it should be a subclass. I think everybody should get the Beast. True. Extra attack, same.
Agree.
Empowered Mark. Self-explanatory. It's Hunter's Mark but better. Stalker's Step, becoming straight up invisible in almost any environment. That's wonderful. And even though it's late, it is really powerful, so that makes sense.
Weird that he didn't mention the thing that you can do as a ranger in the 5.5 where you can become invisible. I know that was a part of it. I'm pretty... Somebody correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't have 2024.
Yeah.
I did mysteriously. Nobody in my player group has brought it up as a something to try next.
Yeah, that's fair.
And Heroic Boon, either more magic or better marking, but whatever, because it happens at level 10. Next, Nimble 5.
It's a different system though. Like it's not 5e necessarily. It could be that it's, you want to get to level 10 and play after. I don't know. I have no idea what that game is. This is Nimble 5e, so neat.
The Hunter. Hunter's Mark. Got it. Forager gives advantage to find food and water. Awesome. Thrill of the Hunt. This is a resource that you gain and spend during combat, allowing more damage or slowing down targets, which again makes them more like a fighter than a ranger, but in all fairness, this is
agree with that. I mean, fighters, unless they are like, I don't know what the fighter is like in this Nimble 5e. I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going through like a bunch of alternatives to the 5e.
I guess maybe in the same engine, quote unquote, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then if we're going by that metric, then the regular fighter, unless they are a battle master, they don't get the ability to do any of these things necessarily. The multi-shot is not. I mean, multi-shot is a thing when you have extra attacks, usually, right? Rather than it being a feature. And the hamstring thing, I mean, that's like if the ranger can do that at level 2, that's a incredibly useful technique that they have to differentiate themselves from a fighter who can hit things real good mostly. Not
well, if you're gonna call an attack a hamstring, and you can't restrict it to melee because Achilles.
Yeah, true.
And the arrow.
Yeah, I agree.
Source cited. Ha.
Hey.
Hunter, not a ranger. so it does kind of make more sense, and we get more of that as we go along. Subclass Primal Stalker gives better tracking and ambushing. Subclass
it's gone.
Survivalist, great name, gives extra movement, health, and some herbalism, very nice. Thrill of the Hunt 2.
Seasoning.
Access to more fighter-like abilities. Peerless Hunter gives more resources for Thrill of the Hunt.
I don't. So again, he seems to be discouraging this fighter-like abilities, and it's like, but the Ranger can fight. You know?
Oh yeah.
Like the Ranger is supposed to be. He's even said the Ranger is supposed to be like pretty good at being. Like he doesn't think so. He doesn't think it's as important, but I think it is, considering the archetype that we're going for here. They have to be good at fighting. So why not have things that are somewhat fighter-esque?
Yeah, Paladin and Ranger, they're supposed to be number 2, like they're the equal number 2 spots behind fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I don't know. It's just this weird mentality that we've got going on to say, ooh, no, ooh, which I'm like, I don't know, man. For you, I guess that's fine, but for me, I'm fine with it.
Verity's got some discussion about spirituality and nature and magic use and stuff like that. Let's take a quick peek.
In the setting with magic and gods, I think I actually prefer having rangers be connected to nature on a spiritual level and have some of their abilities be natural. It makes enough sense to me. Mistype the last thing I meant to say. I prefer to have some of the rangers' ability be magical. Just the flavor I prefer. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Giving respect to nature spiritually, and nature becomes more willing to work with you the same way. Yeah. That's fine, right?
Yeah, and Ranger is one of the classic primal characters alongside the druid and the barbarian, of course.
Yeah.
And they all tend to draw from nature, but it manifests in their class abilities in a slightly different way.
Yeah.
And then we have Thrill of the Hunt 3 and Thrill of the Hunt 4. And then Explore the Wilds, which gives extra movement and climbing, good, but late. And Elemental Quiver gives some cool magic arrows, obviously focused on ranged fighter types, which again is more the theme of this class. So now how about that DC-20 Alpha Ranger? Ranger, Martial, Mastery.
I haven't thought about DC-20.
This trait
is this like
also
a
makes them
3.5
feel more
thing?
like...
No, this is DC-20 is just another like system that is it was made by, I think the channel is literally called DC-20.
Okay.
They're on YouTube, and they've had a lot of like hacks and stuff for 5e, and then they put out this thing that is 5e-esque, but not really the same. It's in that same area of trying to be like D&D, but somewhat distinct. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Stamina points. Okay, so it looks like this branch of it kind of gives them a resource meter.
Yeah, I think there's they do combat and stuff very differently in that one, as far as I remember. But I'm not sure.
Fighter, but to be clear, I do prefer Ranger Fighter over Ranger Wizard as pushed by D&D.
Okay.
Ranger Stamina. This is a resource gained by tracking, recalling info about...
And yet every time we were in the Ranger Wizard-esque character, as he's called it, category, he's poo-pooed the fighter-esque things.
Yeah, Ranger Fighter. Yeah.
Okay, well,
it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
A little muddy here towards the end.
Yeah,
but, otherwise good content from Tom or Bob. Sorry,
Bob.
Creatures and using their Hunter's Mark, which all incentivizes the core Ranger behaviors. Nice. And then Hunter's Mark. You got it. Favored terrain?
Okay.
I do like that you get to choose 2 instead of 1, but I don't think they should have to choose at all. Just, it's all wilderness, baby. Hunter Bestiary makes it easier to recall info about creatures. Great. And you can add to this over time, which is a really cool idea. And wow, that was all at level 1. Natural Hunter makes you an expert forager, tracker, and communicator with beasts. Well done. Hunter Strike.
Yay.
This lets you modify your weapon. Not something I'd thought of, but cool addition.
Actually, that makes sense for a ranger.
Yeah. Rather than
adjusting like the difference between like serrated arrowheads versus solid arrowheads.
Yeah, and this is all stuff that you can justify of like, oh, he's been out there for a long time and he needs to, do things differently for different things, and he's learned that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like this ability.
I like that too.
All only up through level 2, but that's all that I have in this alpha playtest document.
Oh.
Now, the Daggerheart Ranger. Begins with
Oh.
Ranger's Hope. Lets you spend a resource to become harder to hit. Again, not something we've talked about, but overall, I do
This is the
think that
Critical Role
making
thing,
the
I
Ranger
think,
more
right?
defensive
Yeah,
is
Daggerheart,
possibly
yeah.
cooler than making
Or is it
them
Daggers in
more
the Dark?
offensive.
No, it's Daggerheart, I believe.
Nope.
Yeah.
It's Dagger. Okay.
Yeah. Daggers in the Dark is something
Oh man,
else.
I've been away from their content for so long.
Same. The only reason why I know Daggerheart by name is just because it's been thrown around a lot in a lot of different videos.
By just adding a bunch of fighter stuff. Tell me what you think about that in the comments. Ranger's Focus. This is Hunter's Mark. Subclass Wayfinder.
Okay.
This builds on the Hunter's Mark with extra damage, even more defense, and lets you reduce the GM's resources, which is uniquely meta. We haven't seen anything like that yet, and it gives you better navigation, but only in places you've been before, which is, yeah.
No, I like that. That is actually something that pops up in Star Wars RPG a bit. Like when you roll, if you rolling like certain class specializations and talents allow you to nullify narrative effects that are being introduced by the GM that are detrimental to the party. Like if the GM rolls a despair, or actually if a player rolls a despair on one of their red dice, like if the GM assigns them a red dice, there are certain talents. Now, there are resources that are expended to do this, usually strain or destiny points, which are kind of a group resource.
Okay.
But yeah, you can nullify certain negative narrative effects. But that's kind of how that system works.
Yeah.
Like the GM expects the players to introduce narrative effects through their talents and dice rolls. That's how that system works. It's not
Right.
like a weird aberration.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
And they mention Genesis, I think, in Daggerheart, which may have been the source, the inspiration for that effect.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. If that's how Daggerheart works, then more power to it, I guess.
Class Beast Bound is great to see, as always. But as always, I feel like it shouldn't be a subclass. Everybody should have it. Though I will add that this one does give you a cool combo move for you and your companion to absorb damage for each other. That's pretty awesome.
Oh, split the pain.
However, levels 2
Laura
to
Bailey
10...
playing that suboptimal class for so long, it did not surprise me that they make a couple of corrections to Ranger for their own game.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh yeah, Naturedens, I guess, what paladins are to clerics, rangers can be to druids. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It makes sense to me.
Are all like basic mechanical upgrades that just make the numbers go up. No like flavorful or real, no features here. Just numbers bigger. Yeah. Besides the options to multi-class and you get more domain cards. And since domain cards are a big part of Daggerheart characters, we can talk about some of those.
Oh, please.
Right after this plane goes by.
Let me pause for the plane here right quick and point out Vindy's comment. The funny thing is, one of the big things that players hated about 4th edition right off the bat, do you remember what it was?
It was the... Oh, fuck. There's so many things that I know of that were hated.
Oh, yeah.
But, oh, God.
Which classes were missing from the 1st edition player's handbook?
Oh, shit. That's right. Fuck. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Vindy's comment. Rangers, Art to Druids, the primal classes were all missing.
Yes, Druids and all that. Yeah,
Druid, Ranger, Barbarian.
Yeah.
And this and like there were players, but I considered like each individual class is like 20 pages in the 4th edition handbook. They're massive.
Yeah.
So 3 more classes. Now the book is 60 pages longer. But at the same time, I mean, those are like the core of like 3 and 3.5, and they were popular options in like 2.
Yeah.
So leaving those out was a big deal.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh, all right, I'm going to go as well. Catch up on the VODs later. It's been fun, and I'm very glad to catch a live show again. See y'all later, and have fun for the rest of the 24 hours. Thank you, Rico.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
I'm definitely happy to have more to watch when I'm at work tomorrow.
We have so much.
Or listen, I should say.
Indeed.
I don't watch. I have to listen.
Understandable.
All right, let's finish up with Bob here.
I think, is that the same one? I think it's the same one. So the Daggerheart Rangers Blade Domain cards are mostly ways to deal extra damage or other, fighter type stuff. And the Bone Domain cards are a good mix. Extra damage, extra movement, even more defense, and at least one really cool combo move called Boost. But there are a lot of domain cards for both of these, and I did not go through them all. And the Shadow Dark Ranger. Wayfinder gives them advantage on navigation, tracking, bushcraft, stealth, and wild animals. That's all core concept ranger material. Excellent. Herbalism. This is basically a recipe book of remedies for recovering HP, recovering from poison or disease, not being surprised, and targeting a creature type of your choice.
I guess that's the caffeine one.
Like the Daggerheart domains, Shadow Dark Rangers will gain a couple of these extra things called talents, so we can look at those. They give extra damage, other basic mechanical bonuses, and better herbalism. That's it.
Cool.
So if we
What happens when you
compare-
fumble a herbalism roll, I wonder.
Yeah. I remember I've heard so many, like, or I've at least seen a lot of people talking about Shadow Dark. I've not looked into it myself, but people like it apparently. So.
Yeah, well, it's I've read a couple of pages of it. Apparently, it has a ton of inspirations from other games.
Okay.
I'll be on in a minute. Okay. Just talking to Mrs.
These Rangers from all these different fantasy RPGs, there's not a single one that hits all the marks I would hope to see. I got to give credit to the D&D Rangers for, as far as I know, inventing Hunter's Mark. This is a mechanic that has now become a staple of the Ranger in all these other games. So that's actually really cool to see.
Was
Still,
Hunter's Mark
I
in
find it
Pathfinder?
interesting.
Probably some version of it.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
That the Rangers in every game except D&D actually give the Rangers multiple core concept features at level 1, some combination of Hunter's Mark, tracking, foraging, speed, movement, creature lore, creature communication, etc. Frustratingly, not one of them gives every Ranger a companion. So tell me in the comments if I'm overemphasizing the companion idea as a part of a core, Ranger concept, but I really feel like even if we consider all the environments as wilderness so the Ranger can use all those other features anywhere, the companion is crucial because that just visually and mechanically gives the Ranger this unique persona. And I feel like that's what's lacking. The Ranger is always made into a fighter or a rogue and now a wizard with a little nature flavor sprinkled on top. But that companion is totally unique. So I wish more games would build on that.
Wait, familiars exist, but this is different. Oh.
I would like to point out that familiars shockingly have several advantages that put them ahead of beast companions.
Yeah, they do.
Off the back, the fact that you can unsummon them temporarily, send them back to their plane, they can cast spells, but with contact.
You can talk to them mostly. Like
you can talk to them.
They can just...
If you're a paladin, like you can, if you cast Find Steed, you got a whole horse.
Yeah, and they've even made it even better these days with Find Steed in 2024. You can summon everybody a horse or make it so that the horse is like better at combat, like making it a different type of horse.
Yeah, which really it should be.
Yeah, it should
be a functional combat horse for the paladin. That sort of thing. Good job, Bob. Actually, I agree with the beasts. Maybe not every branch of Rangers should get the best beast, but maybe that should be reserved for like the Beastmaster. They get the Dar Bear. And big lizards and such.
Yeah,
and then everybody else gets the weasel.
Yes, everybody else gets the weasel and the weasel alone. That's right. I don't know. It's I've not. I guess it's just I feel like the environment thing and everything is just something that it would have to be toned down in such a way that it isn't going to be completely like overpowered at level 1, right? Because I'm fine with getting like the ability to go through difficult terrain through all terrains. Like doesn't matter if your favorite terrain or whatever. That works. That's fine. It's not like that's like a huge advantage, right? It's just helpful.
Yeah.
It gives
and for every other class, I suppose, except for Rogue and Paladin, there's a very clear linear progression, either in terms of spells or number of attacks or things like that. But with Ranger, especially having these more narrative powers rather than mechanical powers, it's harder to decide where they should go in the leveling spots.
Yeah, it really is. Because some of them do feel like they're a bit far away. and some of them feel like they're like, they're not great. But
one of these days, I'll be able to walk through the woods without making a sound.
That's
but
right.
Not today.
Not today.
I can't learn that today.
No.
Idea too, just like they built on Hunter's Mark, and then give them some sick combo moves. So please let me know if you've ever seen an RPG ranger that fits all of these specific criteria that I say is really important. And then check out this other neat little video on your screen. Thanks to the Bob World Builder patrons for making all of this possible. Keep building.
Good job, Bob.
Yeah.
Now, Lord of the Rings Online, which both my wife and I have played in the past, and she still plays today.
Nice.
Ranger is not a class you can play.
Oh.
At all. It is a class. It is a faction you can join.
Oh.
And you gain benefits from interacting with their smiths and their scholars and their stuff like that. So you get the faction. It's more of a faction benefit rather than a class. I mean, there is a hunter class which is ranger like,
right?
But interestingly, the hunter does not get an animal companion. The lore master gets the animal companion.
Oh.
Which is kind of more in line with Lord of the Rings because Gandalf has his has Shadowfax, of course.
Oh yes, of course.
That sort of thing.
A horse, of course.
Yeah. There's a couple of other lore masters. Radagast too, as well. Of course, he's got tons of animal companions.
Yeah, that is true.
Yep. You can play a small ranger and get a medium mount. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've thought about that several times. Playing a small like a halfling or a gnome ranger, and getting a medium beast and just riding it around.
Yeah.
And then you get the tremendous movement. You can fire off your shots, and the beast benefits from your proficiency bonus to its own saves. So like
that's true.
If you have the mountain combatant talent, if your mount makes a save, instead of taking half damage, it takes no damage.
Ooh.
So I think that's how it works. It's been a while since I read that.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, it's the like I was saying we were talking about it before, of just like Ranger, and now you've brought that up for Lord of the Rings, Ranger being like a faction, right? It's a job. Yeah. It's a thing that you do, man. You go out there, you do your thing, then you come back and you're like, hey man, I went into the woods.
I've been ranging.
I've been out of the woods. Here, have some meats and some hides and some stuff, and I'm gonna go like do my blacksmithing now. It's cool. I'll just come back. Absolutely. I'll go back out there later. It's cool.
And you can be a ranger that explores the wilderness, or a ranger that explores ancient civilizations, or a ranger that explores the wastelands, or a ranger that explores other civilizations, living civilizations.
Yeah, it's one of those like things that like the ranger is the name of it, but it's really like an explorer, right? Of a lot of things. And when you hear the word explorer, you don't necessarily think somebody's really good at fighting or anything, right? Unless you're thinking, I guess, like classic adventure explorer of like Indiana Jones and such, right? Like, oh, he goes around and he can fight kind of. That's pretty good. But
the weird thing is, like, I think the Ranger Animal Companion, that didn't happen until 3rd edition.
Probably.
That was never a thing in earlier editions, I don't think.
That doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
And then the popularity of Drizzt like drove everyone. Like, obviously Drizzt was a ranger, and then everybody said, we want to be a ranger with an animal companion. Why can't we do that? Why not, bro? Huh? Why not, you know?
Give me I'm out there in the woods, man. Why can't I just say, hey, that bear cub? That's mine now.
That's mine now.
Whoops.
Say bye to your mom. And the mom was like, don't turn around before you leave. Like Padme. No, not Padme. What's her name? Shmi Skywalker,
yes.
you know. Bear is crying as he runs off. No. All right. Well, I must depart now.
That's all right.
Thank you for letting me join you once again.
Of course.
I'm gonna try and find like some 80s D&D substitute videos.
Okay.
And you and your friends can laugh at.
All
And
right.
maybe we can make that a topic.
Hell yeah, that sounds fun. Absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're welcome back anytime, of course. And it's a pleasure to have you on.
Sure thing. Sure thing.
Yeah.
Pleasure being here too.
All right.
And happy 200th.
Thank you. Yes, it has been it's been a long road.
I've been going through the catalog. I am on number 7, so I'm almost caught up.
Oh no, you're doing it. I applaud you. I hope it's all entertaining.
So if you go to your analytics page and the minutes are just shooting up, it's all me.
Hell yeah,
It's
thank
all
you.
me.
Well, it's a task.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself, I suppose.
Sure. I mean, like some of the content is hit and miss for sure, but like the
Yeah.
tone is always there, and
I
that's
can
what I
understand.
like.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
The story Druid's animal companion came from an onyx figurine. Oh, it's interesting. So it was more of a magical item.
Oh, one of
okay.
those. Yeah. Okay, I see how it is.
Thank you for the lore correction.
I had no idea. Very cool.
All right, thank you, and I will try to jump on at some point in November.
Alrighty.
I will see you later. And happy
See ya.
blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Bye.
Have a good one. All right. It's just me, everybody. It's just me for the next 4 hours. Woo! Can I just say, it's been a blast. It's been a good time. I'm not gonna lie to you though. I'm ready for this to be over, for me to go to bed, for me to go snuggle up my cats and hang out with them for a good hour before I go to bed, and then get up in like another 6 hours to go to work. That's how the rest of my day is gonna go after the stream. So, let's enjoy the time that we have together, you, I, and everyone. So that is good. Feel bad I missed the Garibay part. Yeah, I'm sorry, Pizza Funk. It's a thing that that happens. I'm glad we were able to do it for a while. It was fun, but yeah, it's I was hoping to do one per part, but since we missed the first part, just due to timing of things and video length, it didn't really work out that way. Anyway, I shouldn't eat a lot of these almonds. They're very good. They're smokehouse almonds. They're very nice. But they're good, they'll get in my mouth and make it so I can't speak. Alright. Now here's the question that I have for all of you. I bought a one-shot. A solo one-shot of Call of Cthulhu. And I've never done a solo game. I know the concept. I understand the appeal. I have no friends and I must cry, is how I've interpreted how I feel about it. And and I want to see how this plays out in a way. So why don't you join me for a magical adventure where I pick a character and we roll some dice together, huh? For a little while. We'll see how it goes. It's gonna be my first time doing a solo experience, and I want to see how fun it is, I suppose. What I think of it, how well I think the adventure goes because of it being solo, and yeah, I guess let's just find it. Where is it? It is in my TTRPG stuff, Call of Cthulhu. Because of course it's Halloween, so I have to do something spooky. So by that I mean it's the Halloween season. It's not really Halloween today. I'm sorry, I've lied to you. So let's make some Halloween happen, in the sense of making a spooky thing happen. Okay. So I am going to choose a pre-generated investigator. Give me a second here while I open up this and go. There it is, PDF, and go. There we go. And then I can add another PDF. Actually, I can copy this one. I'll show you guys what I'm doing in a second here. I've just gotta get it all set. Yeah. Okay. And then this one can be oh, whoops. What am I doing? There it is. Character. No, that's the wrong one. This one? Yes, there we go. Okay. So we can go over here. So we're gonna be doing PDF things, everybody. You get to watch me look at PDFs. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna love it. Okay. Let's go over here. Those are both the same thing. Whoops. Rename. So this is Alone Against the Frost. It's a solitaire adventure even, it says, in Canada's wilds. I've never been to Canada. I've wanted to go to Canada before. Oh, that's why it's... Okay, so these are literally the same. Whoops. Okay, remove. Oh, I can make that go away. I've never been to Canada in my life. I've wanted to go. I've never been. Window capture. PDF. Okay. Nope, the other one. That one. Here we go. But we've got some spooky stuff going on in Canada. Everybody knows it. It's no secret. Canada's full of spooky things. Mostly very nice people. Apparently. Though, I don't know. Maybe they're not so nice. Maybe they want to kill us. Who knows? This is our solo adventure here. So let's choose a character. We've got Dr. L.C. Nadelman, an anthropologist at, I guess, Minnesota University. I don't know. Massachusetts. I don't know. Multicultural heritage, African-American, German-American, early 30s, with black hair and angular face and high cheekbones, and they wear glasses, I see. Oh, interesting that we have one without a picture and then this one does. Sylvia Davidson, a graduate student from Arkham, Massachusetts, born in Boston. Pretty good at some stuff, knows how to fire a rifle, interesting. Can listen pretty good. Has a hatchet and a knife. Very interesting. Caucasian woman with dark auburn hair pulled into a bun. She has a condescending expression and wears glasses. Determined and conscientious, if a little too serious. There's Norman Faulkner, the graduate student from Arkham as well. He's a brawler. Interesting. Asian man with short black hair, square jaw, and serious demeanor. My voice started to give out right then. That was interesting. Never the quickest to pick up a subtle point, Norman compensates with a dogged persistence, which is a quality you value highly in the field. Charlie Foxtail from Fort McDonald, Northwest Territories, I want to say, because Alberta, Canada, because Canadian. First Nations woman with black hair, high cheekbones, and angular facial features. Cautious, Charlie seems skeptical about your intentions for the expedition, but you quickly see she is a woman you can work with. Okay, cool. Bernard Epstein, Arkham, Massachusetts, New York City birthplace. Caucasian man with curly light brown hair, a round face with full cheeks, and a coy smile. Unswervingly positive and generous with his time. And then we have some backstory. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters. Okay. In which case, I think I'm going to roll a d6. And we're going to take a character that way, because honestly, they all seem fine to me. I don't really have a strong preference. I can play whoever. I'll just find out about their backstory and we'll be good. So, here we go. That's a 6. I have to re-roll. Well, one number. That does not work. Damn you, TableTalk dice. You roll good. 3. 1, 2, 3. I am Norman Faulkner, the graduate student from Arkham, he has 15 magic points, 75 sanity. That's pretty good. 14 hit points. Wow, that's pretty tough. 55 luck. That's useful. I'm good at hatcheting a little bit. My fighting brawl is okay. Anthropology's there. Climbing is there. That's useful. Dodging is okay in the sense of, it's all right. I know English pretty okay. First aid is all right. My fire, I have a rifle thing. I can punch. Pilot boats? Okay, that might be useful. I knew a guy who could pilot boats once. 40 stealth, 40 swim. I can survive in the woodlands for 20, and my science of geology. That's useful. Okay, let's find out about my backstory as Norman Faulkner. Norman is an atypical character around the department. A mature student, he worked for 16 years as a custodian, whilst taking advantage of the long night shifts to educate himself from the library's books and save for this period of study. You persuaded Norman to come on the expedition, hoping his reliable, calm disposition would make him a steady companion to the younger students. I'm sorry. Am I not going to be him? Or is he just here? Let's find out. I don't know how to set this up. Hello, Timothy. Welcome. Welcome to the solo me doing the solo game and stuff. I just hope you don't have any problems piloting that boat. Yeah, I'm sure I'll be fine. All right, let's see how to set this up. Introduction. we must read, of course. Alone Against the Frost is a Call of Cthulhu adventure designed to be played by a single person where you are both the keeper and the player. That's me. In it, you assume the identity of L.C. Nadelman, Ph.D. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm this guy. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, okay, awesome. Never mind. I didn't have to choose. I'm this guy. So Dr. Nadelman is of multi-racial heritage, African-American and German-American. Early 30s, black hair, angular face, with high cheekbones and wear glasses. I see, that's why you don't have the character portrait. Okay. I'm the youngest PhD. I should have seen this to see it. I'm the youngest PhD to be tenured at Miskatonic University in Arkham, Massachusetts. I'm a rising star in the new field of cultural anthropology. Even my European counterparts are impressed by my cascade of learned articles. My theories are exciting. My classes are always full, and my students idolize me. Previous expeditions on my resume have been just sensational enough to draw the favorable attention of the press to the university in general, and to the Department of Anthropology in particular. Rumors fly about large private endowments for my specialty. My department head and collegiate administrators often invite me to dinner. Didn't know that. Cool. You don't get to make a character solo? I'm sure you could, but for this, I decided to just go with what the book is doing. And if it says that I'm this guy, that's fine. I can be this guy. Let's find out about the other characters. I've already read about Norman. So Sylvia Davidson is the latest arrival in a prominent line of Boston Brahmins. Sylvia is the first to take her studies to the postgraduate level and her boots into the wilds. Thanks to her academic acumen, you have already conferred with the department head about tapping her for a junior position on the faculty. If she has a fault, it is an invariable seriousness, which you hope may slip a little in the field. Of course, Sylvia signed up for the Nadelman expedition. It was the next logical step in her pursuit of academic excellence. Charlie Foxtail, it surprises most people to discover that Fort McDonald's best tracker is a woman from the Tisutana Nation? I don't know how to say that, I'm sorry. Known by some as the Sarki Indians? I also don't know how to say that. But those who ridicule her often regret it, and the bruises can last for weeks. Charlie defied her elders' wishes to leave the village and work as a guide. She is saving up money to send her bedridden husband to Winnipeg for an expensive operation. Oh no, she's gonna die. Bernard Epstein. An earnest fellow from the Upper West Side, Bernard is popular among his classmates. His extracurricular conversation of late has centered on his upcoming wedding to his sweetheart, Catherine. This is sure to be a dazzling event, and as his favorite professor, your invitation has already arrived. Bernard certainly possesses an aptitude for anthropology and a desire to test his knowledge in the field, but you suspect he signed up for the expedition to defy his image as city boy and prove his outdoorsman credentials to his bride-to-be. Okay. What a promising young intellectual mind. It should be a shame if something were to happen to him. Don't worry, I'm a big, cool guy, I think. Alright. It's an unfortunate name. Who? Oh. Bernard Epstein. Don't worry about it. Okay. So, in it, I assume the identity of L.C. Nadelman, Ph.D., an anthropologist tenured at Miskatonic University in the 1920s. You have traveled to survey the North Hane? I don't know. An unknown region in Canada's Northwest Territories. The North Hanane. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce things, and my brain is melting. Holds many dangers, and your first expedition may not end in scientific or academic glory. Thankfully, you can try this adventure as many times as you like. Oh, thanks! The big woods are unpredictable, and they hold many different adventures and possible outcomes. Each time you begin anew, you may reallocate Dr. Nadelman's skill points. Your knowledge of the hazards ahead will improve your chances, but mere knowledge of the skills are not always enough against the forces of darkness. Okay. I have the investigator sheet. It is here. Looks like I'm very good at English. And that's about it. Do I not have other skills in anything, really? Hold on. Read the Getting Started section on page 6, and then fill in the additional material on Dr. Nadelman's investigator sheet. Okay, cool. Once that's done, you are ready to take on the challenge. Don't forget to wrap up nice and warm. Yep. When Alone Against the Wendigo was published in the 1980s. Oh, that sounds like a cool one. Writers and game companies were not as sensitive to the wholesale adoption of creatures from indigenous mythologies as they are today. With this in mind, with its re-release, Chaosium decided to update and rename the book Alone Against the Frost to avoid the misuse of a culturally significant term. The creature at its core has also been reworked and renamed to better underlie its mythos ties to the Great Old One, Ithaca, the Great Windwalker itself. Okay, so it used to be a Wendigo, but now it's its own thing. Interesting. That has its basis in the Wendigo. So that's neat. What unfortunate name did I miss? It was Bernard Epstein. That's what it was. Okay, forward to the new edition. Yeah. It was 1985, and I was in high school. Our small group played D&D from the basic set. Oh my god. We were just talking about D&D. On the cover, a writhing green serpent emerged from a festering pool to menace adventurers. I used to cycle to games with a polythene bag dangling from my handlebars, excuse me. But it got caught in the spokes of the front wheel, and the rulebook cover was shredded. I became intrigued by this other game, Call of Cthulhu. Oh, this is the forward from the guy. Okay, that's cool that you did that. I don't need pencils or paper. No, that's silly. Can I not? Oh, you can't fill this in? No way. Can I? Okay, wait. Okay, I might be able to do it. We'll see. Okay. You may play Dr. Nadelman as a man or a woman. I will be a man. I am a man. History of that location is interesting. Decide this before you begin your expedition. Okay. Good. You're the youngest PhD to be tenured at Miskatonic University. I did read that. Yes. Dr. Nadelman's investigation sheet is there. You may allocate 360 points among Nadelman's professional skills. These are anthropology, history, library use, natural world, or other language, own language, English, psychology, and persuade. Your character must have at least 75% in anthropology. Okay, well, 75. And it's half and then a fourth, right? Yes. Okay, so let's get a calculator real quick. Because I'm bad at math. Okay. That's not true necessarily. I just don't do math very often. Do you round up? I don't actually remember. I'm going to check the Keeper's Guide, because I do have the Call of Cthulhu books for investigators and Keeper's Guides. So give me a second here while I get them. They're right over here. Don't need to know how to cast a spell. I just need to know the skill points. Because I haven't made a Call of Cthulhu character in a very long time. Actually. Okay. Skills. 52 in my Keeper's Guide. Okay. Oh, these are to push the roll and such. I know how that works. Okay, this is not what I'm looking for necessarily. Aiden lasted until 4 hours were left. So he did good. He did 20 hours of the 24 hours of this, but he's been up for 25 hours himself. So he would have been up for 26 hours. And, oh, a quick chart for half and fifth values on page 49 of my Keeper's Guide. How incredibly convenient. I love it. All right. If I'm not mistaken as well, you can't go up higher than 60, I want to say, on characters' skills. Let me see. Okay, yes. Might be incorrect on that. Nope. Where's my, how do, not point by. Not that. Oh, that's for that. No, I need the actual, oh. The upper limit is 75% for the optional rule. And I think I'm gonna go with that. Nothing can go above 75%. Okay. Alright, so I have how much? 360 points to work with first off. I have to subtract 75 points because of the anthropology here in this section. Which means at 75, it's 37. You round down. Okay. 37. Let's make that smaller. And 15. 15. 15. Good. Okay, 37, 15. Good. History, library use, natural world, other language, psychology, and persuade. Well, I definitely want to get persuade. You know what? Let's put like 40 points into that. So let's put it up to a 50. Which means 25 and 10. And 10. Good. So minus 40. Okay. Artwork in the book is cool. Yeah, I'm excited to look through the art as well. Alright. So that's persuade. We definitely want to have a little psychology as well. I'll put another 40 points into that, so we'll get that to 50 as well. 25. 10. I'm right about that, right? Yes. Good. Minus 40. Okay. 205 points left. Let's give me some... History is a good call. 5%. No, we get 45 points into that to make it a solid 50. Absolutely. We're going to go middle of the road for a lot of skills. It's a 50-50 shot for a hell of a lot of skills to just succeed and hopefully not make me die. Minus 45. I'm at 160 points. Okay. Library use. Important skill. Everybody likes to go to the local library. I know I do. I've not been to the library in years. I'm going to put 50 points into there. So 70. It's a 70 library use. Very good. A 70 means 35. And it also means 14. True. Oop. Good. And then oh right, minus 50. I have 110 points left. What else do I want? Oh, you know what? Other language, I'm gonna put French. French. Because we're in Canada. I mean, it's possible that that's useful. I don't know. Let's put 50 points in that to bring it to 51. I think that just does the 25 and then the 10, like I've been doing. Pretty sure. Yep. So that's another minus 50 points. So I got 60 points left. And I'll put that into natural world. Where's natural world? There it is. Put 60 points in that to get it to 70. We are at 45 and 70. Sorry, 35. I'm an idiot. And 14. I'll fix that. 35. Ooh. Okay. Those are my skills for that. And then I have 180 points of personal interest skills I can spend. You might want to consider firearms. Rifle, shotgun, navigate, pilot boat, survival woodland. I can put them wherever I want, though. Okay, cool. So... Okay. Let's do track. I think track's a good idea. 180. And then let's put it up by 40 points to get it to 50. Oops. Okay. 25 and 10. Okay. So minus 40. I think survival woodlands is probably a good idea. That sounds useful. I'm gonna put 50 points into that to make it 60 actually, because I have 10%. So 30 and what is it? 60 is 12. Okay, cool. I love this quick reference. It's awesome. Yeah, they're around, I'm pretty sure. Wait, no. I'm not sure. But they'll watch in the future. So potentially be careful. Okay, so that's minus 50. I've already got all my Delta's green stuff planned. So okay, and then let's put some in firearms. Might as well. We'll put like 50 in that to get it to 75. And that becomes 37 and 15. I know this is taking a bit, but we'll get there. Also, hello. Yeah, I see you. Minus 50. And then the last 40, let's put... They say pilot, boat, or navigate might be useful, so I'm going to go with navigate. That might be more prevalent. Put my final points into 25 and 10. Alright, good enough. Okay. So, this is my character. I'm ready. Let's go. Finding Bigfoot dub as characters. That would be a pretty good one, yeah. Okay. So, let's see. Player companions. The Nattleman expedition is a party of 5. You have the help of Charlie Foxtail, a local guide, along with Bernard Epstein, Sylvia Davidson, and Norman Faulkner, your graduate students from the university. Their investigator sheets are there. I have them. It's fine. Cheating at Call of Cthulhu. Catheating a Thal of Cthulhu character. I'm creating one, yes. Yeah, I'm going to go through the solo adventure here that I've bought, called Alone Against the Frost. So we're gonna see how it works, because I'm excited. I've never done a solo thing, so I want to see how it goes. Welcome back. Okay. So, if you need to make a skill roll when your companion is present and awake, you may choose to have them make the roll instead. For example, Charlie has an excellent score in Listen. Okay, I gotcha. Combat Arise, your companions may help you. A lot damage on your side as evenly as possible. Nattleman may elect to take extra damage to protect the students. I'm a good man. A companion's hit points must not be reduced below 0 in combat unless the text allows for the possibility of their death. Should a companion be reduced to 0 hit points? Thanks, Boo. I'm doing my best. I got a few hours left. Okay. Should a companion be reduced to 0 hit points, they fall unconscious and revive if Nattleman survives the fight. You may wish to note if a companion disappears or dies. Okay. Using luck points, you can do that to make luck make your rolls better. Okay, I will do that if I need to. We're gonna use the highlighting tool probably. When I need to adjust things like that, I can just go woo, and it'll be great. Okay, and then combat. Yes, I know how that works. Unconscious with a major wound, 191. Okay. Insanity. It's bad. A note about the entries. The entries are numbered consecutively from 1 to 654. All entries present information in the same way. The entry number is in large, bold numerals. Details describe the scene, briefly comment on the situation. After that, the entry might instruct you to go to a certain entry, or choose an action to roll a die which has different outcomes. Okay. The parenthesized number or numbers at the end of each entry are trace numbers, showing the entries which you may have come from in order to have arrived in the present entry, allowing you to backtrack if necessary. Occasionally you will encounter the phrase, "the end." This signifies that your investigator is doomed and the adventure is over. Sometimes it means you've won, of course, but not very often. If you failed in this attempt, try again. Okay. Alone Against the Frost. Here we go. Are you ready, everybody? It's time. Time to go to Canada on an expedition. All right. You, Dr. L.C. Nadelman, have long since been fascinated by the prehistory of North America, particularly the big woods of the North. The Canadian wilderness remains as unexplored as the Amazon basin, and hunters, trappers, and gold seekers tell hair-raising stories of the people in the area. Of course, they also tell tales of terrifying demons and other exotic fantasies. The time is right to bring a rigorous academic perspective to the big woods. The truth hidden there is doubtless more fascinating than any traveler's yarn. For over a year, you have petitioned your department to finance a modest summer exploratory trip into Canada's Northwest Territories. See, I mean, my brain is melting. Now, at last, your funding has been approved, and you make your preparations to leave at the end of the spring semester. Many of your graduate students are eager to go, but you can only take 3. You can take only 3, in fact. You have chosen to explore the Valley of the North, Hanina, yeah, maybe? In the local dialect, Hanina means the river of magic power. Oh, the yarn spinners have worked overtime on the legends of the North Hanina. It is said to be haunted by invisible presences and bloodthirsty headhunters. A part of the valley where a party of prospectors was found beheaded is still known as Headsman's Glen. Wow! Okay. Your small expedition takes the train into north-central Canada and then boards a chartered launch to Great Slave Lake. Oh. And down the Mackenzie to Fort McDonald. I'm sure they've named the lake something different now. Where an outpost of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police represents the sole power of civilization amidst many thousands of square miles of mountains, lakes, taiga, and swamp. Fort McDonald is a trading post for trappers and natives. The best route into the valley of the North Hanina is upstream by canoe, following the west branch of the Mackenzie. To the mouth of the tributary you seek, a single bark canoe of excellent make has been reserved for you, as well as all the basic gear that your summer trip requires. Officials tell you that guides are reluctant to venture into the North Hanina. The local peoples have always shunned the region, and most of the white men who dared to trespass upon the River of Magic Power never returned. Still, you locate a tough professional guide named Charlie Foxtail. She narrows her eyes upon hearing of your destination, but is persuaded by the high wages you are offering. Finally, all is ready to go. Very good. Have you read comments, Alejo? Mine was nothing, but I was wondering how Shin's was. I have not read comments yet, no. That'll be closer to the end. It'll be some of the stuff that I can do before the end, my friend. Anyway. Okay, to begin your adventure, go to 1. Okay, here we go. 1. After a few days on the west branch of the Mackenzie, the stuffy corridors of Miskatonic University seem very far away. Sun stipples the water from the glare of midday to the gentle burn of sunset. Caribou gaze at you from the shore. Ahead, a heron drags an unfortunate stickleback from the shallows. It would feel like a vacation, were it not for the relentless demand of the paddle. Each day makes the students more adept at keeping time with you and Charlie. Your supply of gasoline is limited, so you run the outboard motor as seldom as possible. Fair. Sun and wind grant Bernard the outdoor complexion he desires. You locate the tributary one evening, just as the light begins to fail. Next day, you launch into the North Hanina. The Ram Mountains loom in the distance, through a heat haze. At this latitude, the summer nights are so short that darkness gives the waterways no time to cool. Norman wipes sweat from the back of his head. The North Hanina is a rougher river than the West Branch. Its floodplain is obstructed by sandbars, hills of driftwood, shingle islands, and forests of dead trees rooted in the mud. The current points all of them downstream like arrows warning you to turn back. Sylvia turns to your guide. Charlie, does your people live in this area? Charlie grunts and watches the water. For a moment, it seems she will not answer. Then she looks at Sylvia. At one time. Now only outcasts. We will avoid them. Oh, okay. Sylvia frowns. Why are they... But Charlie raises a hand. From ahead, slowly building, you hear the roar of rushing water. This is a place of the splitting water, she says. Here the river is alive. Each day it makes itself anew. It makes itself new. Make a luck roll. If you succeed, go to 2. If you fail, go to 3. Okay. First roll of the game proper. My luck is 85. I should be okay, right? Nothing bad could happen. That's exciting. 60. 60 is a pass. It is under my 85. For those of you who don't know, with Call of Cthulhu, you are hoping to get under the stats that you have. So I have anthropology of 75 here. And if I wanted to succeed a normal success, I would want to get under 75. If I wanted to succeed a hard success, it's half of your your skill, which is 37 for me, for anthropology. And if I want to get an extreme success, I would want to get under 15 for that skill specifically. And if I wanted a critical success, it would be a 1%, which is very unlikely. Anyway, same thing for characteristics and stuff up here. So I succeeded. 2. The expedition spends the day working through a baffling network of waterways. Sometimes you are forced to back down impassable channels to find an easier way. Sometimes you blunder across the heads of powerful chutes and are swept along with them. At certain points, your party has to wade in waist-deep water, inching the craft along by hand. You pass labyrinths of wooden islands, fast water, and drift. Finally, you select a peaceful backwater in which to moor and make camp for the night. Roll 1d10. If the result is even, go to 4. If the result is odd, go to 5. Okay. 1d10, so on an even or an odd. I got an odd. I got a 7. Let's see. Odd is 5. Your first night along the North Hanana, I keep forgetting how to say it every time because I don't know, passes without mishap. Awesome. You must now decide whether to press on hard to penetrate deep into the region or set a more leisurely pace, exploring as you go. Ooh, okay. First actual decision here of something that could be very good or very bad. So, let's think about this. My character, Dr. L.C. Nadelman, has been very eager to do this for a very long time now, and has been really pushing for this to kind of go ahead. So I'm thinking that Nadelman is a bit like excited, ready for this expedition. And I'm thinking that in his excitement, it's not exactly smart for him to press on ahead. So you know what? I think what I'll do is I'll roll. Oh god, I have high intelligence and education though. So maybe actually, he's very excited, but he knows that he could potentially make things go worse if he sets a horrible pace, right? So let's roll. Just for me personally, let's see if I can succeed on a navigate to see if he's like going to set the pace as a hard trek, or if he's going to do it as a more leisure pace. So if I succeed, I think that he would go for a leisurely pace if he succeeds. If he fails, well, uh-oh. So, here we go. I need a 50 or lower. 44! Okay. I succeed. Let's go on a leisurely pace. 11. A little back from the shore, the faint stench of sulfur wafts out of the mouth of a narrow canyon. You have read about possible hot springs in the Hanana region. It's very tempting to formally discover them. Do we stop and explore or go on? Ooh, okay. Sulfur is coming from the canyons. It wouldn't be bad to have a hot spring that we knew about. Having a landmark and also something that can keep us warm in the cold up in Canada. Yeah, you know what? Let's stop and explore. I think that's smart. We'll see though. 19. Okay. 19. You tie the canoe to the bank and lead your party up the canyon. A warm stream runs along its floor, and the rocks along the edges are heavily caked with precipitated minerals of white, gray, and yellow hues. The farther you advance between its narrow banks, the more desolate the scene. The vegetation struggles in youth and goes to an early death. Oh. Gray dust coats the brittle sticks of strangled saplings. You kneel over a stone furred with yellow and white crystals, and scrape a sample of the deposits into a small glass vial, with your hunting knife. You suppose that they are nothing remarkable, though this is not your area of expertise. Finally, you snap a few photos of the scene with your box camera. Okay. To explore further up the canyon, go to 64. To return to your canoe and continue upriver, go to 20. Interesting. Okay. Would he be curious enough to keep going? I'm not gonna lie to you. It's weird, these samples, right? And he's a scientist. He's a doctor. He's an anthropologist, in fact. It's strange, and you know, I think in any good anthropologist or person of academic interest, they would be a little curious, and like nothing's happened so far. So, you know what? Let's go further. Let's go further up the canyon. And go to 64. Could be a horrible idea. 64. This is basically like a choose your own adventure thing, you know? Okay. Come on. You usher your companions forward, up ahead. The mineral deposits along the stream are no longer unspoiled. The rocks appear to be stripped of their brimstone and artful vermiculations. Make a listen roll. If you succeed, go to 65. If you fail, go to 104. Well, my listen is 20%, but I do know that my companion, Charlie, has a listen of 70. And it said that I can use them if they're not asleep. We haven't gone to bed yet. / they're here with me. We haven't gone to bed yet, so I assume this is okay. We roll for listen. Here we go. Oh. 79. Okay. So. Ooh. Interesting. Now, I could spend 9 luck to make that a success. Or I could push the roll by describing a situation in which I try to give my character more of an advantage to re-roll these die, excuse me, to see if I get under 70. And it's a 70. I mean, it's not hard to get under a 70. I think that Charlie, maybe while we're going forward, we're going through this canyon, right? Going upstream, right? You choose your own adventure book, except you have to throw it away after the first time you play through it because you can only do these things once. No, that's not true. That is the rule. No. So I think we're going through these deposits and stuff, and Charlie, like, the perks up for a second, like maybe hearing something on the wind or something behind or as we're going or something somewhere, and like maybe like climbs on top of one of the outcroppings, putting herself in some danger potentially, but to get above it to kind of hear a bit better potentially of like where things are, in a way. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna push the roll, and she might fall and hurt herself or something. We'll see. Okay, there we go. No, 78. Oh, that's a failure. A failure on a pushed roll, which is just as bad as a fumble. Okay. How do I want to rule this? So Charlie gets up on like this outcropping of these crystals and stuff, and like leans out to attempt to put herself closer to where she thinks the noises are coming from. But in those moments, like, it's slippery up there, and she tumbles down and takes some damage. Let's do like a D4 of damage potentially. Okay, let's try that. 3. Ooh. All right. She's at 11 HP. Owie zowie. Ooh, ouch. Okay. Not good. We go to 104. There it is. 104. Your party rounds a bend and comes face to face with horror. Make a sanity roll. If you fail, lose 1d6 sanity, then go to 468. Well, that's a lot of damage. That's true. All right, sanity roll. I will make my sanity roll. Here we go. Do I do it for everybody or just me? No, a sanity roll, I guess. Not sure. Okay. I guess it's just me because I'm the one who is controlling everybody, technically. I don't know. Okay. So I need to get under an 80 for my sanity. 34. I'm okay. I did not fail, so I don't lose anything. So I go to 468. Whoa. 468. Okay. 5-foot-long crustacean things with pinchers and claws. They clutch mechanical devices. Their activities stop as the startled creatures turn off their machines and reach for other devices near at hand. The screams of terror from your party form a chorus behind you. You don't need your leadership to know what to do. They flee from the alien conclave as swiftly as their legs will carry them, gain 2 points of Cthulhu Mythos, and go to 143. Oh no. Where's my Cthulhu Mythos? I will put it up to 3%. There it is. Oh no, 2%. It starts at 0. That's right. Okay. We're at 2 Cthulhu Mythos, which is 1 and 1, I assume, for those two, but I won't fill those in just yet. I think we found some Migo, potentially. Though they don't have wings, so potentially not Migo, actually. Anyway, 143, huh? Okay. Oh, wait, can I just click? Oh, I can! Oh, that's so much simpler. Okay, I'll do that from now on. A streak of cold stabs past you, leaving a frosty mist in the air, like a flashlight beam through fog. Even the near mist leaves a rime of frosty needles on your cheek and hair. You throw a quick glance over your shoulder and see the pink creatures with objects of twisted metal in their claws, evidently weapons. Norman and Sylvia have made the safety of the bend ahead. That leaves you, Bernard, and Charlie to get clear. but the track is wide open and you are too far behind. Make a dodge roll. If you fail, go to 332. If you succeed, make a dodge roll for Charlie and Bernard. If both fail, go to 150. If only Charlie fails, go to 148. If only Bernard fails, go to 149. If everybody succeeds, repeat the process. Someone is certain to get hit. The only question is who. Well, shit. Okay, half my dex is 35. My dodge is not the best. How's it going? Oh, we found horror already. We're already in a bad way. Is what is happening here. Somebody is gonna get hit by some crabs with, weapons of some sort? Of metal? Okay, so 35 and 17 and 7. Okay, cool. 17 and 7. All right. So I will make a dodge roll. I need to get under 35. That's not gonna be good, potentially. Ha. Yeah, that's a 90 flat. There's no fucking way that I can justify pushing that. So I fail, and I go to 332. Okay. You run right into a blast of cosmic cold. You collapse to the ground, too stiff to shiver. From the position where you lie, you see the many-legged creatures with their weird weapons scuttling like giant spiders from the bush. Then darkness. Fighting Krebthulu already? Yes. Go to 417. A faint light bathes your closed eyelids. You hear garbled sounds. Your whole body seems prickled with discomfort. It takes an effort to open your eyes. For an instant, what you see makes no sense. Disease-looking fungoid things, so it is the Migo. Pinkish creatures with tentacles and claws extending from their thoraxes. Several of them scuttle around the field of your vision. Terror shapes a scream in your mouth, but it makes no sound. You cannot even feel air moving in and out of your lungs. Abruptly, you realize that you don't have any lungs, nor any body, just phantom pains. I can still feel my arms, and sometimes I can feel my leg. You can see your body discarded on the ground nearby. It has no head. You are its head. You are clamped in a box with tubes running into your neck. The alien monsters want to preserve your living brain. Plunging into madness, you try to scream again. One of the creatures shuts the lid of the box and contains you, blocking out all light. The Nadelman expedition is over. The end. Well, I died. I'm in the alien brain case. I found some ego. Whoops. Yeah. So, first impressions. Choose your own adventures were a thing that excuse me. I can't say words correctly sometimes. Okay. Choose your own adventures are fun. I like them. It's fun to just go through and see what's going on. That's kind of what this is. You have the dice and such. It's a little... I'm not sure about this as something that I would want to do many a time on my own. But since I bought this literally for this stream, we're going to go through it again. And I'm going to keep all the stats that I had, except for the Cthulhu Mythos. That's gone. And we're going to we go again is what happens. Oh, I get rid of that. Aha! Delete. Wait. Okay. We go again. Yeah, it happened. Oh well. So, let's start strong, okay? The Lone Wolf books series are fun game books. Cool. Yeah, I would like to play more solo things just to see how different some of them can be. potentially, you know, I've heard that there are some literally made to be solo RPGs that are out there, that might be more entertaining than this. I won't lie to you that it's fine, but it's also like, I don't know, this one doesn't feel as, I don't know, it's weird in a way of like choose your own adventure style. I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna make a luck roll for this first thing, to see if we're okay with the river. Me go? No, you go. Yeah. That's a no rules barred. Oi. 38. We're lucky, which means we get to number 2, which means we roll 1d10 to see if we get full evens or odds. Odds again. Okay. We're at 5. Here's the question now. Do I go against the character? I'm gonna roll a d6, and if I get 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 5, odds are we press on, evens we take our time. Odds, we press on. Okay, this is something we haven't done yet. Here we go. At dawn, you set off again. The day turns into a scorcher. Rocks in the stream are hot to the touch. There's beauty under the shimmering heat, too. The wet sands by the water's edge are hidden under a vibrating carpet of blue. A host of small azure butterflies basking in the warmth. Pausing a moment from your canoeing, you scan the shores for any sign of life. You catch a flash of someone standing by the river shore, half hidden by a bushy juniper. Before you can adjust your binoculars, the stranger is out of sight. Paddle to shore to investigate, go to 18. To continue on until camping time, go to 20. Do I want to investigate a strange man in the woods? Am I this kind of doctor? Is that me? Do I do this? Yes. We investigate, we're curious, we're intelligent, we're ready, we're excited. Some guys out there. Let's go. 18. When you turn the canoe towards shore, Charlie grabs your arm. Professor, my people avoid this valley. It is under a curse. Do not chase the devils who inhabit it. Oh, great. It is not the first time you have heard such superstition from a guide, but there is urgency to Charlie's words. That unsettles you. Okay. I think, honestly, he's intelligent. He's not an idiot. If the guide's saying, hey, man, let's not do this, let's not do this. Okay, we go to 20, which means we're here. Paddling is a familiar rhythm now, and you permit periods of rest using the outboard motor. Your determined group proceeds mile after mile towards your primary goal, Headsman's Glen. The valley is crowded in by steep hills, small mountains, and rough stands of jack pines, black spruces, and balsam firs. Following Charlie's advice, your party sets up a semi-permanent camp, giving access to fish and game as well as... Where's my... Oh. Oh. I'm missing something. I don't know where that went. Oh, that's weird. As well as some refuge from should the local peoples prove hostile. In the days that follow, your party makes periodic excursions seeking evidence of human inhabitants. It begins to look like you will be disappointed. Bravely rode away. Away, indeed. Destiny Quest, Fable Lands, and 4 Against Darkness are good ones. Okay. I'll look into them. If any of your party requires healing, you may restore 1 hit point each, then go to 21. Well, we're good. None of us got hurt so far, so... 21! Following another day of fruitless exploration along the floor of the valley, your party fixes a hearty supper of stone-baked biscuits, jerky, and beans. Yummy. Gnats and mosquitoes swarm close, but the smoke from your fire drives the worst of the pests away. While you eat, you notice Charlie has withdrawn from the group. You attempt to include her by asking if she has any campfire songs or hair-raising stories. Oh, God. It is bad luck to speak of such things, she grunts. The woods do not like to be mocked. She gets to her feet and scans the perimeter of the camp, sniffing the air. You raise an eyebrow. Moose, she says, before you can frame your question. It is nothing. It is time we went to bed. You draw in a deep breath, scenting nothing but the food, the smoke, and the fresh odor of the river. Nonetheless, Charlie's manner has affected your party's mood, and they are ready to call it a day. You know, I haven't, actually eaten a proper meal today. I'm going to order something that gets delivered for after the stream, while I'm doing this. Anyway. To take first watch yourself, go to 40. To trust it to Bernard, go to 46. Ooh, do we trust Bernard? There he is. He's 22 years old. He's a baby. I'm also, yeah, I'm that age. Oh, that's weird. He's 22. It's not like he's, an idiot. Do I trust... Would I, as the guy who wants to protect this group, say, oh yeah, I'll let you do this for me, child, basically? He's not a child. He's like 22, but he's younger than me. I'm going for the watch myself. I trust my own eyes. No. Wait a minute. Do I? How's his listen? He actually has points in it. Oh, he might be fine, actually. Maybe not. Yeah, let's do it ourselves. Fuck it. It was my first instinct. Let's go with it. Your watch passes without incident. Oh, perfect. Easy. But later, you shiver in your sleep. The chill is brought home to you when Charlie reaches into your small tent and shakes you awake. Professor, come quickly. The guide snaps. You throw on your jacket and follow her. Outside, you stare at the grass, the stones, the needles of the conifers. All are gray with frosty rime. Or rime, excuse me. This seems impossible. It's still summer. Choosing to be good, indeed. Okay. Let me just quickly get this all set. And get this all set. And we're good there. And hopefully I can schedule this for today in a little bit. That would be nice. Because otherwise, I will be sad. Yes. Awesome. That's what I wanted. Awesome. Yes. Please. Yeah. That should be alright. Okay. Oh, I don't have... Oh, well. Okay, I'll do this in a second. Look, Charlie croaks, pointing to the spot where Bernard sat down to begin his watch. The graduate student lies half hidden behind a stump, curled up. You gasp. Epstein has been reduced to a shrunken, flabby, drooling thing. His bloodless forehead is caved in like a deflated basketball. How can he still be alive in that condition is beyond your ken. How he can still be alive. Sylvia brings a blanket and you wrap Bernard in the heavy wool. As you do so, you notice a somewhat repugnant odor in the cold air. When you grasp the young man's jacket, your fingers slip from a grayish grease that coats him. Huh. Okay. I guess. Yikes. To confront this mystery and perhaps seek revenge, go to 41. To flee the valley in terror, go to 43. Do I have to do revenge for my student that seems that they've caved? Oh. Okay, they've taken Epstein's brain. Oh my god. That's what's happened. Okay. Do I hate enough that I would go, hey, we're going to go and get the guy who got his brain out of his body? Is that what I'm gonna do? Do I do that? If you live to be 115, like Targasis, mostly everyone is a child. That's true. You know what? We confront. Why not? You and Charlie search the area for clues. She finds some very strange tracks leaving the camp. They follow a straight line as if made by a one-legged hopper. The prints are round and convex. Yeah. Each gives off a faint bluish vapor and is glazed with ice. You scratch around one track with your knife and find out how deeply the ice extends. Frustrated, you dig with the blade, only to find a rock-hard column of ice and sand that seems to have no end. The warmth of the morning sun evaporates the rime surrounding the camp, but does not melt the ice in the tracks. You feel an increasing headache, a complaint echoed by all three of your otherwise sound companions. Following the round tracks out of the camp adds to the mystery. Where they cross streams, they leave icy circles at the bottom that the running water has not worn down. The prints show that where the intruder's feet touched solid matter, they annihilated it. In one place, where a track steps on Bernard's hatchet, a circle of steel has vanished, blinked cleanly out of existence. What in God's name are you up against? Charlie tags after you and babbles legends about the killer who comes with cold. You do not want to find what you seek, she says. I will leave this place. You and the young people must return with me to Fort McDonald, or I will go alone. To let Charlie go while you search alone for the cold killer, go to 69. To listen to her urgings, go to 42. Oh, God. Going to confront them seems like the good option, and you are young. True, I am young. I'm a young 29-year-old anthropologist. I've not been, able to use skills or anything recently, or for a while. It feels like we don't have a lot of skills that are going on most of the time. But, fuck it, let's go. It's just us. 69, baby. You order Norman and Sylvia to wait at the camp and stay alert. You have no right to endanger the lives of your remaining students. Armed to the teeth, you set out alone on the trail of the cold killer. The peculiar trail of the creature, the monotonous pattern of the circular ice patches, makes it easy to track. The tracks scar rock as distinctly as the soil. Later, well past supper time, the air takes on a deep, penetrating chill, which pierces your hunting jacket. The moss and pine needles around you whiten with hoarfrost. On the other side of the wooden knoll, you catch the sound of a moving machine. With the bullet ready in the chamber, you prepare to face your foe. 69, sorry, yeah. To climb the hill and see what's on the other side, go to 121. To lose your nerve and retreat the way you came, go to 122. Oh no, we in this, baby. We go. 121. Gritting your teeth and steeling your heart, you sink to your hands and knees and crawl to the top of the rise like a forest lynx. You peer over the top and see the thing that has attacked Bernard. Make a sanity roll. If you fail, lose 1d6. Then go to 166. My sanity is high. I'll be alright. 66! Wow. Okay. I'm good. Go to 166. I would love to. You gaze down upon alien horror, a monster belched by cosmic accident from a dimension of nightmare. Somehow, your sanity holds and you are able to study it. The sides of your body and the faces it feels... Oh, sorry. The side of your body that faces it feels cold, as if the creature drains heat energy from its environment. Perhaps for nourishment? Starfish-like legs radiate from one malignant eye at the center of its body. It looks something like an upright set of spokes with no wheel. 2 points of Cthulhu mythos. Not bad. Oh, you know, I'm just seeing some horrible things from beyond my comprehension in the galaxy. It's alright. I don't mind it. You know, my brain's alright. I didn't lose any sanity. To fire at the creature, go to 176. Or sorry, 167. To lay face down and hide until it goes away, make a stealth roll. If you succeed, go to 171. If you fail, go to 169. Okay. My stealth is horrible. We fire. We go. We shoot. Feeling like an avenging Ahab who has found his white whale, you lift your rifle to your shoulder and fire into the central eye of the cold killer. The creature is within your rifle's base range. If you miss, go to 170. If you hit, go to 168. My rifle skill is 75. You have to be kidding me. That's a 76. I'm spending a point of luck. There's no fucking way you can do this to me. There's absolutely no fucking way you can do this to me. Alright. Why is this not? There we go. Green. Alright. I'm at 84. I spent a point. I succeed. We go to 168. The creature... 360 no scope, yes. The creature trembles under the impact of the bullet. However, you see no trace of a wound. Perhaps you are rash to believe that an entity whose touch annihilates matter could be harmed by a lead projectile. Nonetheless, you seem to have startled it, and it rolls away into the woods. Gain 1d6 sanity and go to 171. I've not lost any sanity. I'm fine. I go to 171. Glad to have escaped the cold killer, you rejoin your comrades in the camp. Go to 649. Norman and Sylvia run toward you. You are relieved to see them still fit and upright, and your stomach sinks when you realize how your expectations have changed. Roll 1d10. If the result is even, go to 650. If the result is odd, go to 463. Okay. Here we go. That's a 3, which is odd. 463. It is impossible for Bernard to walk in his condition. Since life somehow lingers in his ruined body, you will have to carry him. You and Norman trim saplings into poles to make a litter. Make a listen roll. If you succeed, go there. If you fail, go there. I'm bad at listen. I hope Norman can listen. What's Norman's listening? He's got a 30. We go with Norman. Norman goes to listen for things. Please, Norman. At least this run's lasting longer. Exactly. Vindicated on using those AP? Yeah. Hup! 91! Now that's a spicy meatball right there. Alright, we fail. Whoo! 467. About 20 minutes later, you and Norman return to camp with the completed poles for the stretcher. An odd shape lies stretched out near the fire pit. As you draw close, oh no, you see it is Sylvia. You run to her side, kneel down, and turn her over. Her eyes bulge wide open, and her face is discolored. Purple marks ring her throat. Bernard is not on his bedding. You see tracks in the sand. From the scuffle marks around Sylvia's body, bare feet lead down to the riverside. The last tracks sink deep into the wet bank. He went into the river and did not come out. You bury Sylvia among the sand dunes. After you and Norman say a few words over her grave, you hurry away along the North Hanna River. Neither of you speaks again until the evening. I've just lost my brain. I'm fine. Having no brain is just a flesh wound. That is true. All right. Go to 276. 79. Excuse me. Whatever. The journey before you and Norman promises to be long and hard. Oh, God. If either of you require healing, you may restore 1 hit point each. We're fine. To strike as direct a route as possible, go to 295. To hold parallel to the river's course, go to 280. To search for existing trails, go to 297. To explore rocky terrain, go to 595. To camp first and regain a little strength, make a luck roll. If you succeed, go to 296. If you fail, go to 298. Okay. A lot of choices here, actually. I think we hold parallel to the river. The river is a landmark. We don't leave the river. It is useful, right? I mean, you have no idea where you are. We have no guide. I'm not going to go through the woods. I mean, I have navigate in survival woodlands, but the river is safety for now, okay? We go with the river, 280. While trying to keep parallel course to the North Hanna River, you and Norman are forced to cross through hot springs and ravines. Around a bend, you hear a bizarre humming sound. Oh, God. Getting rest seems like a good idea. No, we don't even need rest. We're fine. We just started. Okay, buzzing bad. Buzzing bad. Now, I have to play the character, right? We can't do this in a way that uses our meta knowledge that Migo are around here, right? So, oh, fuck. I have a gun. I could shoot it. But my students, 2 of my students have died. I'm left here alone with my one guy, and, I'm sad. I want to say, let's, hit it with a rock. True. I'm gonna say we hide. It's better to be safe in this situation. It's just the 2 of us. I don't want my guy to. Your character's been pretty cheeky so far. So no. He's had his student with him now. He has to keep his student safe. He says, "Hey, we gotta go into the cave. We gotta hide." Huddled in dank darkness, the 2 of you hide from the creatures outside. You hear many pairs of strange feet scuttling close by. Make a stealth roll for Norman and yourself. If you both succeed, go to 334. If either of you fails, go to 335. Fuck. My stealth is the base, which is 20%. Here we go. You're not going to believe this. That's a 13. Oh my god, I succeeded. Okay. Wait. There's a chance. Norman has a stealth of 40. Oh, shit. Okay. Hold on. There might be a chance. 31. No way. Okay, yes. I get 13, he gets 31. That's some poetic shit right there. It was meant to be. Okay. We succeed. 334. After minutes that feel like eternities, the steps depart. The owl hoots once more, the cicadas buzz, Even so, you do not relight the fire for the rest of the night. What fire? Okay. Sure. Well, 5:13. It is time to decide the course of your expedition. Fort McDonald lies within your reach, and you may go there to end your experience in the North Hanana. If you still have an appetite for exploration, you may take a short side trip or even strike back out into the depths of the valley. Why the hell would I go back? That's a horrible idea. To return to Fort McDonald, go there. To take a side trip, go there. If your party still has at least 3 members, you may return to the wilds. Okay, so we can't go back. Not possible. Side trip, though. What would happen with a side trip? Everyone knows not to light a fire. We've all seen what happened on Weathertop. True. Let's take a side trip. I don't want it to be over yet. This has been a good run so far. I mean, I've lost my students, but, you know. 594. Do side trips kill you? I have no idea. Of course, you must return to Fort McDonald. But there is time for one last side trip in hopes of learning a little more about North Hanana Valley. If you still have all your companions, I do not. If you have all 3 graduate students, but not Charlie, I do not. I have 1 companion. So I go to 279. The journey before you and Norman promises to be long and hard. Oh. I just did this again. Oh, okay. Okay. Lost your students and probably your career, I guess. Yeah, I took a side trip and now I'm stuck in the woods again. Didn't realize I'd just go back here. Well, that sucks. Let's do something different then. We're gonna search for existing trails. 297. The game trails are empty. The berries, so abundant earlier, have withered and dropped off the branches. The threat of starvation is real. Huh. Make a survival woodland roll. If you succeed, go there. If you fail, go there. Well, I do have survival woodland. I'm 60. I have a 60 in that. That's pretty good. 45. Okay. I succeed. It's time to decide the course of your expedition. We fucking go to the fort. There's no need to do any more side trips. 593. You pass the place of splitting water with no particular difficulty and reach the calmer waterways of the West Branch. We could have died. The foraging is ample now, and you recover strength as you draw near to Fort McDonald. After so many days on the river and nights in the woods, it feels strange to sit in a stifling room and answer questions about your conduct. Oh no. Before it was right there, we went backwards, damn it. True. If you have lost any members of your party or have confirmed their death, multiply the numbers of such losses by 15. This is your liability score. Roll 1d100. If the result is greater than your liability score, go there. If the result is equal or less than your liability score, go there. My liability score is 30, right? Yeah, it's 30. That's not a lot. Because Charlie didn't die, she just left. So we're good there. So here we go. As long as you're at Fort McDonald, can you give me a Big Mac? I can try. 15. Okay. That's incredibly lucky. What the fuck? Okay, less. 531. When your report of your party's misfortunes is analyzed by the Canadian authorities, they take you into custody and bring formal charges against you. They seem uninterested in any of your discoveries. I'm sorry, this was the good option? Equal to or less than. Okay. I thought I needed to get under that. Well, shit. Here we go. 538. Your trial lasts weeks, during which every field decision you made is questioned. It is almost a relief when you are convicted of gross negligence and contributory manslaughter. You are incarcerated in a Canadian penitentiary where you become withdrawn and isolated, staring from your cell at distant woodland. A year later, you become eligible for parole, and the committee looks favorably on your conduct. Once you are free to leave Canada, you return to a ruined career in the USA. You have lost your position at Miskatonic University. The evidence you brought back from your expedition has been neglected during your confinement. All the most important pieces have been lost or ruined. Nevertheless, you attempt to publish your findings. Your article only draws sensational press attacks, characterizing you as a moral cretin willing to sacrifice human life for scientific glory. You vanish from public notice with the dawning of the Great Depression. The Nandelman expedition is over. The end. Well, that one went much better. I did not die. I got put in jail and my life was ruined and I became, destitute, but I did not die. And that's what's important. Oh. Ever been in a Canadian prison? Plain hamburgers for me. Can't eat dairy. It's okay. The American cheese on Big Macs and all that is disgusting. Don't eat American cheese. It's not good for you. It's not like it's just not the best cheese. Ow. Health-wise. Cool. That one was much more. That was a longer one. I enjoyed it more, but I don't know, man. I like rolling dice, and that made me roll a few times here and there. It didn't feel like. I mean, yeah, my skills turned out, and I did get some really good rolls. But I don't know. It's not like it's bad. It's an interesting experience, but it's not enough for me. Sure, I could have given it a little bit more life with role playing with myself, right? But I don't know. I feel like it lacks something for me to find it super good, It's not bad to have, and honestly, you can just take all this and make your own adventure out of it, basically, right? Oh, goodness. Okay. Oh, only a couple hours away, everybody. We're getting close. We're getting close. Felt less like role-playing, more like choosing a character's destiny. Yeah, a little bit. That was neat. It's neat. I just wouldn't recommend it myself, I guess. But anyway. Let me just remove something out of here and remove this. All right. Part of me is like, oh, we should watch a video and analyze it. But also part of me is like, holy fuck, I'm tired. I'm very, very tired. Not for nothing, I'm gonna stay up the rest of the 2 hours. 2.5, I think, is the rest that I need. I just need to figure out what I'm gonna do. And I'm willing to hear recommendations and requests if you have any. While you're in the chat right now. Because my brain is becoming mush. I have said this many a time. My brain is becoming mush. But you can hear it in my voice that I am very tired and my throat is starting to give which is fine. I can deal with it. I think my honey is missing. I don't know where that went. It makes no sense, actually. It was, like, right here. Oh, I threw it away because it was out of honey. That makes sense. Anyway. Dungeon Dad? Well, so, this is the thing. I don't want to just watch a random video that's, like, you know, something that I don't have any comments on, because something like that is just a good video, you know? The madness begins. Yeah, I'm starting to lose it. Like, Dungeon Dad does stuff that isn't something that I have, like, an opinion on, I guess, in the sense of, like, something that I could extrapolate a lot from, I think. That's not true. I probably could, but I don't know. It's, Dungeon Dad stuff is, like, lore, and lore is not really what I'm looking for right now. Right? That's the channel I'm thinking of, right? Am I losing it? Am I crazy? Do I understand what's going on? Like, slightly? Also, my cats have been, like, super wanting to just rip apart the door to come in here, like, the entire time. I can't explain to them why their father needs to be in the room alone when they have literally jumped higher than I've ever seen to rip down my, my soundproofing from the walls that they can't even get to half the time. They cannot be in here. It's unfortunate for them and for me, but they can't. It's just not going to be good for my anything. Want to melt the rest of your brain with pointy hat? No. No, I do not. It's difficult, man. 24 hours, like, when I was 5 years younger, back before the show, I could have done 24 hours. I could have done 24 hours in my sleep. Hey, haha, ho ho. But no, seriously. It's I feel the age. It's happening. It's here. What's going on with this? Memes? Do it again. I wasn't looking. Yeah. I like that. You can't see that. Hold on. There it is. Oh. There it is. I like that meme. Steam? Steam? It's a Steam? Full of Steam. It's all over the Steam. That's crazy. No, it's not about, like, I'm good to do it. It's just like, you know, I just don't want my brain to make it so that I can't say words properly. I just have to, like, get this going. I just got to do something. All right, let's go into the backlog. Here we go. All right, everybody, it's backlog time. Let's go with misspelled stream. You're good, Pizza Funk. No worries. Let's do it. This is something that I am actually quite interested in, and we might have a lot to talk about. The video. This might be the final video of the evening. So I don't. Oh my goodness! It's Crazy K Dice. I didn't realize that this was that channel. Hey, we covered this channel for the 44 rules. I had no idea. I completely forgot what the channel's name was. But can these 4 D&D homebrew classes be saved by Crazy K Dice? Now, homebrew classes homebrew anything are something that, you know, everybody can have an opinion on, because you potentially have made things that are a little too powerful, a little too underpowered, make other classes obsolete, such and such and such. And I might not have ever heard of these subclasses, and I would like to analyze them, see if they're good or they're bad or whatever. We'll see. Here we go.
I don't know about you, but I really like making subclasses for D&D. I
Sure.
mentioned this at the end of my last video, but I'm currently working on a module. It takes place in a world I'm working on called Theranor, this primordial realm where endless valleys roll on like terrestrial seas, and the entirety of a city can rest under the canopy of a single tree. Much like Storm King's Thunder, it's a module that takes place from levels 1 to 10 and focuses around giants, specifically one giant in particular who's hell-bent on disrupting the ordning. As much as I want to gush on about this right now, I'm going to keep it a secret. I want to get a little more done before I start sharing it with everybody. Besides, this video is about subclasses, and the reason why I mentioned my module before was because I made a couple that'll come with it whenever I decide to release it. So in the spirit of game design, let's take a look at some of the custom subclasses submitted by other users on D&D Beyond. We'll look at some of the highest rated ones, some of the lowest rated ones. We'll look at some of the newest posted ones within the last few days or so. So ultimately what you're going to get out of this video is that we're going to take a look at what works and what doesn't work when you're designing your own subclasses, so you, the viewer, can make your own at home. And tell me about it, because I want to hear it. I love hearing about this sort of stuff that you guys are working on.
We made the Astral Sorcerer one, if anybody doesn't know. It's on our Discord. It's in there somewhere. And you can find it on the Home Brewery if that's still up and available. We did some work on that. Long while ago at this point. Years ago at this point, actually. Before the show, even, at this point. We made that. It was neat. It's fun. We've really tried hard to make a subclass for Sorcerer that was themed to be galactic and themed with without taking away from other classes, having its own kind of unique bits to it that were equally, like, they were like signs of like the Zodiac and such. You could take that you could take multiple times if you wanted to, and were about like combat stuff as well as roleplay stuff. Some of it was like skill based and such, like the benefits that you could get, so that it was like a lot of different things that you could, if you're super just combat heavy, you could take the purely combat signs, and then, you know, if you wanted some extra skills and stuff here and there, you could do that too.
Just so I'm being clear, yes, this is an open invitation for you to gush about your own homebrew. I genuinely want to hear about it, and if I get enough, I'd love to make a video in the future talking about some of my favorite ones and what exactly I like about them. But let's get started with this subclass. The Death Knight by Leviathan Ra Loki posted nearly 5 years ago, and it has -29 points. This subclass is for the rogue, and the description reads as follows. You deal high damage with minor sneaking abilities. That's it. Alright, first impressions. Right off the bat, I'm automatically thinking of World of Warcraft because of the Death Knight title. I've been playing World of Warcraft since I was 7 years old when Burning Crusade came out. I played Warcraft 3 even earlier than that, and my first serious character was a Death Knight troll, Darkspear rep. I'm a tad worried because it's for rogue. When I think of a Death Knight, I usually think of someone who does deal a lot of damage, but they are tanky like a fighter or a paladin. But maybe that's my WoW bias coming into play.
Okay,
So
I was
think
gonna
we should
say,
just read forwards and see what this.
yeah, it really just depends on how the person has set this up, because yeah, you could be evoking that WoW knowledge, because I played WoW, right? And that's the thing that I thought of immediately, but I was also like, well, it could be something that's just like its own thing, you know? but it could be that it's trying to get that so that people who are WoW players go, ooh, I can play my favorite class in D&D, you know? Because there's a lot of that kind of content out there. You can play this in D&D, play that in D&D. That wasn't necessarily made for D&D. So I guess we'll see. Send him that drug dragon you guys came up with. Oh, the Druggan? Yeah. Wouldn't a Death Knight make more sense for a paladin? It would make more sense for a fighter because, if we're going by strictly WoW, what they classified things as a Death Knight, it was a up close like damage dealer, or it could be a more tanky but still did some damage. It had a couple, I think it had 2 different damage type classes for it basically, and then one was a tankier one, I'm pretty sure. It has been years since I've played WoW, so I really can't remember. Most of the time I played my undead warlock named Cuddlesaur. If you see an undead warlock named Cuddlesaur out there in WoW, somebody has hacked my account, and I will cry. I put a lot of hours into that character. I got so many mounts, and I will never go back. But I'll still cry.
This thing has. So we're going to hit the ground running right out of the gate. We have Initial Slaughter. Starting at 3rd level, you can use the bonus action granted by your Cunning action to make an extra attack.
I don't know. I mean, so if granted by your Cunning action to make an extra attack, I guess it just is more damage. You can only do 1 sneak attack at a time if I remember correctly, so can I don't know. Monkish? Yeah, a little bit. Very strange. I don't know. It rubs me in a weird way, because it's like, is it... I guess we'll have to see the rest of it, because if it can combo into really overpowered things, it won't be great, but right now it's just like, eh.
And then also, because it doesn't specify a different level that this is given at, Dexterous attack. You deal an extra...
Okay. 10 damage per attack that uses dexterity, huh? So, you could be you do base 20 damage from 2 attacks without having that be gated by a level. Yeah, no, it's over. Sorry. It's just over. It's done. That's not... Why the fuck would that be allowed? That's ridiculous. Doesn't matter what attack you use, as long as you hit, you do just 10 plus whatever you roll. Not to mention, when you crit, it doubles all the damage, because that's how 5e works. You just double everything, so you're able to do, potentially, with like a rapier or something, you're able to do 36 damage from 1 attack. I don't know. It's with the Cunning action, bonus action damage, then it's like another just 10 damage on top of that with whatever you roll for your attack, and provided you get another crit, you could potentially do another 36 potentially. I mean, like, that's best case scenario. Lowest is 10 plus 1, 11 damage, no matter what. Seems like a lot. At level 3, I don't know.
Extra 10 damage per attack that uses dexterity. Not even taking meta builds into consideration, the most damage you might ever see in a level 3 game would have to be an upcasted inflict wounds from a cleric, and they just happen to roll 4 10s on their damage die for 40 damage. That's a lot. So as a Death Knight, all you would have to do is roll to hit twice, and if you successfully do that, at the bare minimum, you're doing 20 damage. We can assume you did point buy and you're an elf, so your dex is at least 17, meaning you add another +3 onto each of those hits because it's specified as an attack, not an offhand. And we'll also assume you're using a rapier because why wouldn't you as a rogue who's attacking with a single weapon like that?
Exactly.
So it's 2d8 +6 +20 every single turn. And then you can't forget sneak attack, which is an extra 2d6 on top.
Oh, I did actually forget sneak attack. So if you crit, you also could do sneak attack and everything. Okay. And you're obviously putting yourself in a position to do the most damage possible as a rogue, so... Yikes. Yeah, no, it's even worse, actually. Holy fuck. It's at level 3. You're absolutely fucked. Jesus. Coming from 3.5, extra 10 damage per attack feels like an immediate... What the fuck? Yeah. When I think of Death Knight, I think of a big hulking monster, Lord Irons tossed at people in Overlord. Fair. GWM and... Oh yeah, Great Weapon Master and Sharpshooter have to gamble for the +10. Yep. Yep. It's ridiculous. There's no way... There's a reason why this was lowest, I suppose. Horrible. Just take that out immediately and you're better off.
Top of that, so you're going to be doing 2d8 plus 2d6 plus 6 plus 20 per turn. That equals about an average of 44 damage per turn. I think it goes without saying that this might be a little overtuned for 3rd level.
What?
So how would I personally fix it? So weird enough, the War Domain for Clerics gets something very similar to this. War Priest, when you use the attack action, you can make one weapon attack as a bonus action. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier, a minimum of once. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Now you see, I like War Priest because it's something that's very beneficial and can potentially be game-changing, giving yourself an extra attack action at such an early level, but you can only use it a certain amount of times. But it's not a high amount of times either.
And you also don't do just +10 damage for no reason. So to take the +10 damage out, that's the immediate fix. We don't need to talk about this just yet. We can talk about this after. That's fine. But the immediate threat is the 10 damage that you just add to everything all the time.
I'd suggest using something similar to this. Maybe scaled off your dex modifier. Also, that +10 damage per dexterity attack has to go. That is way too busted for such an early level. Might I suggest scaling it off of proficiency bonus instead? So you would be attacking normal.
No, why would... why? Why? You don't need any more damage in this case. You're already able to do 2 attacks with your sneak attack and everything just for free, basically, with the cunning action. And then you also have extra attacks later on and all that kind of stuff, but... What am I to do? You know? What am I to do? Why would I do it?
Normally, but instead of adding the +2 to see if you hit, like if it was for the fighter, the ranger's archery fighting style, you're instead adding +2 extra to that damage. Except it would also work for your melee attacks, and it would scale as you get higher in level. So it'd become +3 at level 5, it'd become +4 at level 9, +5 at level 13, and then ultimately +6 at level 17. So it's an ability that you get to use that gets better as you level up. And
That's true, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's a lot to just even consider being necessary. Just come up with a new skill, I guess. We can repurpose that one, I guess, if we want to, but something in more line with the theme of the class potentially. Yeah, sure, it's a rogue that's not so stealthy, it does more damage. Like, that's the whole description. So you don't have a lot to work with there, but you can probably go like, oh, yeah, you get... Oh, I closed my eyes and I'm having a hard time opening them. Hold on, there we go. You can give maybe the Death Knight can have... Why is it a Death Knight? Why is it called that for a rogue? I guess you could make it kind of like Assassin in a way, but Assassin already exists. Why would I need to create another class that does kind of what an Assassin already does, I guess, which is just lay on the massive damage as best as you can. Themic Deathface. That's the guy. Oh my god, it's him, the guy. He's here to kill me. The Death Knight. Deathy McDeathface. Shit. Yeah, I can't even think of a good, because the premise is so flimsy at the moment. Like, we've got nothing but 2 things. That's it. I don't know if there's any more to it. In terms of, like, abilities or anything. But I suppose not if it's at negative, what, 29 on D&D Beyond. Wowee. I would need more to work with for me to have, like, a theme, I guess, for a new power. Because, yeah, I could go, oh, you get, whenever you target an enemy that is close to death, you get a, the advantage to hitting them. I don't know. What determines close to death? That's already something that I'm like, we need to determine that, right? I want to see how bad it gets after level 3. I think this is it. That's the thing. I think this is it. Right?
And then a few times a day, you're able to attack a second time with your primary weapon, adding that extra damage on top of it again. So now you're turning that 44 damage average per turn to a much more manageable 26 average damage per turn that you can only do a few times a day. At level 3, this is nothing to scoff at. Is this a particularly fun or interesting new ability? Not really. It's more about just, I want to do more damage. And we'll see that the Death Knight as a subclass is really just about hitting harder and more frequently.
Oh god, there is more.
Next up, we have the ability Supreme Slaughter, starting at 9th level.
Oh, come on. So, at level 9, you just get advantage on all of your attacks. Because you're always using dexterity weapons, always. And guess what that means? Because you have advantage, you always get your sneak attack. So as long as you're hitting, you're getting your sneak attack, you're getting your bonus, you're getting you're getting a potential, like, way higher chance for a crit. Not way higher, it's, I think, +5, right? You are, like, this is still with that +10, mind you. Plus you can use your bonus action to just give yourself another attack. You're fucking climbing in that fucking damage pile, man. That's insane. Who did this? Who wanted to just be the best? Go do something else, I guess. Be the best at that. This is shit. Hits me as an undead build of some sort, maybe a cultist fighter that works for Orcus. Could be. That would be interesting. Edgy OC class. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I think. It's edgy the hedgy for sure.
You have advantage on attacks that use your dexterity. Okay, so free advantage.
Middle school kid wanted to side channel his custom build into legitimacy. Yes. Yes, exactly.
Forever now. Which also means I can sneak attack whenever I want.
Yep.
Thank God you can only sneak attack 1 time a turn.
True.
Otherwise this would be very scary. So yeah, this definitely goes without saying, but having free advantage and having free sneak attack whenever I want may be cool for me.
We've all been there.
It's not going to be fun or interesting for your dungeon master
I was a
or
child
the rest
one
of
time.
your party. I also really fail to see any sort of the knightly aspects in this Death Knight subclass.
Yeah, and it just doesn't fit for a rogue. Like, why is the rogue becoming a Death Knight? Who knighted him? Who's the king who did this? You know? Somebody tell that king that we're gonna have words. Alright? We're gonna have words about this because it don't make no sense.
Other than the fact that everything is now dying because of you, because you are way too strong. So how would I fix it? I wouldn't. I'd get rid of it. Maybe introduce something more knightly to this Death Knight. Maybe at level 3 you gain proficiency in shields. And then at level 7, you're able to use your reaction to either block an attack, or reduce the amount of damage from an attack, or impose disadvantage on an attack coming at you a certain amount of times before you have to take a long rest. That way you become a little tankier while you're also dishing out your damage. Be more of that Death Knight feel that you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you're looking for, but the point of this does seem to be, hey, I want to do a lot of damage. That seems to be the point. The kid who submitted this, you know, hey, he tried. All right, I'll give him that. But you know, we can. I mean, we can do better. You know, we can go, hey, kid, you want to make a class that is like this, but like more manageable potentially? We could work on this. And you're like, hey, oh, you get a honestly, I'm fine with what he has of like taking the idea from the War Priest, but I don't know. I don't want to like just repurpose already done things for another subclass, you know? I want it to be something that stands out, right? With the Death Knight, if we want it to be a rogue of some sort, we can make it so that it's less the problem is that it seems like we're doing like a way more powerful assassin, right? An incredibly powerful assassin that just has like so much more advantages and stuff, and makes the assassin and every other rogue kind of useless. So potentially we move it over, right? We move the subclass and we put it on a fighter, and we have the fighter excuse me, become have the ability to wear, you know, heavy armors and such, and use big swords and all of that, and you can give them some necromantic power as well. Like they get the summoning of undead skills. They can potentially like get information from the dead that they recently kill, in the sense of like they get to ask one question, okay? One question to the soul of the deceased that they've killed. And whether or not the soul answers truthfully, they have to answer vaguely. So they have to answer truthfully, but they have to answer it vaguely. Let's say that it will always be something that is relevant but vague, so that you don't have just answers all the time for things. And I don't know, like something to make it so that we're user x death 666 must have created it. True. Knives the Hedgehog. Overpowered stuff. Cough, cough, Cornell. Yeah, but you know, you're in the story and stuff. It's fine. As long as you're accounting for it, I guess. Even Cornell would be more balanced than this. Yeah, I mean, it's just like make it so that the death aspect has some sort of relevance to the actual like thing itself, the actual class. So that it's like it's a mastery over death, or a thrall of death, or something like that. Not thrall, but you know, not even worshiper really, just anything to make it so that it's like a necromancer-ish, but for fighters. I don't know. Could be something. Am I making the Lich King, I've just realized? Whoops! Anyway.
And to my knowledge, I don't think there's a subclass that prioritizes rogues using shields, so it puts you in a really interesting spot that makes you a hybrid of like a fighter and a rogue. And that could be very thematic and full of roleplay flavor if you handle it properly.
For something like a shield and stuff, I wonder about that, because I miss when we had more than just like a couple of shields and such. Potentially. We had like things like tower shields with like shield spikes and stuff that we could use as like weapons, and there's a lot of things that we could do, and like having a rogue that is you're like a fencer of some sort, right? That uses like yeah, it uses the rapier and stuff, but has like, I don't know, a small buckler that can be used that can deflect instead of like you can use its action to deflect damage in the way of like, oh yeah, it hits real hard. Like you get hit for like, I don't know, like 5 damage, okay? And then like you can use your reaction to deflect it with your buckler as long as you have a buckler. And maybe there's like ripostes and stuff it could do instead. Like you take the damage into your arm and you can just riposte at the same time to deal damage back to the attacker by using your reaction. I don't know how, like, I'm just throwing out ideas here. I have no idea how well it would work or what. I don't even, it's probably a thing already. I don't know. But it'd be nice to see something that is a more defensive rogue, I guess. Something that could use this dexterity and stuff and the skill to do something interesting with their ability to like potentially be damaging, but also slightly tankish because of some of what they can do with like the deflection and such. Not sure. Frouge. The person that gave themselves to Orcus sounds the best. That could happen too. Make them look like the Black Knight. Yeah, you can do that.
The last 2 features in this subclass I'm going to read together because they both occupy
2 to your armor class and 1 to your dexterity and dexterity maximum. Oh, cool. 17th level, you gain 15 hit points and your constitution increases by 1. What? 17th level, you just gain 15 hit points? That's like nothing. Okay. I mean, that's just, it really is just nothing. Wow. I guess it's technically like 15 levels of hit points. Like, sorry, by, that I mean like an additional 15, modifiers to your hit points, right? Because you add your modifier to your hit points from what I remember. It's been a minute per level. And, I guess I don't know, man. We could do that, but ugh. It sounds like a glass cannon. I don't know, maybe. You get 2 more to your armor class and 1 to your dexterity and dexterity maximum, which means if you take the best armor that you can get for dexterity's sake and then just keep your dexterity high. Oh wait, we no longer have, no, we do have things that reduce dexterity, I think, for armor in 5. Or have a dexterity maximum, I think. So yeah, okay. So it still makes it harder to hit. But crushing power doesn't really, like, all of this sounds like something that would be for a tanky or strong kind of thing. Yeah, sure. Dexterity up, but doesn't it sound more like you would get strength up from crushing power? I don't understand how you crush things more dexterously, I guess. Unless it's just angling things to crush easily from like a hydraulic press. I'm not sure.
the same kind of niche. We have crushing power. By 13th level, you gain an additional 2 to your armor class, kind of like if you're using a shield, and +1 to your dexterity and dexterity maximum. And then death persistence, when you reach 17th level, you gain 15 hit points and your constitution increases by 1. So I see what they're trying to do here. They're trying to make the Death Knight tankier so they fulfill that knightly role, but I see 2 problems here. One, I think it's done way too late. 13th level is very far into the game for D&D, and up until this point, you're just a regular rogue who's doing a lot of extra damage for free. There's nothing really Death Knighty about it. And 2, I really think that it doesn't provide any punch at all. +2 to your AC at 13th level doesn't do that much. +1 to your dex max does nothing. If you have dex max at 20 at level 13, now it's 21, that still doesn't change anything. And then your capstone ability for your subclass is just very mediocre. I mean, subclasses like the Thief get 2 turns at the first round of any combat encounter, and then other subclasses like the Assassin get to double all incoming damage on a target that they surprise. In comparison, +15 hit.
Yeah, but the surprise is a mechanic that was weird, that people didn't do in ways and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I get this as well, of like, it would be interesting to see a not a damage rogue, I guess, but not damage rogue, strength rogue, like that, which doesn't fit really at all. But I guess when you get, like, making it so that the rogue, instead of being dexterity based for this Death Knight, if we want to keep it for a rogue, you make it so that they become strength. You make it so that everything is giving those strength buffs and relies on the strength and constitution, and again is able to wear the heavy armors, is able to wear, or use big shields and such. Like, if you really want it to be something that becomes like, oh, I want to play a rogue, but I want to play a tank rogue, and then make it so that you have the not even summoning undead anymore, but just having stuff like false life and just things for temp HP. Why don't we give a lot of abilities that give temp HP more often, so that we can have them kind of exuding this I've already said false life, but it is applicable, this false life to them, where they're so they're unnatural in the way that they take this damage. Like, it I don't know. It would be interesting to see something of like a strength rogue, and then some of the stuff could be like, you still could get your sneak attack and stuff, but you could, I guess, you know how they've changed it now for 5.5, where you get your maneuvers, or not maneuvers, but different effects that you can put into place. You could kind of do something like that for the Death Knight to use, instead of doing just flat sneak attack damage, because that's not what they're doing anymore necessarily. You can still get that sneak attack in there potentially from getting advantage and all that, and obviously we're taking out the advantage and stuff that we've given him already, but we could make it so that we bash into the armor and maybe lower the AC of the target for like a minute by crushing some of the plate or whatever that they're wearing, like doing damage to the actual AC, or the actual armor of the combatant. You could make it so that you give them a penalty to their movement by bashing their leg in a way that makes it so they sprain it or something, like something to make it so that it's more I'm trying very hard to get my brain to work with words. Something that makes it so it's very much more brutal, right? You want that. It's a Death Knight. I mean, what does that evoke, right? From thought. Something more brutal for sure, and something that is more tanky, right? And just make it so that it's a strength rogue of some sort. I don't know. Something can be done here. If we really want it to be a rogue, something can be done. I'm betting this build is designed to coincide with certain feats taken. Rogues get 1 to 2 extra feats compared to other classes. Yeah. I don't know if that's still the case in 5.5, but potentially. This was for 5 though, so I don't know. Wear dragon scale armor based on what Tiamat assigned to them. Oh, for a Death Knight for Tiamat, yeah. Brainstorming is working fast today. Hell yeah. Good. Have ideas. Ideas are good. Just refine them, you know? Like, this should have been refined.
Hit points and then 1 to your constitution is nothing at all. So how would I do things differently? Well, when we read our description, it says you deal high damage with minor sneaking abilities. Looking at all of our features, nothing gives us anything towards stealth, so maybe we can start adding that here. It's a little late, but I still think it could be very interesting.
No.
So we have to look at other rogue subclasses, and we'll see that 13th level...
Make it so that it's the, if you guys remember, back in 3.5, you had the Vigilante. That was a class, not a regular class, but the one that you could build into that I can't remember what the name of is right now. You could make it into something like that is, you know, called the Vigilante or something like that. And make it so that it's less about subtlety and it's more about being the goon, the muscle, the rogue who is there to beat the guy up. Like, you could really work into that and change it from Death Knight at that point, right? It just doesn't fit a rogue. The name itself is weird. I don't know. Probably change the name to something like Death Dealer or something. I mean, that's not the best either, but I'm trying to keep it let it keep the middle school edge. But I really want to change it to a bard and call it a Death Jester. Oh, like why can't I think of the game? The game is the Darkest Dungeon. There it is. It's in my head. Okay. Isn't that... The Jester is one of those things, and I kind of associate that with him. I don't know. I think the kid that made this just thought Rogue sounded the coolest. Oh, yeah. For sure. And, like, nothing wrong with that. It's just, you know. Harlequins, true. Harlequins are Death Jesters. You're right. They are Bard Death Jesters. Shit.
Well, isn't necessarily a giant power spike in
Thank you,
any
Dave.
means. A lot of the times, the subclasses just give you advantage on certain skill checks or things like that. So we should think of...
Oh, Shadewalker, Night Wraith, or Rogue Guy. But no, legitimately, some, like, those two are good for it, yeah. They evoke something different, though, you know? If we want something that's more in-your-face punchy sounding, then, you know, fucking give him the goon subclass, something like that. Like, not maybe vigilante even. Like, I don't know. There's a train. We can go for something that has already been used before in previous editions, just to make it so that it's more thematic, and then make it so that it works for that. I could make something potentially, but it's not. I mean, 5e stuff is not really my focus anymore for making homebrew stuff, if I were to make any.
Is something that's niche but useful to have, because you never know. Maybe due to the unholy forces of your Death Knight power, you no longer need to eat, sleep, breathe, or drink.
Sure.
Maybe you learn how to cast the spell Feign Death, but only on yourself. It's a tool that could be used to set up ambushes or become a distraction.
Sure.
And a social encounter that goes awry. Cool little flavor things that, you know, it helps your character act more like your character. And then 17th level, it's the last feature you get for the subclass. We definitely need something stronger. Maybe enemies that you successfully hit with your weapons begin wasting away, like they have necrosis and they start taking additional necrotic damage per turn. And as a Death Knight should, maybe you yourself are now immune to being frightened or petrified or poisoned or things of that nature.
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
you take resistance to necrotic damage. It gives you tank your abilities while also allowing you to deal more damage. Now, obviously, this is just the first thing that popped into my head when I'm looking at this just at face value. I've never had the opportunity to play this subclass as it is. I've never had the opportunity to test any of the things I'm listing out now.
Right, it's something that requires all that stuff, but when you look at this subclass, your heart is just like, oh yeah, no, that needs to change. It's not hard to recognize that, at least. I don't think. Steal more of Nintendo's IP and make a shy stalker. Yeah. That in Paper Mario, Dark Guy, I think. Anti Guy. Homebrew Guy could work with this given time. I think everyone could do something with this. I think all of you could make a good like strength subclass for rogue or something like that. Something like that. Hell, I think all of you could really just make a Death Knight if you really, needed to. That would actually make a lot more sense than what we've got here. If you had to keep the name and the idea, I'm sure that it would be something that would actually fit. But yeah, I don't know.
So maybe they're good, maybe they're not. It's just, my personal opinion. I really didn't recognize how much time I actually spent analyzing this Death Knight subclass, so for the rest of the video, I'm going to take a more brief look at these other subclasses we're going to list.
Oh.
Unless that's the sort of thing you want to hear, in which case let me know in the comments, and then I'll do more longer form videos breaking down entire custom subclasses, or something like that. Our next subclass,
it's
we have the
interesting.
Psychopath by TetraGamer524.
Oh god.
This was made over 6 years ago and has a rating of -57. The subclass is for the fighter, and the description reads as follows. Being a psychopath requires a player to willingly let their character slip into, I think that's supposed to be into, the realm of madness in order to defeat creatures and foes. With each blow you do, you can loose your sanity to increase damage output and deal interesting effects. So for anyone out there really quick who's interested in becoming a module writer or a subclass maker or any of those sorts of things, it's very, very important to make sure you proofread something before you post it. I can understand the occasional slip up here.
First one took a lot of his time. Why? Because he was going in depth about it. He was giving a lot of alternatives and such, and I appreciate that, and I think that's good. Like it's not, he's just giving off the top of his head and everything, so it doesn't have to be, perfect off the bat, but it's something in terms of a better design than what was there and what was given already. And I guess now he's just going to go through them and be, as he said, brief. So we're just going to get the things, and then he's probably going to say at the end, I don't know about this. And then we're going to go, Means less for the rest. I know. Yeah, that is true. I understand that. I don't know why people are adverse to the content being longer than like 30 minutes sometimes, or having long videos. If the video is good, you want it to be longer so that you, like, just from a purely algorithmic growing standpoint, you want the watch time to be high, right? So you make a longer video, there's the possibility that as long as you can keep people interested, you want your watch time high, right? So going in depth right off the bat, and just going in depth about everything to give a lot of ideas and a lot of fixes would be good, I think. At least preferably, or it's a preference of mine to just listen to longer content, because it's just, I have things to do, and I like listening to things for a long time, because as long as I'm, doing something that's kind of boring, or something that is just like, it needs something in the background, having something there is good for me, right? Always think from a long form mindset, so I might be biased. Me too. That's the thing. I'm fully accepting that it might just be that I just prefer that, and I think it's better that way. And that's just my bias. But it's also beneficial just from the YouTube algorithm perspective to make longer form content, as long as you get that watch time up. Pretty sure watch time's the thing now. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway.
Here or there, even sometimes the official source books have grammatical errors in them.
True.
But 2 big mistakes like that in the first sentence is kind of huge. So let's continue with Maddening. When you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you gain 2 sanity points. When you spend sanity points, you lose 1 point from your wisdom score for each point used. You regain expended sanity points and wisdom per long rest. That's very interesting. I like this flavoring a lot, and I'm excited to see where it goes.
I think it's fine. Giving you a resource that is specific to your subclass is absolutely fair. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Yeah. Cool.
So now we have Sanity's Fading. Also at 3rd level, as a bonus action, you can spend 1 sanity point to gain advantage on your next roll.
I need to see the first thing again. Oh. Okay, you always are losing points from your wisdom score. Okay. Whenever you spend it. So, doesn't matter if it's the bonus action or this. It's interesting. Okay. I don't know, I guess it just... I need to know how many things... I guess I need more information. It's, yeah, madness being your power is an interesting concept. I guess it's just, how much is this being used, right? Dark Rogue, Vessel of Char, there. Warrior of Discord for that.
I like this flavoring a lot, and I'm excited to see where it goes. So now we have Sanity's Fading. Also at 3rd level, as a bonus action, you can spend 1 sanity point to gain advantage on your next roll. You know what? I like that, because you are trading one resource for another resource. I dig it. And now things are gonna get a little bit weird. We have precise...
So my question is, you do lose your, the 1 point in your wisdom score, right? Which, I guess, what is the... No, there are not sanity points in raw D&D. If you use optional rules, there is a way to do it I think, Curse of Strahd has some optional rules to add something like sanity, I think. I could be wrong on that. But no, for this, it's a fighter subclass, so is this to give an incentive to having a high wisdom score? Because if things are, if things are more based off of your wisdom score, so that you're actually trading something for a benefit, because your wisdom score isn't, like, used for anything but those skills and making it so you're not dead, I guess, if you have 0 wisdom, right? And yeah, you get them back every long rest. So what is the what's the point of it being wisdom specifically? I guess is my question. I get why thematically it's wisdom, but what mechanically makes it so that wisdom is the point that you would take, right? Anyway, 7th level you get a slash die, finesse weapon. You can spend 2 sanity points to roll this die. The result on the die allows a certain effect to take place. +2 slashing damage, +3 slashing damage and frightened, +4 slashing damage and is considered bleeding. And takes a d4 bleeding damage every time it takes damage. What? Okay. That's... I guess it could be useful, depending on what you're facing. Okay. I'm not, I don't know. Sure. I assume this scales. It doesn't say it does, but I assume it does as you level? Why is it at 7th level that you get this? This is for a fighter, right? Why not earlier than this? This is weird.
Slash. At 7th level, you get a slash die, which is a 1d6. When you make an attack with a finesse weapon and the attack hits, you can spend 2 sanity points to roll this die. The result on the die allows a certain effect to take place, refer to the table below. 1 to 2, the target takes +2 slashing damage. 3 to 4, the target takes +3 slashing damage and is frightened of you with no save. Or 5 to 6, the target takes +4.
That's true. Yeah, I didn't even realize that. The bleeding is also no save at all. Oh god, I missed that. Yikes. Yeah, no, I don't like that. It's just free. I mean, technically it's not free. You're spending the 2 sanity points, but that's not, like, I don't know, man. What's different about how you do this instead of, like, them getting the ability to go, oh, you stabbed me real good. You're different than another guy who stabbed me real good, like, precisely. I don't know. I'm confused.
Slashing damage, and is considered bleeding. A bleeding target takes 1d4 bleeding damage every single time it takes damage. So I'm not usually a huge fan of subclasses that give you extra things you have to keep track of, like sanity points on top of the fighter. And now you have the slash die that also gets introduced that you can only use when you're making attacks with finesse weapons.
Wait, I thought you were cool. You were like, oh, I like the sanity idea. I'm confused. I'm not sure. I like the idea of a resource, but I don't know if, like, is sanity necessary? I don't know. I'm fine with it to be sanity, but because it's supposed to be the psychopath, but like a psychopath, does that mean that, like, I don't know. It's just they don't necessarily like regain their sanity after they go to bed. And I don't know if is psychopathy technically the term anymore? I don't actually remember. It's been a minute. Anyway. I wouldn't usually use sanity in a high fantasy setting because of all the stuff that usually causes sanity loss is already a known quantity there. Yeah, I guess this is just you personally doing stuff like to yourself somehow sanity-wise. Which I'm like, I think maybe what we do instead of introducing a sanity mechanic is, in order to cause these effects and stuff, we could make it, and this is a little dark, so apologies for this, but you could make it so that it's more self-inflicted damage that then translates into potentially causing these effects because you are, like, willingly doing that in front of these people, or whatever you're facing, to try to make them debilitated in wanting to face you, I guess. I really don't like misusing the word psychopath, which really is not what this class is at all. No, it's not. It's a berserker, is what it sounds like, right? It just sounds like a berserker of some sort, in the sense of they don't care. I mean, the precision slash doesn't make any sense with, like, a psychopath necessarily. How are they more precise? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't know. With we've already got the barbarian berserker, so which they changed in 5.5, so I don't know. It's it's a silly thing, I think. Psychopath. Wait, I need to find this out now. I have the internet at my side, and in my corner. Psychopathy. Yeah, that's entirely different in the sense of is this term still used? Term still used today? Is that outdated in medicine and psychiatry? Yeah. Okay. It's been outdated since like 2022 or something. Cool. I don't know what the actual term is now, but it is outdated. Nice. Okay. To be fair, whoever made this might not have known that. It's just something that's thrown around because people are like, oh, that guy's a psychopath. And it's like, oh. But, I thought it was. Yeah, okay. Yeah, if we want to do something that's like, oh, I'm spending, like, something to gain an advantage that is detrimental to me that might not that is just risk reward stuff, then we can do the damage to self, you know, using health as a resource in D&D and all that kind of stuff to create a berserker of a different sort. I mean, you don't call it a berserker, it's since that's already taken by another subclass, but I don't know. I'm not sure, because like I'm thinking berserker as in like berserker from like the Norse myths, but those ones would quote unquote turn into bears, which was sick as fuck because bears are sick. But there's also like, yeah, I don't know, it's just I don't know what's a good, I don't know of a good one that's like a good term for this that would really work well. The madman, maybe? Oh, wait. Oh, there goes my brain. The madman instead of the psychopath? Why wouldn't you just go the madman? Wait a minute. If you're using sanity, people are going mad. That's not psychopath. Yeah, that's madness. Just do the madman, man. It's like the easiest name. What? Okay. Throwing it around as much as it was helped make it outdated, at least to me. Well, it got outdated literally medically, or sorry, yeah, psychologically. Like, they published the book of terms and went, psychopathy is outdated in, like, you know, in the past here, so.
And when you have at least 2 of those sanity points, which, keep in mind, you only get 2 to start, it's a lot to keep track of for a class that normally doesn't have to keep track of much of anything unless you're playing a Battle Master. And not for nothing, but Precise Slash is really underpowered unless you roll a 5.
I think that just because the class itself doesn't keep track of a lot doesn't necessarily mean that you can't make something that makes it keep track of a few things. So far, I mean, I don't think it's a lot to keep track of, but that might just be me. In its current state, obviously. I don't know where it goes to, so we'll see.
5 to 6, and then it becomes incredibly overpowered. Remember, I only have 2 sanity points. Am I really going to take that gamble, lose my wisdom, and then only do +2 damage? When instead I could have used those 2 sanity points to instead gain 2 attacks at advantage? That's a much better trade-off. But then if I roll a 5 or a 6, now they're taking an extra 1d4 damage indefinitely from every source of damage coming forwards. That's a lot. Yeah. That's a huge amount of damage. I think it's very interesting that I found this ability because it's very similar to 2 other subclasses that I'm working on. One of these subclasses for the fighter has an ability that causes 1d6 bleeding per turn, which also makes the creature move 10 feet slower and gives them disadvantage on stealth checks. The other subclass is for the Warlock, and it's their 14th level capstone feature, which allows them to link to another target, and every single time that target takes damage, the Warlock can deal an additional amount of necrotic damage, and they're healed for that amount. Although in this case, the Warlock has to be maintaining an action to keep that up, And if he doesn't, it ends, and that's the only time he can do that until he
I saw your apple, Dave. And I reacted with an apple. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to what he was saying.
Other subclasses for the Warlock, and it's their 14th level capstone feature, which allows them to link to another target, and every single time that target takes damage, the Warlock can deal an additional amount of necrotic damage, and they're healed for that amount. Although in this case, the Warlock has to be maintaining an action to keep that up, and if he doesn't, it ends, and that's the only time he can do that until he takes a short or a long rest. I think the two examples...
I don't know if that's something that it reminded me of, just because it's a dot, I guess. Definitely a thing that is a dot, but I don't know, it's weird. Yeah, I don't know. So what Norse Berserkers did was enter a religious ecstasy, was involved with what they believed to be possession by Odin in the form of the spirit of the bear. At least that's the theory I most follow. Yeah. It's sick. It was really cool. They also did, I think there was also, like, some drugs that they took, like, whatever, you know, not drugs, but, like, stuff that they took that would put them in that frenzy state, so that they, and with the ecstasy and the everything, it's, yeah, whole thing. I thought there was that, but I might be wrong. Side note, what are you doing for episode 300? Oh god, I don't know. Hell, I mean, we're getting close to year 6, the start of year 6 in January, at the end of January. We've been doing this for 5 years, and it's the 5th year is about to end in January. It's crazy, man. We're gonna start year 6, season 6. What are we gonna do? For 300? I have no 72-hour stream. No. It's a nice thought. I don't know. This is something that is a special thing to do, and like, yeah, we've done 200 episodes, and it's really, we didn't like celebrate a lot of the milestones that we've done in a big way, and I figured that we finally, you know, it was suggested by Shin, but it was suggested that, but to do the 24 hours, and it was a good idea. I'm having a great time. I am. I'm dying in my brain, but I'm still having fun, and I'm glad to be able to make the show for 24 hours. It's longer than this is not happening. A 10-hour TTRPG episode? I don't know about that either. I didn't suggest that I joked about it and you did it. Yeah, well, it's a joke suggestion. So, wait. More than getting really angry, at least. That's true. The drug thing, not so much. There's a mushroom that was proposed as the cause, but it grows in India. Causes nausea. You definitely don't want to go to battle with nausea. I see, yeah. Lusty sword lesbians? Oh, obviously, yeah. I mean, it's got an award. You know? It's interesting that it has one. I feel like it's probably just a fine system. I don't know what it is. One day we'll play it, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It's we'll figure it out, I guess. It's this kind of thing is like the 24-hour thing and the really, really long time things. It's a lot and it's taking a toll, and hopefully the next time I have to do anything like this, I'll have days off that I can use so that I can just go to sleep and not go to work the next day, because you know, I do have to go to work tomorrow, and I'm gonna eat and sit with my cats and try not to fall asleep until I lay in bed, and then go to bed and go to work, and then come home and then hang out with my cats and maybe fall asleep. It's gonna be great. also been suggested they just got drunk, but you don't go into battle drunk either. Plus, if it was something easily replicated, more cultures would have done it. Maybe. I don't know. It depends on, like, the religious fervor, I suppose. Potentially. I'm not sure. Either way, thank you for letting me know about the mushroom thing. And the drug thing. It's one of those, it's just one of those, quote-unquote facts that's just floating out there that was suggested. I never thought about the drunk thing. I never remembered that, but anyway, my brain is turning off. We are taking gasp. So that's the cure for sleep insomnia. Just don't sleep. That was me long ago. Yes, I just wouldn't sleep. It was great. Haha, my head hurts. Okay. You're asking me questions that I have to think about when I'm like, so I've been awake for too long. How long have I been awake? Technically. It's since 2 p.m. yesterday. It's so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I couldn't count for a second. 9. And then 24 hours. I've been awake for 31 hours. I'm gonna have been awake for 31 hours. Because I woke up at 2 p.m. Yesterday. Not 2 p.m. Wait. Was it 2? Yeah, it was 2 p.m. And then we started at 9. Yeah, oh my god. I've been awake for a long time. No, 2 p.m. and then that would be until 9 after 7 hours. Then 24 hours after that is now soon? Because oh god. I can't do math right now. I'm gonna die. Not really simple religious fervor either. It's an actual altered mental state that's not easy to achieve, and not just anyone can achieve it at all. Okay. I don't know. I was up for 3 days and still had a hard time going to sleeping once. Yeah, I had the same thing happen. And then I woke up and thought it was a Friday when it was a Saturday because I had lost a whole day because I had slept so much. It was great. Anyway, let's continue. I'm getting distracted.
Examples I provided might be a better way of handling that sort of damage over time.
You're good. It's a thing you get hung up on.
With the fighter being something that you can stack on multiple people, but it's only a small amount of damage and you don't have to maintain concentration, versus the warlock, which is a high amount of damage, but it's the only thing you can be focusing on. In our case with the psychopath, it's a roll of the dice and you have a 33% chance to constantly have this super high damage bleed on a single target. Psychotic laughter. At 15th level, you can spend 2 sanity points, which are all of your sanity points, to make one creature who can hear and see you within 10 feet make a wisdom saving throw versus a DC 10 plus your charisma modifier plus your proficiency bonus. On a failed save, the target becomes frightened of you. You can choose to spend an additional sanity point that you don't have because you only have 2 to amplify the effects of this ability. Amplify. By spending an additional sanity point that you don't have, you can force the target to make an additional wisdom saving throw with a DC of 13. That's incredibly low at 15th level. If the target fails, roll a D100 and inflict short-term madness on the target. Refer to the short-term madness table for effects. The duration of the madness lasts for 1 minute.
Okay, so first off, short-term madness table is in I'm pretty sure I've seen that. Is that not something that's... Hold on. I could have sworn, unless it's included with this build, I could have sworn... Yeah, it's a thing. Yeah. Wait a minute. Where was this from? This was an optional rule, I want to say, in the DMG. I think it is. Regardless, it does exist. It is something that's in a book, for 5th edition. Very interesting, to pull that as your, as what you do. Short-term madness is very, like, at 15th level. Interesting. It sounds like this is something that you should have had way before, that, you would also, like, get, as you leveled up, it, like, got to the short term, then maybe the, you know, mid term, and then the long term, potentially. And obviously, I guess there's the the sanity point growth is missing from this class, which is like the whole point. Psychotic laughter, I get why they used it, and I think that's why they put the psychopath thing. Just call it madman, and just call it psychotic laughter is still fine. But just call the class a madman, and you've already gotten, like, part of your shit done. With the 7th level thing, it's like, I don't know. We can get rid of that, probably. Just have it so that you're using these sanity points that are taking away from your lowest stat, maybe, right? Making it so that if you keep using it, it will continue to harm you to the point that you might just lose too much of it and go to 0 if you keep using it, right? And you could also make it so that instead of getting all of your shit back, you do it like charges. It's an unreliable thing in a way. You get minimum 1, roll a D4 to a D6, to a D8, to a D12, like however much you need for the thing for the laughter to, or sorry, the points to get to their maximum, like have it so that it scales with that. You start with just 1 when you have psychotic laughter at like level 3, and then more and more and more, or whatever, just for the, not psychotic, I guess put it psychotic laughter at like level 7 instead. And then it's just 1 point until you hit like say level 5, where you can have like 4 points, minimum 1 D3 to see if you get them all back, and like just, you know, go up and up and up. Just make it so it scales that way. That's at least my idea with it, but I'm not sure if that would be good for it.
Where are you getting all these sanity points from? You only have the 2. So how do I spend 3 in a turn? Not only that, but the wisdom saving throw for this is a DC that uses my dump stat in the calculation for it. It's at 15th level, anybody's gonna pass a DC 14 saving throw. So it's either I use the 2 sanity points to do nothing, or I use the 2 sanity points to roll a D6 and take a gamble. That'll give me +3 slashing damage, and a guaranteed the target's now frightened at me. As funny of a name as Psychopath is for a subclass,
It's funny.
I really, really like the flavor of it, and that's why it pains me so much.
When did
There's so many aspects of this that are so contradictory.
It was funny? Okay. Psychotic laughter is my thing, more so when I don't sleep. Well, you've heard me laugh like a madman this whole 24 hours, so. The one time I had a bout of psychotic laughter was when I was driving home from vacation. My dad insisted on me taking a route that ended up just looping around to a place I had already been. What do you mean by funny, sir? What do you mean by that? I don't know.
Let's just quickly move on. Completely mad, at 17th level, when your hit points reach 0, you do not fall unconscious. Instead, you fall prone and reduce your current wisdom ability score to 0. Okay, so you outright die.
Yeah.
So instead of falling unconscious, you just die. So here's a quick fun fact. If any of your ability scores hit 0, you're dead. You don't get any sort of save to it. It's just an instant death. That's why shadows and intellect devourers are so scary, especially at lower levels. Because if they hit you enough times and they bring your ability score down to 0, you instantly die and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Let's pretend you don't instantly die and let's keep reading. So you reduce your current wisdom ability score to 0 and you add it to your hit points. Okay. If you take any damage in this time, you permanently lose that number from your wisdom score.
What?
This lasts for 2 turns. At the end of each of those turns, you must make a Constitution saving throw DC 15 or fall unconscious and fail 1 death saving throw.
Okay. So it's relying on you to not have your wisdom score be that high, first off. Just so that it can have the state of tension, I suppose, whenever you utilize too many sanity points. Which again, I'm gonna at least put in my good faith thought that this meant to have, you know, the scaling sanity points. So at this point, you'd have like 10, maybe 15, I don't know, and potentially, and you then have a relentless endurance, but it will kill you if you use it. I don't know. It's very weird to make it so that you are living off of your wisdom. I guess it's like supposed to be like your willpower of some sort, right? Like that's what it's going for, potentially. But yeah, I don't think that it's necessary. Last hour now, I think. Yes, we are in the last hour. It is true. It is true. Not for nothing, I might not read comments. I'll see about it. We'll see if I can get through this video. We're halfway through, almost, a little over. Oh god, we probably have one more thing to look at. Oh god. Come back in one piece, Fox.
I don't want to be mean, but this just sounds like dying with extra steps. Okay, so let's say I revive and now I have 10 hit points and I can still move around. It's 17th level. Anything that hits me is going to do at least 10 damage. And now my wisdom is 0 again, and now I'm dead again, permanently. So I don't know how this is gonna do anything. So this is the point where I would tell you how I'd improve it. However, I don't need to. Fire Giant 5 on D&D Beyond already made an improved Psychopath early last year.
God.
And you know what? I really, really like this one. I'm a huge fan of how it works, and I really think you should check it out. Now let's take a look at a subclass that a lot of people seem to enjoy.
We're just gonna okay, it exists. It's out on D&D Beyond, apparently. I'm not going on that site, thank you. If I really, I don't know. Okay. Willpower would be a cool stat. It used to, like, you used to have will saving throws and such, but, and it's a stat that's in Vampire, and it's a good stat. It's nice.
The College of the Painter by Manio has 45 points on D&D Beyond, and 1,611 people have added it into their games. That's incredibly impressive.
College of the Painter is something that I've seen people make videos on. I've seen this in thumbnails, actually. I know this for a fact. Oh boy, that's exciting. It's gonna be good.
And he should be very proud for that sort of work. This is a class for the Bard, and it reads as follows. The College of the Painter is a comfortable home for bards who have a lack of interest or no knowledge in the playing on instruments.
Hell yeah.
Instead, having chosen to weave their performances and abilities through their painting and artwork.
Can I be a College of the Bard who paints minis? Is that possible? Can I do that? I don't paint them very well, but I can... if you give me my degree, please.
Bards who are of this college are generally thought to be a lower form of bard due to the rejection of the other colleges and methods that their fellow bards employ.
Oh.
They're more antisocial and are more ragged and rough in terms of their appearances, their clothes, skin, and hair generally stained with their constant use of paints and inks. It is told and rumored that through practice and determination, these bards can actually bring their artwork to life to serve them as familiars and followers.
Oh god.
Very thematic and very flavorful. I'm loving it so far, so let's keep reading.
Sure.
Bonus proficiencies. When you join the College of the Painter at 3rd level, you gain proficiency with the Painter's supplies. If you are already proficient with Painter's supplies, choose another skill proficiency for the proficiency you already have. You may then use your Painter's supplies as a spellcasting focus for your bard spells. Living artwork, also at 3rd level, you have gained the ability to channel your magic into a piece of artwork you have created. As a bonus action and once per short rest, you can with blinding fast speed paint a creature with a CR of 1/4 or lower that you have seen in your adventures. On your next turn, that creature appears within 20 feet of you and is under your control for 1 minute or until dismissed, killed, or knocked unconscious. After the duration, the creature is reduced into a puddle of paint. At higher levels, you can paint more powerful creatures. At 6th level, you can paint up to CR1 creatures. At 10th level, you paint up to CR2 creatures. At 13th level, you can paint up to CR3 creatures. And at 18th level, you can paint up to CR4 creatures.
It's following the same path as like druids and the CRs that they can get to when they wild shape, which is good. It's a good path for it, I think. As far as I'm aware, I think it's more Moon Druid, really. Although they get CR1 at level 3 for 5e, if I remember right. I might be wrong. Hold on. 5e Druid of the Moon. Circle of the Moon, that's the word. 2nd level, as high as 1. Right, and then 6th level is divided by 3 rounded down. And everything before that, or after that. Okay, so it's kind of following that. What was the, actually, this is a question as well. What was the Ranger? Actually, it's Beast Master Ranger 5e. Thank you. We were just talking about this on Bob's video, but I was wondering if it follows anything like this in the sense of if there's any like CR uppage. And it doesn't seem it just starts at 1/4. Which is at 3rd level, so it starts at least like a ranger creature, but then it's even better than a ranger creature because it gets to be a CR4 when it grows up. Isn't that nice? It's lovely. Rangers get the short end of the stick for their pets. Sad.
You know, I really like the idea of a summoner type of bard that paints these things into existence. It's really cool, it's thematic, and it's flavorful, and I dig it.
Sure.
Comparing this to other things that you find within the player's handbook, like the Ranger's Companion, which lets you summon a beast of a challenge rating of 1/4 or lower that you just get to keep permanently.
God damn it. I looked it up and everything, and he's already done the work for me. My god.
Or Circle of the Land Druid, where you can turn into 1/4 CR
Circle
beast
of the Land.
a certain amount of times per long rest.
I did
Even the
Moon.
Moon Druid, which is a CR1 at level 2, a certain amount of times per long rest. This kind of fits right in there in the scale of power level. So I do get a teeny little bit worried that at higher levels this might be considered underpowered, because an 18th level bard summoning a CR4 creature for a minute isn't gonna make or break a fight. It might not even make a huge difference depending on the type of creature or the type of monster that you're fighting. But again, this is only one part of the subclass. There's still a bunch of other features we have to take a look at, so let's keep going. Painted armor. At 6th level, you can paint a thick layer of paint on a willing creature that you can touch with your painter's supplies as a bonus action. Upon doing this, the creature you've painted on gets a +2 bonus to its AC for 1 minute. You may only do this once per short rest. And then faux appearance. Also at 6th level, you can paint features on yourself and change your appearance. Using your painter supplies, you can now cast the Alter Self spell at will, and as many times as your charisma modifier per rest.
Oh, wow. Wait. Oh, right. At will, but modifier. Okay. Because, like, usually at will just means, oh, anytime you want to. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, that's a neat little thing. I'm okay with that. The +2 is useful, especially at 6th level, I guess, and you can, I mean, it'll work for everything, you know, as it goes. It doesn't look like it scales, which is fine, because, you know, you get up to, like, the 21 AC, and then you just give it a +2, and it makes it 23 or something, and it's not that bad. So yeah, I'm fine with this. This is okay so far. The CR4 thing that he was talking about with the how it might not be so influential to the fights or anything, that seems like it could be true, because I mean, yeah, it's a CR4. Let's, like, hold on. What is a CR? Let's just find your average CR4 monster really quick. I keep opening this. CR4 monsters 5e. Thank you. That's super not helpful. Thank you. That might work. Yeah, that'll work. CR minimum 4, CR maximum 4, filter. Okay, you've got 20, 19. You got 19 monsters. That being a banshee, a black pudding, a bone naga, a chul, a kodal, an elephant, an etten, a flame skull, a ghost, the Knoll Fang of Yinoogu. I don't remember how to say that. Helmed Horror, Lamia, Lizard King Queen, Orc War Chief, Red Dragon Wormling, Shadow Demon, Succubus, Wereboar, Were-Tiger. That's the stuff from all of the 5e stuff. So you get a good selection there. That, I mean, the Succubus might be able to do something with, like, the not like a hypnotism, but you know what I mean, like potentially some kind of magical thing, or you could use the elephant to just be in the way when you're trying to get away from something. I feel like it's useful for more than just a and you can still do all the previous levels, I assume. It's useful in the sense of giving you the ability to create something that can get you past obstacles more often than it's something that is for purely a fighting perspective, you know? Like, combat's fine and everything, but think about it outside the box. You make yourself a fucking elephant, and it can lift you up and put you, like, up in a window somewhere, right? Because it's big, and why not? The point of an elephant is to have it in the room. That is true. But yeah, so I don't know. It's less to do with the combat. It's more to do with what you can do with it.
I really like this subclass. I'm gonna sound like a broken record here, but the 3 main things I'm looking for when I'm rating a subclass is 1, is it cool and flavorful? 2, is it thematic throughout the entire kit? And 3, is it not severely overpowered? I could see this being in an actual rule book, and that's a great achievement. It's really hard when you're designing something that you want to be cool and useful to not skip over into the realm of brokenness. I've been there before and I've done it myself, and it's not fun for anybody else at the table. I really wouldn't change anything or offer any advice, but the only thing I could think of is let your bard choose between painted armor or faux appearance to cast either one of those as many times as your charisma modifier.
Why?
Maybe the whole party needs to sneak into a ball, so he has to use 4 faux appearances. Maybe a big fight's coming up and you want to make sure you're saving those.
But I thought that is Alter Self is literally a self spell. You can't do it to other people, I thought. And from what I understood, it was only to you, the bard. Am I missing something, or hold on? All right, we're at what, 23:42. No, not that. There we go. Yeah, it's on yourself and your appearance. Okay. I like, if we make it so that we just can use Alter Self for free, basically, all the time, so that we kind of remove that as a spell that's necessary. It needs to be limited to you yourself only, I really feel, because otherwise it becomes far too powerful. With the faux armor thing, I don't think we need to put a limit on that. It lasts for a minute. It's a bonus action to do it for that minute. Like, you can do it to everybody and give them a buff, but that's just like you doing it over and over and over and over and over. On your turns for a combat potentially. Like, it's not that bad. To have that be kind of infinite, because if he's gonna take the time, he's gonna take the time, you know? And honestly, I can see a DM going, yeah, well, it's raining. That's not gonna work. You know? Like, there are instances that you can negate it from logical means. It gets really hot inside of a place, and it makes it so that the paint kind of cooks itself a little bit and cracks. It makes it so it's brittle. And it doesn't give that protection anymore, or maybe it gives protection for 1 hit, you know, and you can reapply it, but yeah, it's continuously getting brittle because of the heat of the area, right? Like, I'm already thinking of things that would actually make that very interesting. Having it be infinite as it is, quote unquote, right? It lets the paint cook. It does. That's the most important thing.
Those slots so you and your sorcerer friend are protected. Overall, I really like it. And now at 14th level, we have Artistic Spray. Starting at 14th level, you've now gained the ability to spray thick, blinding, colorful paint and ink at up to 3 creatures in a 25-foot cone. Any creature caught within the cone must make a dexterity saving throw against your spell DC. On a fail, a creature is blinded for 1 minute. As an action, you can cause the paint and ink to start to boil violently on one of the creature's skin. Doing so causes the mixture to evaporate and remove the creature's blindness, but the creature takes 5d8 acid damage. You may do this as much as your proficiency modifier per long rest.
Holy shit.
I like this one. You know, it's an ability you could do a couple times a day that causes a status effect. It does some damage.
A couple times? Is that not... Was this not at like 15? Am I crazy? 14. You can do it like 5 times, dude. Right? Or no, not 5. Like 4? What's the... hold on. Let me check my facts. Proficiency. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's 5 times. It is. Oh, shit. A couple times? You're underselling that, my dude. That's crazy. That's real good. Also, the acid damage is something that, what a frame to go to. Whoops. The acid damage is something that acid is not resisted as much as far as I remember, right? It's poison that's the bad one, in the sense that a lot of things resist poison. I might be... Yeah, I think that's true. Because fire is the next one that's the most resisted, right? Yeah, I like it as an idea. I'm not sure about... I guess at 14th level, doing 5d8 acid damage is fine. I don't know what the spells at 14th level, like, equivalents are, but it's cool to have a color spray that can also be offensive. By that I mean offensive, not offending people.
Is blinded for 1 minute. As an action, you can cause the paint and ink to start to boil violently on one of the creature's skin. Doing so causes the mixture to evaporate and remove the creature's blindness, but the creature takes 5d8 acid damage. You may do this as much as your proficiency modifier per long rest.
Just experience to squirt your paint tube at them? Yes.
I like this one. You know, it's an ability you could do a couple times a day that causes a status effect. It does some damage. It could target multiple people. It's good for a 14th level ability. Acid damage is not a type of damage that's easily resisted. Not a lot of creatures resist it. It's like a middle tier type of thing. All of this is to say that this is an interesting
I keep saying these things and looking them up, and he does it for me, man. But I want to be informed beforehand. Come on.
utility ability that allows you to also stack some damage on top of multiple targets. Bard as a class is really good where...
No, it doesn't. It lets you do it on single targets, because it's... I thought it was only the one person. Or is that one at a time? I'm not sure. Acid, what paint is that? It's magic paint.
It is. It's a great utility-focused caster. The spell versatility of a bard is nearly unmatched, except for, like, a wizard. And because they're spellcasters, they don't fall behind the curve at higher levels. Their power is more exponential compared to the linear scaling of more martial classes.
It's dark.
All in all, I really like this subclass. It's fun and thematic, and it's not overpowered broken. Teleport behind you, nothing personal, kid. 50d6 damage, you can't save it. Also, you're paralyzed and poisoned and stunned and also dead. The only thing I would do is clarify how artistic spray works, because I have the ability to spray thick, blinding, colorful paint and ink at 3 creatures, but is that an action or a bonus action? As an action, I can cause the paint and ink to boil violently on one of the creature's skins, and I could do this as much as my proficiency modifier per long rest, but is it the boiling part I could do as much as my proficiency modifier?
It's a good point. It's not clear enough, for sure. My immediate thought is just it's an action to do, and then on your next turn it would be an action to activate, I guess. But my question is, can you activate it one at a time? You know, is it like, this guy, he's blind and got my paint all over him, oh god, so is this guy and this guy. And then I go, hey, you, right there. And he's like, I can't see you, I'm covered in paint. Wow, my eyes, oh god, my eyes. And you say, guess what, idiot? My paint's actually gonna melt you. And then he goes, oh my god, it's in my eyes. You're melting my eyes. Stop it. Oh, my eyes. And then he doesn't have eyes anymore. And really, that's the moral of the story, is don't get paint in your eyes, kids.
Or is it casting artistic spray in general? This subclass was such a nice breath of fresh air. I want to make a character with it, is how much I enjoy it.
Sure.
So maybe one of these days I will, and if I find a dungeon master, I'll see if maybe this subclass is fine for them. So I want to round off this video with one more subclass. I'll go through it really quick. Let's find the subclass that has most recently been posted to D&D Beyond. This subclass was posted today by Small Truck. Hi, Small Truck. I'm the first person to ever have my eyes glance upon the Oath of Blood. This subclass is for the cleric, and the description reads as follows. You have vowed to follow the teachings of the blood god Salmak, granting you a small fraction of his power. I don't know if anyone heard that, but it was a car skidding out in front of my house. This grants the ability to control blood, although if you do not have blood stashed away, you will have to use your own, which for each level of the spell you'll
That's not how you spell witch for that. That's witch as in the cackling green hag.
have to take 1 more d6 of damage, although this does not apply to all spells, so you and your DM must decide what spells have that effect activate, but the more you level up, the more precisely you'll be able to control blood.
Holy shit, that was all like one sentence as well. Oh my god.
First thought about this is that it is very flavorful. I think that is
You
the
can
most
tell where the
important
cuts
thing
are.
you
It's
need when you're
dark.
making a subclass. Will this be overpowered? Will it be underpowered? I don't know, I haven't read yet, but at the very least, a lot of thought and care went into it, and that's the most important part. Bonus proficiency. When you choose this domain at first level, you gain proficiency with the Warhammer. Okay, great, so your cleric god weapon of choice. That's awesome. Blood control. You can use your blood to heal 1d4 damage per short rest. I'd make it a little bit more, and definitely not...
No, that's okay. We can have it scale, like, as we get to, like, 5th and then, 14th and 17th or something like that, but I think D4 is a literal health potion, a literal tonic, and having it be able to be done on short rest is, I assume, also on a long rest, right? Can't just be short rest, because, I mean, do both, right? I mean, well, no, actually, because you can't, you're going to sleep usually on a long rest, so, I don't know. It's, it's a weak health pot that you only get when you get to do short rests, which is like an hour of time that you spend to get like maybe 1 to 4 hit points. Sorry, 1 to maybe 4 hit points is what I mean. I think that's fine as something that you can have, though. I guess it's just your responsibility to not let, if you're gonna allow it to be a thing, don't let your players abuse it in the sense of like, I'm just gonna chill till I heal up. I'll see ya. You know?
Only once per short rest. Maybe do it as your wisdom modifier per short rest. Sure, 1d4 healing's not a lot, but if you have friends who go down, which does happen pretty often at early levels in D&D, shooting 1d4 healing their way without having to use your limited amount of spell slots can be very good.
Wait, I thought this was personal. Oh god. You can do it to anybody? You just manipulate their blood? Make it so their blood comes back better? I'm not sure. But, okay, sure. It's fine.
Now here's Pray, also at first level. Every long rest you may pray to the blood god and give him some blood and skulls for something your DM decides.
Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Yes, it's corn. It's corn! I don't know who Salmak is, but it's fucking corn, brother. Yes!
This sounds a lot like Divination, the 4th level cleric spell, but I'm assuming it's not going to be as strong. At least I hope not. But it's cool, it's very thematic, it shows, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne, or whatever.
Woo!
So I like it. I like it for now. Okay, next we have Channel Divinity, Blood Clot. If the target fails a wisdom saving throw, one limb is disabled. The target will not get the use of that limb back until he succeeds on a wisdom saving throw, or after 5 turns, they lose it permanently.
No, wait a minute. No. Yeah, sure. A wisdom set, like, first off, it didn't say the DC of it. But second off, it's something that you get at, like, 2nd level. I don't want the ability for you to potentially make it so that you give Bane to an enemy to make it so that they just lose their fucking limb immediately, like, or sorry, after 5 turns, obviously, but like, I don't know, I think there should be more work to it than that, I guess. Yeah, I'm putting in like a Bane and that ability, I guess, but it's just, I don't think something at level 2 should be able to completely remove your arm with like, could luckily just remove your arm in such a way. Like, sure, at level 2 you could swing your sword, get a big crit, do a lot of damage on the arm of somebody and take their arm off, right? That's possible, but I don't know, it feels like there's a lot more variables going on there. Whereas this, yeah, you're rolling for your wisdom save every time, but if you manage to find something that does a shit wisdom save, hey, you can just take all its limbs off. It's done. Do you think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and manipulate someone's blood? Yes. That would be me. I'm taking your blood. It's mine. It's my blood now. I wish I had a skull throne. Skulls are super uncomfortable to sit on, but skull throne.
Take this, goblin. Channel divinity deep vein thrombosis. I hope you enjoy your heart attack. In all seriousness, I really like the ability where you're able to disable somebody's body part, whether or not that's an arm or a leg. Maybe your channel divinity have someone's movement speed for a minute, or maybe they lose movement in an arm, so they drop their weapon.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a fine idea, but I wouldn't have it last for more than like a turn, you know? If I was gonna let it happen, it's incredible. It's like a super disable, unless they get the wisdom save. Obviously, there is a save at least, but I don't know, man. It's immediately I could just go, hey, that sword arm you got there, the one that you can use, that you've trained to use, with your sword the whole time. Guess what? No, it don't work. That's enough. It's a little much, at least to me. I feel like it could be abused very easily.
That's cool. Losing your arm because you fail 5 wisdom saving throws in a row. You know what? At that point, maybe you should lose an arm. Because how would you fail that 5 times in a row?
Bane.
That's kind of nuts. I know it happens, but it's never happened to me. So.
Okay.
All right. Next, poison blood. Your blood is now like a poison. If it gets into someone else's body, they will have to make a poison saving throw against it. You now also have advantage against poison saving throws. I like it. That's thematic. Your toxic god blood. That's cool.
Sure.
Bloodsteel. At 8th level, you gain the ability to infuse your weapon strikes with divine energy and take the target's blood and use it to cast the spells you and your DM decided will deal damage without taking that damage.
What?
Once on each of your turns, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can cause the attack to deal an extra 1d8 radiant damage to the target.
Oh.
So I don't know why they thought that they should change the name Divine Strike to Bloodsteel, but this is just Divine Strike.
Yeah.
Okay, finally, expanded blood vessels. Now that you have expanded blood vessels, you may now perform a bonus action on your turn 5 times before needing to take a long rest to be able to use them again.
I like preforming bonus actions 5 times before I need to worry about it. What? What? You may not use 2 or more bonus actions in one turn. So what's the point? I can't use 2, which means I can only use 1 per turn. That's already how bonus actions work. What? Oof.
You may not use 2 or more bonus actions in one turn. I have no idea what this means.
Yeah.
So I really don't know what expanded blood vessels does. I mean, I can use a bonus action on my turn 5 times before needing to take a long rest to be able to use them again. I can always use bonus actions on my turn.
Yeah.
Is this a special bonus action? Is expanded blood vessels supposed to be an ability, but there's no description here?
Right?
It seems like it has something to do with giving you more bonus actions, but we already know
It's dark.
that we can't use more than 2, because it says it right here. So what do I do? So I don't know about you, but I think there's a lot of promise with this subclass. I love the channel divinity ability, sans the permanently losing a limb part.
I would like it, I guess, if we had more risk reward. If we're using the blood, why don't we just use our own blood to create, stuff? Like, you know how the blood hunter exists? You know how they do the blood rites and stuff, that you get to take damage for, using the blood right on somebody, to make it so that they have something happen to them, that's detrimental? And it's the risk reward of like, oh, you only have so much health. This is your resource if you use it too much. Plus, you can only do it a certain amount of times, obviously. But it is one of those things of like, oh, do you save it? Do you use it? It could hurt you really bad if you potentially like do like 10 damage to yourself with your blood die or something. If it just reminds me of that a little bit, but just cleric instead. And even then, the unoriginality of the blood strike or whatever it is, the divine smite, and then just the last one being nothing. Nothing happens when you utilize that feature. I'm wondering if it was like, I don't know when this video came out, but it could have been like sometime near to 5.5, and maybe they found out about the bonus action thing. I don't know. Where you don't get a bonus action unless you have a bonus action thing to utilize a bonus action. Maybe, I don't know. And yeah, I'm not sure. It's just it's silly is what I think. And oh yeah, and clotting a person's arm until it falls off. That's also hilarious, but in the sense of like I don't know, man. I still feel like it's too much. Like, I'm fine with it being like a debuff of some sort for a little while, but it's not needed to be a full, hey, guess what? No. You know? Just want to say I'm really proud of you for making it through this, Alejo. We appreciate you. Thank you, Timothy. That's incredibly kind. This is something I will be glad to have stayed through once in my life. Once. So you're saying if I do it again, you're gonna be not glad. Okay, I understand. Anyway, next.
I think blood control could be cool as long as you tie it to something like your proficiency bonus or your wisdom modifier. So, you know, divine strike is divine strike, but the poison blood thing is really interesting. It's
I forgot about the poison blood. You can poison people with your blood. They get the poison condition. Disadvantage. And I think that's it. His conditions in 5e weren't the best. Yeah, I mean, you could do it thematically, I guess, and poison people, quote unquote, with your blood, but is it going to kill them? I don't know. If you do it in the thematic sense instead.
Like the poisonous skin trait that the grungs get, where if someone grapples or touches you, they have to make a constitution saving throw or they're poisoned. Just, man, I want to know what expanded blood vessels are. I need to know that. If Small Truck ever sees this, please let me know. I have to know what you do with this ability. And then other than that, we're done for this video. I know this one's even longer than the first one I put out, which in my standards was incredibly long to begin with. I never realized how quick I could start rambling about Dungeons and Dragons. So I hope you get used to it. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the video, if you have a subclass that you particularly like that you've made yourself, please, 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 I'm begging you, show it to me. I'd love to read it, and I would love one day to go over a couple of them in a new video and see what my favorites are, and I'll tell you all what I like about them.
Sure.
If there's anything else you'd like to see that's D&D related, ask me, tell me about it. I'd be more than happy to accommodate. With all that said and done, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you stick around until I post my next video. Have a good night.
Okay. I don't necessarily agree with everything you said about those things, but, you you know, it wasn't a bad video. It was just, you know, it was just there. That was Crazy K Dice. Go check him out and see if there's anything else that you might like by him. I'll put him in the description. By the way, this stuff, hey, if you're here listening to this right now, and you've been here for a while, and you want to watch the VOD's gonna be a hot minute, because I need to, go through and, render 3 8-ish hour videos that are gonna take probably like 16 hours to render each. And I apologize for that, because my computer didn't used to take as long, but now that Vegas is upgraded to Vegas Pro 22, it takes way the fuck longer for no reason, as far as I can tell. I've changed nothing. So yeah, that's a thing. Anyway, we did it. There's no shit, there's only Zool. That's true. We did it. We're near the end here. I still have like a half hour-ish to do. So, you know what? I'm gonna read the comments. I'm doing it. Here we go. Guess what? If you've been waiting for this, we're here. We're doing comments. It's happening. Okay. It's gonna take me a little bit to get this up, and then I'm going to read this as coherently as I can with my brain. I promise you it works. My brain super works. Here we go. Timothy, on last week's video, says, "Hello, bros. Still working on lore. The big 200 coming up. Best of luck to Alejo's voice during the 24 hours. See you then. Have a nice day." Thank you. Thank you very much. My voice is not gone yet. It'll be gone when I go to work tomorrow. Rico, last week as well, as a certified Dutchman, can confirm this is our eldritch abomination of a language. I believe that's when we were talking about the meeple placement game that I can't remember what it is, but yes. Definitely did that before. There was a puzzle in a one-shot a friend was running and had a locked door with a magic puzzle, so I ended up using Thunderwave or another spell to blast out the window instead. Making puzzles on their own is already tricky, but putting them in a TTRPG where players have access to a lot of brute force tools is even more difficult. I agree. In fairness, AOS has been leaning into the non-sexual stuff a lot more. Slanesh features in the Rogue Trader video game, and Emperor's Children are coming next year. The main problem, in my opinion, is that GAW created an entire faction literally called Chaos, and then refuses to make more than like 3 different demons per god. I agree, they need more demons. They would make things better. Also, as a general note, I've been really enjoying these guest appearances lately. Always nice to see an extra pair of eyes and additional insight. Very excited for episode 200, as well, considering I'll be actually able to make it for part of it. Yes, you did. Thanks, Rico. Appreciate it. And yeah, it's been nice having the guests on. We'll have them on a lot more, hopefully. Whenever they want, really. Yes, more demons, always. Yes. From JPXFRD5255. How can you guys manage to get these views, maybe? It looks like the algorithm gods are abandoning you. Subbed and liked. Maybe I'll listen to this later. Well, thanks, JPXFRD. Appreciate you on that episode. You know, we get by. It's cool. Anyway, Shin, also on last week's episode, says, "Time to start session 8, said Chiral. As always, I am playing Shauna, the Halfling Barbarian, and Entropy is playing Terra, the Human Fighter, and Entropy is playing Terra, the Human Fighter, and Verity is playing Sarika, the Elven Cleric / Sorceress. How long is this? Oh, boy. Okay. I got this. Last time, we were on a mission to rescue the son of a merchant from bandits, Verity recounted. Through a stunningly clever and brilliant stratagem, we tricked the bandit gang into running away, and raided a hidden lair behind the cave they were storing their stolen goods in. You just ended that sentence with a preposition, Verity, Entropy pointed out, in which their stolen goods were being stored? That's better. Ugh, that sounds so unnatural, Verity complained. Anyway, we just took out the harpy in charge of the bandits. Now we, I'm gonna level with you. We've pretty much cleared the dungeon. Good, Char said. Now, where was the kid supposed to be? Remember the throne Tarka was sitting on when we came in? Freddy asked. There's a door to the right of it. And he's in there? Why don't we go find out? As Shauna was feeling her wounds from the last fight quite severely at this point, Taro took the lead and proceeded to the next door ahead, which she found locked from the side she was on. Unlocking it, she continued through. Beyond that was a vault full of valuable gems and art objects of an easily transportable nature, as well as several bags of coins. Excuse me. Bags of coins. How convenient, Entropy noted. We've already let out a tired sigh. I feel that. Also, within the vault sat a number of humans who looked as though they had been held captive for some time. Verity, Chara interjected. If these humans had been kept in one room for a full week. What about it? Verity asked. Think, Verity. Think. Oh, nuh-uh. They must have taken outside every now and then to do that. Nice of the bandits to give them that consideration. Yeah, well, I don't want the alternative to be a thing. This is starting to feel a little scuffed, Verity, Entropy said. Kind of like you've written yourself into a corner. Excuse me for not thinking about discussing stuff, and I'm not the DM. You keep saying that, but I'm not so sure I believe it, said Chara. As the party entered, the captives regarded them with trepidation. We're here to rescue you, Tara announced. Come with us, Sarika said, more gently. We have cleared the way out. Though the prisoners didn't fully trust the newcomers, they ultimately knew there was little other choice than to do as they said. Tara and her companions gathered up the coins and as much of the treasure as they could carry, then made their way back to the cave entrance. So we are sure that these are Alvaro's kid, right? One of these is Alvaro's kid, right? Asked Chara. Pretty sure Alvaro would have given us a description, Verity answered, and we can say we confirmed it on the way back out. So yes, one of these people is him. Does he have a name? Entropy asked. Yes, and our characters know what it is, but look, I don't care. I do not care. I could not possibly care any less. I'll name him Tristan. Tristan? You just said you're not the DM, so I'm naming him Tristan. Fine, his name's Tristan. Is there any significance to that? None whatsoever. The freed prisoners were loaded onto the wagon, along with as much of the loot as could be managed. The three adventurers finally climbed on as well. Sarika aimed her lantern to light the path ahead, and the wagon was off. I sure am glad we didn't find a huge forest fire waiting for us out here, Entropy mused. Cold climate, which makes it harder for the fire to catch, Verity said. And it's nighttime right now, so it's even colder. Not to mention the camp was in a clearing, so it's not like we set the fire right up under the trees. The likelihood of it spreading should be low. Low? Asked Entropy with feigned disbelief. A low chance of a forest fire is okay? That is very irresponsible of you, Verity, chided. Only you can prevent forest fires, Verity, said Entropy. I mean, look, if that happened, we'd have a TPK, Verity said. A forest fire here would suck all the oxygen right out of the cave. So yeah, there was some risk with our plan. And I guess there's probably a timeline where these characters all died because of it. But not everything bad has to happen just because it could. Not when we have a believable reason for why it wouldn't. This is Dungeons and Dragons, not Mork Borg. Whoa, Verity. We're just joking around, said Entropy. Of course I don't want an arbitrary TPK to happen. We don't need to do that. Yes, Verity. I am only trying to attack and ridicule you, said Chara. I do not actually care. This is the Fun Police, and you are both under arrest, declared Verity. Wildfires are no laughing matter. I throw myself on the mercy of the court, Entropy pleaded. Very well. Clemency granted. I am a merciful goddess. That is not even remotely true, said Chara. The wagon drove on through the night, and eventually reaching the road and turning back for Colnaford, not stopping until it had reached the gates of town. Though the gates were non-negotiably closed until morning, the party was at least able to pass that time under the vigilance of the watchman. Though not fully rested, the party awoke with the morning bell and returned the wagon to Alvaro's depot. At that point, the driver promptly resigned and was never important again. The other freed prisoners went their own separate ways, and Alvaro handed over the reward of 100 crowns for Tristan's return. Afterward, the recovered loot was settled Expenses were paid off, and adventurers were 1,000 crowns wealthier than before. That's one side quest down, Verity declared. It still feels a little scuffed, Verity, said Chara. Verity sighed. Yeah, I know, Chara. Let's just shake it off and keep going. Fair enough, said Chara. See you next mission. Thank you. Alright. That's all the comments. I'm caught up, I believe. Yes, sir. There's a little alien man. I'm caught up with comments. Awesome. I didn't let them pile up for the last 200th episode. The last 200th episode? The only 200th episode. It is the last. Wait, there's 3 parts to this. I don't know. Hello, I'm here talking to you live as the minutes tick down. It's so nice to finally be close to being able to go to bed. I want you to know that it is entirely and utterly going to be my greatest achievement to go lie down and fall asleep. I'm very happy that I've been able to do this, and I only had my eyes closed for like more than a blink twice. For about 3 to 5 seconds both times. I think it's a good thing I didn't make a long lore dump after all this. It would have been fine. Might be able to do more lore next time. Hey, do what you want. You know, I'm not your dad. I can't tell you what to do. Yeah, I'm... So, I calculated how much time specifically was left to make it so that we had done this for 24 hours total. And for the first 2 parts, it was 16 hours, 35 minutes, and 23 seconds. So this part only needs to be 7 hours, 41 minutes, and I want to say 28 seconds or so, I think. I'm going to go a little longer than that just to make sure that I don't skimp out on giving you all 8 hours total. So, yeah. That's cool, right? I don't think I need to... Wait. Wait a minute. 16, 35, 23 plus 7... I think I did my math wrong. Did I do my math wrong? Hold on. What's, So that would be 23, and then that would be... Oh, I did my math wrong. Technically, I'm done. It's okay. I think we only have one more session pre-written now, and we'll have to see what happens after that. Fair enough. Work on your orc lore next. Cool. Counting the breaks toward those 24 hours? No. No, I was going by just, live showtime. That's what I was going by. And I have those recordings, here. So, there might be a couple of minutes here and there that technically, weren't on the air. Like 5 minutes or so, potentially. I'm not sure. You took 2 30-minute breaks, then I think you did your math right. Yeah. I think so, right? I don't know. It's fine. 8 last night? No. We started at 9 last night. Technically. So, with the hour more of a of a break. We want to actually we started at 8:55 to be fair. Which is where you should be. 10. Okay. I don't know. Anyway, it's fine. At the end of the day, 8 your time when you started? Oh, well, it's 9 our time, or my time when we start for me, so I go by my count, usually. I just adjust for other people so that I understand when they are, usually. I don't know. If you started at 8:55, you've done it. Pretty sure I did. It's fine. Yeah, right? Because, hold on. This is the end of the stream. It's me being confused. Yeah, the first one was almost 9 hours. It was 8 hours, 48 minutes, 19 seconds, and I want to say like maybe 5 minutes of that or less was not on the air. No, I started right then, so maybe like a minute. And like the same thing for the second part, I think. Not sure. I want to go hug my cats. That's what I want to do. I don't know why I can't do math right now. Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. I am done. Yeah, holy shit, wait a minute. Because, like, it's been 7.5 hours here, 7.5 hours there. That's an hour. No, over 7.5 hours. It's 7:47. So, that gives me 14, 15, and, oh, math. Oh, I know I can do you. 15 and 13 there, so 19? No, sorry, 18. No, idiot. 21. No. Oh god. No, that's right. Yeah. So 21 and then so 15, 21 plus 8:48. 15 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm done. Hey! Oh my god. All right. 25 hours technically with the 30-minute breaks. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Well, hey. I just needed to make sure. I don't want to skimp out and I don't want to be a liar. So, don't mind me as I quickly say, hey, thanks for hanging out for 24 fucking hours. It's been a blast. It really has. I might sound tired and dying, but it's not because I'm not having a good time. It's because I'm tired and dying. Thank you to our patrons. Those of you who are table flippers who have joined our Patreon, we really appreciate you. A whole fucking lot. We do this show for you and for us, but also for you, for sure. Thank you to Draco Kraken, Ricky Rico, Steely, for tier 4 being there. Thank you to Crimson Rose for in that tier 2 thing. And thank you to our tier 1 contributors. If you wish to be a table flipper, go over to the Patreon, go over to the Ko-fi. All the stuff is there for you to look at. It's in the description. There's also the TeePublic that you can find in the description. Buy whatever you want or whatever, man. I'm tired. Go over support us. You can get dice and stuff. There's going to be 98 sets once I send this one out. And yeah. Humble Bundle in the description. I don't know if the partner program works anymore. Have you seen this? Apparently, if I do this, it goes 404. There's no more partner dashboard, dude. I don't know if we're technically partnered with them anymore, because I think the partner program is gone with Humble Bundle, but I'm not sure. But also, Tabletop Alliance is in the description for you to find out about their charity work that they do. I'll look into this later. I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you for all of your hanging out and all of your support and coming through the streams and dealing with the absolute chaos that was a Table Talk 24-hour stream. It's gonna be a while before another one of these happens. I can promise you that. But yes, thank you so much. Goodbye, everybody. I can't wait to go to bed. You don't understand how fucking happy I am right now. I'll see you later. Wish me luck for work tomorrow. I better get enough sleep for it, but we'll see. I got some sleep debt to catch up on. Alright. Thank you again. I'll see you next time. Next week. Goodbye. Goodbye. Have a good night. Have a good rest of your week as well. I don't know. Bye-bye.